the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour.
It brings me to my knees.
Welcome into a brand new hour and a brand new day here on the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Good Time Gang, and we're excited to have you and getting fired up, ready to go, settling in. And we got us a busy one today. We've got U.S. Senator for Alabama, Coach Tommy Tuberville, in studio in a couple of hours. A lot to discuss with him, as you can imagine. So looking forward to seeing him in person and not just on the phone or Zoom. And so looking forward to that today here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, Bible study live at noon Central with Rick. And you don't want to miss that. If that's part of your Wednesday, then you make sure that you have got everything scheduled to join him live on the YouTube channel at noon Central Time. It'll be, on the podcast shortly after that, and we always send out notification. Make sure you're following us on social media at Rick and Bubba. Well, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
What up, boys?
What's happening?
Boys!
What's happening? I'm sorry. Sometimes I wish I had a Brooklyn accent.
You?
A little bit.
You wished
Is that
you
what
had
that
one?
was?
How you doing?
Okay, here he goes.
9 minutes past the hour. Is that right? Did I do it right?
It took me a minute to see what you
It's
said.
the
but,
accent.
yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
I tell you what, it's good having you.
It's good having you.
I don't know. I'm not
I don't
sure
know
what
about that.
is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Now, why exactly do you wish you had the accent?
Well, do you remember yesterday when we played the video of that lady just eating
Yes.
up the reporter on the streets?
yeah.
She sounded. I
Yeah,
mean,
she did.
Yeah,
She
she's
did.
like, I
You're
tell
right.
you what.
so you
I
like
don't
that?
know.
like that?
I don't know if she gave that facial expression that comes with my
does.
my accent, and it's a poor accent. I can't get past a word or two, and then I don't sound right. But
Yeah.
I can do. I tell you what.
And then it's just
I don't even know if that
fades.
sounds like it, but anyway, that's just a mind of me that I just blurted out, sadly. All right, so it's 10 minutes past the hour, and we're ready to go. I see Coach is wearing UAB colors.
Yeah, we
So
got-
you know what that means. It's game day.
yeah.
Good night alive. Coach Helms.
Well, every day must be game day. No, really. I mean,
Well, I wear Rick and Bubba stuff too, Greg. I had a
you
Rick and
haven't-
Bubba shirt on
not in
yesterday.
6 months.
Greg, I had one on
6
yesterday.
months? That's the only one he's wore.
That's not true. I do it purposefully 2 or 3 days a week.
Purposefully.
I do.
Okay.
Well,
Greg,
it is
you
game
do
day.
not pay attention. All you got to do is go back and look at YouTube, and you'll see it.
Yeah.
It's
What
documented.
if we did? What if we documented stuff like that?
You can. Well, it's there to document.
Sometimes I forget because, and I need to probably extend my wardrobe a little bit, and I know that, especially when I see pictures of, years gone by, and I'm wearing the
Oh.
same thing. I'm like, oh wow, I probably
Guys,
should branch out a little bit.
I've got shirts that I've been wearing since 2008.
Yeah. I'll have my go-tos that are just they're comfortable, and it's as easy as that, and they don't need ironing. But I'd probably need to go a little deeper into the closet because I always forget. When's the last time I wore that shirt? Because I don't want to be that guy that like wears it next day or 2 days later or 3 days later.
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
What's different is I'm wearing short sleeves.
Oh, I know. I saw it. I saw your
and
arms. So
I,
watch out.
And it's
means
because
business.
well, here's the deal. I've got to leave early and I got to be out in it. And I get cold in here. Greg does too.
Yeah,
he don't
right
like
on this
yeah.
vent.
And
Must
so
be over there.
and-
Y'all a bunch of puds.
It's cold over
and
here.
so I always wear long sleeves here, but I was afraid that I'd forget I had long sleeves on. I'd get half through my morning out there, and I'd be sweating, and I just didn't want to deal with that. So I'm trying to
okay.
think ahead.
You don't
was
have
hot
to
yesterday.
explain why you wear short.
I'm
short
trying to be
sleeves.
intentional about my day, Greg.
Yeah.
And I do. I've got a routine. Now all you're going to see me in here lately is 3 different pairs of pants, 2 of which are the exact same.
Yeah,
I mean, they're the exact same. I've got 2 gray Under Armour. I've got these Under Armour, and I've got another gray, different kind of dressy Under Armour.
good
That's the
night.
only pants you're going to see me in, and have seen me in 8 months, 10 months. And then, but I'm rotating the Rick and Bubba and UAB stuff. Now, because we're deep in the season, you're seeing more UAB than you are Rick and Bubba for sure. Didn't know you didn't like it.
No, I didn't.
Didn't know you didn't like my blazer gear.
No. I like the blazer gear. I just thought. I mean, but Speedy's ain't like this first day you've worn it.
No. I
But that was my
was
point.
just referring to the fact he's logoed up, ready to go.
I am.
He's ready to jump. He can be coached within minutes. So
That's what it'll have to be like today, too.
I know.
I'll go from throwing archives up there to screaming at kids.
Yeah. Well, one thing that Greg talked to me about, it's the first thing he mentioned. He said, the Masters today, it's par 3 day. And I was like, really?
Yeah, I was
He goes,
fired
yeah,
up for
it's a fun day. You're going to have
I'm not
families.
anti-Masters.
You're going to have the families out there. It's just a fun par 3 kind of day. There'll probably be some hole-in-ones. That's today, the Masters. And it looked like the pairings and stuff all came out. And I just love the LIV and PGA golfers all getting along, and the media that it's continuing. Like like Koepka and Rory played 18 holes, and they both look. Yeah, we text each other all the time. Yeah. I mean, apparently Koepka won the LIV this past weekend, and he goes, yeah, Rory. He texted me congratulations, and so we just planned on playing 18, and we did, and it's no more complicated than that. You know, we live right beside. Well, by the way, we were all living right here in Jupiter, Florida. We play all the time.
Yeah, Speedy, but I've seen stories that's not true. They're not getting along.
But anyway, it's just funny because the media keep pressing, and it's like, no, we're actually kind of.
Well, it's just like we talked about it, the Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese thing, women's basketball, and I went back and watched their a little bit of their press conference, and it's like they're just competitors.
I heard the statement from the girl that's supposedly the victim. She goes, "What's the big deal?"
I know.
Right. She goes, "We've been doing that the whole time.
Exactly.
It's not a problem at all."
Media just creates it.
Right. Also, I have a question to ask when it comes to Easter egg hunting.
Wow.
And my kids are grown, so we're not doing that anymore. I mean, River,
you're in a different world with that, though. Yeah.
I have a question to ask about that because I was hanging out with some friends yesterday, and one of them mentioned something that he experienced at an Easter egg hunt, because some of them are like on Sunday when it comes to your family and everybody's over. But sometimes if you have events, it's just it could be during Holy Week at different times. There might be someone that's hosting an Easter egg hunt. It's just not on Easter weekend, if that makes any sense. And he said, I was at one and I saw something I've never seen before, but it's a marker on where we are as a society when it comes to Easter egg hunting. So I just have a question.
Okay.
For y'all.
We got a trans egg.
Yeah, well, don't laugh.
At some point this hour, I got a question about hamburgers. So we got Easter egg questions. Hamburger. Greg, what question do you want to ask today?
I don't know. I'm going to ask about if you got any UAB gear to wear.
See, I knew you was going to make fun.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey Culligan, I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party, Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
You know, we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for Home Security. Customize the perfect system for your home or small business in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so here during Holy Week, looking up to Good Friday, we will have the Easter story here on the Rick and Bubba Show. That is always a part of our Good Friday celebration here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Easter weekend is this weekend. That means for a lot, especially that have kiddos or grandkids, it's all about Easter egg hunting and you know, chocolate bunnies. Sorry, Greg, I hate to even bring that up with you and Rick and how you used to always take your little bunny. I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, give me the peeps.
I don't know if you think about that a lot or not, or
No, I'm over it.
okay.
Sure.
But we
Little
were
mad.
yesterday, and I've talked about this. Really, really blessed to have just kind of really cool neighbors at the Cove. And it's probably been a year or so ago. We started a little men's prayer group there on the Cove, and we just
Y'all pray
invite
for that
guys.
side y'all laid?
Yeah, we did. We prayed for patience. I know
I
that.
bet. Oh, yeah.
And not show ourselves, because that's not a very good witness, you know.
Is the side taken? Is everything?
So far. So
y'all, that
I
guy,
wish.
So this guy got paid and y'all did the work?
Yeah.
Unreal.
And again, I go back to when he came in with his SUV pulling a trailer. He
Circled through.
he circled through, and I could Terry said, "Yeah, he's just looking around."
All right, I guess I'm off the rest of the day.
It's like, wow, did I do this? You know, because we'd probably forget.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Did
But,
he end up? Did they? Because there were some other spots that needed to be filled.
Yeah,
Did
yeah.
he knock that out, or
Well, there were some email correspondence sent to the city, who finally got involved, and I think they called the contractor, and before you know it, they were all standing, at the end of the cul-de-sac pointing around like they didn't know what was going on, and then more sides showed up, and those other homes were filled in. So for those of you who don't know, there was some, these companies that come in and they want to put fiber or whatever their company's lines in the ground, and they got to go in and burr through, and they make patches and dig down and then kind of keep pulling it through, tears up your yard. And so it was a mess. That had been going on for a long time. But so yesterday we were talking, and one of the guys there, he's got small kids, and he said, I saw something at an Easter egg hunt I want to ask y'all about. I said, okay. He goes, the new thing now, and it was a big event. Like, in other words, we got a field, and it's a big deal, and there's kids running all over the place. He said, and I wouldn't allow my son to do it, but I was about the only one, and that is, these kids find the eggs, and they break them open. They're the plastic eggs. Yeah. They take the candy out of the middle of them and then just drop the eggs in the middle of the ground, in wherever they are on the ground, and just keep on going. They don't put the eggs back in the basket,
go through the eggs
and then go through it.
Yeah,
he said. So my son's, who's two,
so you got eggs laying everywhere.
Yeah, now you got
open
two pieces of just an open egg just laying there, no candy in it, nothing, and.
No, that's a foul.
And I love our pastor Josh at Church at Old Town. He goes, all right, look, no chocolate in these little eggs because they just melt is all they do. So let's not do that.
That's true.
But anyway, long story short, he asked the question, have y'all seen that? Now, it says a lot about our society that kids and the parents would let them, that they just open up the eggs, take it out of it, and drop the eggs, and then just keep on hunting eggs.
You're supposed to find the eggs, put them in the basket, and then when you're done looking, then you see what you
Correct. He said, so my 2.5-year-old son saw what was going on.
Yeah. And
he's like, well, maybe I need to do that. And he said, so the first one that he attempted to do that, I stopped him and said, no. First of all, somebody's got to go around and pick all this up.
Yeah.
Okay, that everybody's just leaving on the ground. But besides that, the tradition is, no, you put them in your basket, then you go home or wherever, and then you open them up and go through them. Yeah. Correct?
Yeah. No, that's what we've always done.
So why are parents sitting there watching their kids crack these things open? Yes, and then they just leave them on the ground.
Two things I don't like about Easter egg
Somebody
hunts.
else worry about
says a lot
these days.
Yeah.
And I haven't been on one, but I've seen them.
Just hide the candy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So that's a foul, yes, and should be cleaned up. I don't like the mess of that.
Yeah,
that's
he's like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
When it's over, it's just eggshells.
But these big field things, we're not hiding. Let's stop calling it a hide. We're hiding and finding.
Yeah.
You're just throwing them in the middle of a field, and people are going to pick them up.
Right. That's an Easter egg pickup.
Yeah, not
that's
a hunt.
all it is.
No hunt.
I want an Easter egg hunt. I want to be able to have to use my time and thought process and mind to get in there and, okay, where did they put this?
Now, as they get older, especially, but now right out of the gate, you're a little easier, but I never just lay them on the ground.
I know.
Right.
I at least put them in a tree.
Yeah.
Right.
When we were kids, they would hide them so good we couldn't find them all, and then they would rot.
Oh, I would find
Yes.
A year later, 6 months later, you'd find them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Be like, what
we
in the
couldn't
world?
find them.
For sure. Yeah, instead of just putting them there beside a bush on the ground, wow. So
But
there's
you're right. It shows
a yellow egg sticking there.
A story where they had some hunt and they were just laying everywhere.
Everywhere. Everywhere.
I mean,
Oh.
because remember the controversy, wasn't the parents like grabbing it from other kids? And
it was just
big.
Well, because in today's society, everybody's got to get the same amount. Everybody's got, oh no, let's be fair. Look, I remember when I was young hunting Easter eggs, and when all the cousins and everybody would all get together. Sometimes I didn't get as many as the others,
and I didn't like it either.
And I didn't like it, but it wasn't like
from
now give Calvin some. You have too many.
I like when they steal it out of each other's basket when they're not looking. Now look, I'll give them that.
Right,
sure.
They'll be turning head. You'll see them reach in the basket and get one.
But no, he was just like, I found that odd, and we started talking a little bit about where we are as a society, that parents would just let kids do that, and then they would just leave them there and run off and find other eggs, and now they're just shells of eggs all over the place.
I've never heard of that. We've discussed this before, but I can't remember who said what, but we use real eggs, and I still do because some of the kids like to dye them and all that.
Right.
Did y'all eat the eggs?
No.
I didn't either, but I know people that did.
Really?
My in-laws.
Peel 'em and eat 'em?
Well, at least we go her family. They'd peel one and eat one in a minute.
Seriously.
But I just
What's
they've
a
been
good
out
egg?
in the heat.
That's the thing. I don't know about
But
all
I don't
that.
remember any of them getting sick.
No.
They tear them up when the hunt was over. They tear the eggs up.
I never wanted to do that.
I didn't
but
either.
you know,
Never had the desire.
But
to
I've
do that.
talked to you about how picky of an eater I was when I was young. You know.
Oh, me too.
And I've grown out of that. And really,
I was terrible. I only ate like 3 things.
So you think I'm gonna eat that egg?
Yeah, I mean,
You know?
I was the same way. And I like eggs now. I like boiled eggs, but I'm still not eating one that's been hid and found about 4 times.
Right, out in the heat. No.
No. I did like making the designs and stuff as a kid.
Oh yeah,
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
my kids growing up, that was always a big. Saturday before we give a blanket, a towel out on the table, and put the dye, and you got to put the vinegar and them little little things in there. And of course, they'd argue about it. But
Yeah, of course they would.
Sure.
I remember at the other house I was out weed eating one year, and I hit one that we'd never found.
Yeah.
And it just
Boy,
went
it's rough,
to
isn't it?
oh boy, it smelled good.
Speaking of smelling eggs bad, so we keep a little refrigerator in the players' lounge. And somebody had left a chocolate milk out that was unopened the other day, and I thought, well, I'm gonna put they had just left it and walked out, and I thought, well, he's either forgot it or he forgot to put it up, so I'm gonna put it back in here. And I opened that refrigerator, and it was that smell that nobody wants in a refrigerator.
Oh, boo!
And it was eggs from like I don't know how long.
who had left it?
come
egg?
on,
Greg,
man.
I don't know, but it was awful.
Don't they know the cost of eggs right now?
I
It
wanna
was
smell it. What are you
awful.
talking about?
Golly,
Yeah, don't waste eggs now. They cost us
rough.
That's right. That's right. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals, or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a regular listener, you know we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. And we aren't the only ones. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. And CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for Home Security. Simply Safe is trusted by experts and customers alike. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring costs less than $1 a day and half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock your doors and access your cameras from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central. Also, we've got U.S. Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville from the state of Alabama joining us in about an hour and a half from now if you're listening live here on today's show. A whole lot more, and we thank you so much for making sure that you make Rick and Bubba part of your day. It's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. We're sitting around just kind of shooting the bull, asking questions and talking about life. And Helmsy, you said you had a hamburger question.
We all love a good hamburger. And listen, I know I've toned it down with the gluten-free bun or lettuce wrap, but I still like a good burger.
Sure.
Okay. And I have found some spots that
throw some bacon on it. Sure.
Yes. And so got this question yesterday from the audience, a little QFTA. And I honestly thought, well, that's a dumb. I did it again. I thought, well, that's a dumb question. I'm not going to ask the guys that. And then I started trying to guess myself the answer to it. Mm-hmm. And then by 5 minutes in of thinking, I thought, this is actually a pretty good question. And I don't know the answer to this, so I'm going to look it up. So I know the answer. I looked this up.
Look at me. I wear shirts that are green.
Yeah. And I will honestly say I would not have gotten it correct. I guessed wrong.
Okay. They call me Bullet Head.
So I
smelly eggs.
When I looked it up, I thought, wow, okay, so I missed that. But and Greg may actually know the answer to this because he used to work in the meat department.
He did.
That's right.
He loves him some meat.
Look, he'll talk about it too.
and
I used to work back there. I know, Greg.
Got a white coat.
Here is the question. And you can give me a range because it is a range. Yeah. It's not the same for every. How many hamburgers do you think you can get out of one cow?
Out of one cow?
One cow. How many hamburgers do you think you can get out of one cow? Yeah. See, when I first saw this question,
we're going thick, juicy patties?
You can give me a range. Give me a range.
Well, I don't want the kind as big as your palm.
Well, that's fine. Then it doesn't matter. That's not. Don't make this difficult.
Well, I'm just saying that doesn't matter.
Now, I'm going to tell you, I missed it by a ton.
I'm not even going to be close.
I don't know, 250.
You're not even close. And I said I thought in my mind 500, and I wasn't close.
2,000.
Yeah. So it's anywhere from 1,200 to 2,000 depending on the size of the cow.
Good night alive.
Yes.
My goodness.
Yeah. How
It's
about
a lot
that?
of burgers.
It's a lot of burgers.
Did I tell you all the story
How
that
about
where I
that?
went
I know.
and
Caught
visited?
me off guard.
I visited a
gonna
lady
say
I
80.
was dating, and they lived on a farm. Did I tell you that story? And we were sitting down eating
No.
hamburgers.
No. Tell it.
Well,
You can't just start the story and
Well,
stop
they
it.
had cows,
They
and
had-
some of
they-
them were
You're
pet
saying
cows.
they slaughtered their own.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
pretty
yeah,
much,
yeah.
And the dad, as we're eating, said, and I want to say it was Betsy. I don't know the name.
y'all
of
were
it.
eating whatever.
Betsy's good, whatever, and nobody knew but him, and he revealed that as that we were eating,
And
and it upset the family.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm sitting there going,
I
"What?"
mean, come on.
Betsy was good.
Hey, look, I'm sorry. You get them as a calf once they grow up. That's
Well,
business.
it was time.
Hey, it's
it was
business.
time.
and evidently big business. If you
Oh,
can go
yes.
1,200 to 2,000 hamburgers
That's
out
a
of
lot.
one cow.
You look at one field, that's a bunch of hamburgers standing
Yes,
out
it
there.
is.
Man, that's a lot.
Thousands.
I didn't realize that. I was going to say 85.
Well, I know. I thought I was high when I said 250.
Well, and I'm glad you went there because my first thought was 500, and I thought I might have been high. I was like, well, I'll probably be high here.
For some reason in my mind, I was thinking that it was going to be a number. They go, see, that's a lot less than I thought. But actually, it was the other way.
Yeah. Well, we made some good burgers the other day. Good night.
Love them.
I was proud of the patties. Good thick patties. Didn't shrink up or nothing
Yeah,
like that.
I don't. You got to have a little fat in there for flavor. But if you get them that's got too much fat, you
it's
battle a
awful.
fire.
Oh,
they
it's
shrink.
awful. It's
Come
awful. It's awful. It's
on.
awful.
We had a family gathering one time, and somebody in the family said, "I'll go by and get the hamburger meat," and I was the one doing the grilling. Of course, they bought that old daggum fatty one, and like I say about it, I like to caught the house on fire from all the grease.
Yeah. Next thing you know, you're throwing water on
I
it.
said, next time I'll buy it. Forget it. If you're gonna get that mess.
Did you have people when you were working back in the meat department come up and ask you what they ought to get? You have to help them.
Well, yeah, and I probably didn't know what I was talking
No,
about.
I thought that.
yeah.
But sometimes I'll find the guys.
Oh yeah.
He's placing stuff out.
Oh, I bet you drive them nuts.
Hey, buddy, what you think I ought to get?
What do you think? Well, what do you like? You got 90% lean.
Yeah.
You got one place today to go get a burger. Where you go?
Ooh, that place me and Speedy.
I'm going to the depot in
That's
Helena,
what-
Alabama,
that's
right there on the water.
Let me.
Absolutely.
All right,
I'm sitting right
so
beside
you
you.
can't go there.
Okay.
Why?
Can't go there.
Cause
you
just
changing
can't.
it?
Yeah, I am.
What is this? What the hell?
It is.
Are you saying
Can't-
like restaurant
I don't.
burger?
I
or
don't care.
fast
I just
food?
did. That's an easy answer because
Well,
it's
you
a
asked
good.
where
It's
I
a
could
good
go.
one. I know, and but I'm changing it. You can't go.
Why?
They're closed today. I closed them down today.
Well, they're not.
They're going with us to eat another burger to see how another place is running their business.
The owners are going.
They are.
Okay.
They got it dialed in, but they just want to make sure they're not leaving
Okay.
something
I
out.
got a bunch of favorite ones spread all out.
Freddy's is where I'm going.
Now, if you want to
Oh,
go
really?
fast food,
You are.
burger,
Yeah, I'm
fast
going
food
Freddy's.
burger,
Well, you
that's a
can't go
good-
there.
Okay, well then I'm going to Culver's.
So I've never eaten it there. Is that place any good? Aren't they kind of the same? 'Cause
Well,
they both sell
Why are you
custard.
squinting at him like you're looking into the sun?
Well, I didn't know what Culver's even had.
It's
Yeah.
This
Now, you
it's
got-
the same type
yeah,
deal.
heck
but
of a
but
milkshake.
I like Freddy's burger better than Culver's.
So you just want to go fast food chain?
Yeah, well, I
Well, if
mean,
you're going fast food chain. Yeah, Freddy's a good one.
I said we're going. We got one place to quickly get a burger.
I tell you what, I used to. I mean, I haven't had Wendy's in forever.
that
but
used
hey,
to be the best quick burger.
Yeah. Yes.
And I love their spicy chicken.
Yeah.
Of
course,
we're
Wendy's
talking about
and-
hamburgers.
Where I
But
live,
but you
they-
brought up Wendy's, and
they
that's
need to hurry.
their fries and spicy
Right,
chicken are
right.
fantastic.
I'm gonna tell you this.
know what I used to go? I'd go double cheese and extra cheese.
Oh, throw a little extra.
Oh yeah.
All right,
Tell you
so
what else, just for a little fun afterwards, is a Frosty.
y'all still haven't answered my question.
Mighty.
Love a Frosty.
Yeah. Well, you won't let me.
You're
answer
sitting
it.
over at Helena at that spot and won't leave.
Well, because you
Was
got them
good.
closed. Let's see. Well, I kind of did as far as fast food go, but it's been so long. Wendy's is a good one. Let's think here. Where's Mugshots has got a good burger.
Oh, yeah. They got a bunch of different kinds.
Didn't they have a burger that did? Am I
Peanut
just
butter.
dreaming? It put peanut butter on
Yeah,
it.
peanut
I
butter
told
burger.
the family that the other day. They're like, "What?"
He did
yeah.
he did the challenge.
Yeah, he
remember
did.
that.
Boy,
I
that's
wasn't
a
even
big.
close.
That's a big burger. They
I wasn't
brought.
even close.
Good
And what they
night.
did involved a lot of bread.
Yeah. So you said you had a couple of spots. What are your spots? Like, what are your go-tos? If you go, I'm gonna have a good burger.
There's a place in Jacksonville called Calhoun's Steakhouse. That's a good. They got a good burger.
Okay.
Really?
Rocket's got a good burger.
Oh, they do.
I forget
Yeah.
about
Twin
the
burger,
Rocket.
Yeah.
twin basket.
Did you see him? If he had something to drink, he'd take a sip right now.
What can you do?
Yeah, those are good. Those are real good. There's so many places. Was it J&J's in
I tell you, you'll be surprised.
Bessemer?
Who else got a good burger? That's Buffalo Wild Wings.
They do.
I just normally
Really?
want wings, but they have a good burger.
Sometimes I'll sit down. I go, I'm just in the mood for a burger. Let's try it
I
out.
love them. I wish I had one right now.
To your point, Speedy, that little place in that gas station, is that what you're talking about? Yeah. I think it is. I don't know if it's the name, but yeah, it's a good burger. Too.
I know.
Over there by Bent Brook.
Yes.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's a good one. It's a good.
I think it was voted one of the best burgers.
I think it was too.
And I got them in America, but I think it's just here. What about this? I know you won't let me go to the depot in Helena.
No, you
Could
can't.
I go to
It's
Ed's
closed.
Drive-In in Pascagoula?
Well, that's a long trip for our burger, but
right. But
Pretty
I
good
mean,
burger.
you said if there was somewhere you could go.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
I'll give that.
they're famous for their chili cheese, but a double cheeseburger from there is really good.
Remember, we had a listener bring some one day. They are good.
Very good.
A little thin, but they're good.
What, the chili cheese?
What was it? Chili cheese they brought?
Yeah. They
were
brought
good.
the chili cheese.
Yeah.
I wish that y'all could go up to the window, order one, and eat it right then. I mean, they were nice enough to
I know what you're
to
saying.
bring it
I know what
to
you're
us.
saying.
But I'm talking about like right then when
Oh
it's
yeah,
just
it's completely different.
gosh, I'm so hungry.
Well, let's.
I don't mind a double quarter pounder.
All right, I'm gonna try to get.
I don't mind that. You got the best fries.
All right. Do you want to know what I ate the other day? And Terry called it. She said, we were traveling. She said, when's the last time you had Whataburger? And I'm like, honey, I don't know when I've
eaten
had
them like
that.
once.
Of course,
I ate one time there, and that was with Dan Moultrie.
really. Well, cuz he'll go there.
He loves that place.
if he's anywhere around. But the boys love them.
There's one coming to
It was.
Jacksonville.
Hey, let me just say this. It was. I mean,
I'm with you.
I mean,
I'm not saying they're not good,
The
but
hype
the hype
is ridiculous.
I didn't get the
agree.
hype.
I agree.
Can I just say this? It didn't outfind the wait.
No.
I bet you we waited 20 minutes. Now, there was 100 cars in line.
And it's good, and they're open 24 hours. I give you that.
Right.
But-
I mean, I'm not saying it was a bad burger, but I didn't say, ooh, what a burger.
No, but I've heard people like Cuz and others go on and on.
Oh.
And I mean, it's good, but it's nothing in you.
And I'll tell you this, I got the number one. Give me a burger.
good.
They might go, oh, no, you should have ordered this, that, and the other, and that's okay. But
I didn't live up to the hype.
It was okay.
It was good.
It was okay.
I mean, I'd eat it again.
I mean, it got
I'm
us.
looking forward to the one in Jacksonville.
Hey, it got us home. You know what I mean?
Full?
But I was full.
Hey, when we come back, I feel
I
like
was
I've
it's
messed
pretty good.
I've messed two things up
That's odd.
here at the show. Not on the show, but some things that are going on amongst us during our day.
Thanks for
I
ruining
think
the show.
I am ruining something for at least three people, and I got to ask if I think I'm in trouble.
Oh, no. Okay.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener, here's Kevin.
Hey, Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yup, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I am James, Senior Apparel Designer, and this is Behind the Design with Hawks. Hawks is your classic workwear brand. It's designed for those guys that are on the job site. Just driven performance, just rugged and comfortable. Thinking of durability, everything is either double, triple stitched, bar tacked. It's build durable, it's going to perform, it's going to move with you, it's going to have everything that you need in a product. Hawks, only at Boot Barn.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is everything.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clear skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions, that could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and
Hey, 9 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, I have control of the mics over here.
Little person.
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by buyraycon.com/Bubba. You know, look, some of the smallest changes to your routine can make the biggest impact. And if you love to wear the in-ear, headphones and stuff, you need to check out buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Got me a pair.
Yep, they're premium audio that's at the perfect price point. So you can build great habits without breaking the bank, whether you're looking for a pair for everyday earbuds or low, like maybe some gaming headphones or something like that. Or let's say that, you're just trying to do a little bit better and you're out running or doing some stuff. buyraycon.com/Bubba has got you covered. And they start at about half the price of the premium auto brands. But look, whatever you do, go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. They want to make sure you feel great about your purchase. So they're offering buy now, pay later options and a free and easy return guarantee on every purchase. So, again, it's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Go there today. Get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to save 15%. That is also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling on back. Yesterday we had a decision to make as the Good Time Gang, and it's because it's Masters Week in Augusta.
Hey!
We mentioned, or Helmsy did, Mike Stone, who is 1 week in April, and Hey Little Person.
Yeah.
He is the artist behind that, and that goes back to 2020 with the Good Time Gang here playing that. It's this week. It's 1 week in April. And we had a decision, hey, do we play it or do we not play it, because it could get us in trouble with copyright since Adler's not here to kind of, mess with the YouTube and what they hear and what they don't hear.
They get all
We're
set
fine
up.
on radio, but it's YouTube that
Can you sing
we'll
it
get in
yourself,
trouble.
though?
I don't know.
Yes.
The decision was made, let's play it. And
it was the wrong
the results were?
Well, we got a copyright issue. And,
Sure we did.
I
Thanks,
laughed
Greg.
out loud.
Why'd I do it?
I don't know.
I laughed out loud when
He did it.
we
It's
were
just
in
easy to blame you. I mean,
I get it.
we were about an hour and a half. We were about an hour and a half into practice, and I'll grab my phone and look and see what emails and stuff have come through to make sure the archive posted correctly and make sure everything's fine, whatever, before I jump into the rest of my that day. Hey, surprise, surprise, there it is, copyright.
Well, we kind of thought.
And I
maybe
get one of those every day on something, and a lot of times it's.
They should be glad anybody wants to hear Mike Stone. I mean, come on.
Well,
I think Mike may be listening.
Oh,
really?
But so I zoomed
Hey,
in
Mike.
to see what actually caused it, and it was the
that's
Mike
all
Stone.
when you said that.
And I loved. I laughed out loud. I had to immediately send it to you guys. But I think what
it
happens,
was funny for me to read what you sent.
Yeah.
And it said, "Hey, little person" on there.
No way.
Yeah. That's
I
what
said,
got
what
us.
I say? Thanks, Greg.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Greg.
Adler.
Yeah.
And I think Adler. I
Greg.
wish Adler was here to vouch for this, confirm it. But I think what happens in these cases is it doesn't remove it; it just mutes it, so you can't. Like you just can't hear it, that section. It takes whatever portion of that is and takes the audio away, and then it'll pick back up.
We were trying to share it with the public, and if anybody's got a problem with that, I mean, that's just what happened.
Yeah.
That's just what happened.
Well, speaking of getting in trouble, I feel like I'm doing two things right now. I owe Greg and Rick an apology, and really a little bit of Speedy too.
Okay.
Because you're a coffee drinker as well. You don't dabble.
Speedy?
He dabbles with
He's
it.
not a
He
coffee
dabbles
drinker.
with it, but there are
I don't
times
know
where
what
he goes
defines
in
you as a
there.
drinker.
You're not.
But I definitely owe Greg and Rick an apology because our Keurig machine, which I always use, is currently broken. And so
You broke it.
So, and I didn't break it. But so what? And we're supposed to be getting a new one. Who knows? I didn't know it was this difficult to get a Keurig. But
Well, when you. No.
but
I got one at the house.
Rick and
Buddy,
Greg's
we know
kind
you
of
got
their
money.
hey,
We
it's
know
kind
it.
of their thing. They do. They make them a pot. One of them makes a pot of coffee, and then
I
they
make
talk
it every
about it.
morning.
So Greg,
about how good it is.
How good it is.
Who made
And
that
if Rick
coffee?
makes it, he'll ask Greg, "Hey, how'd you like my mix?" And then
Yeah.
vice versa.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And so, because of the Keurig machine being down, I've been getting that coffee. And so, what's happening is
running
Rick
out.
gets a cup, Greg gets a cup, then I go in and get a cup, and then they can't. They have to make a whole nother pot
Which is fine.
before instead of they would get them a cup, and then they'd take the rest of it and share it like good brothers do.
Right.
Yeah.
And now I'm getting that third cup that
You
was
are.
supposed to be shared, and I've put them in a handle. So I
We just have to
apologize
make
to
another
them.
pot, that's all.
The other thing is, I think I've been eating somebody's eggs.
What?
Really?
So
No, I think they come with my meal.
well, here's why I
Buddy, you
say
don't
that.
have to claim everything.
Here's why I say that because
Yep, them are mine.
before spring break, I got in a habit of
That's mine.
of seeing the eggs in there like at 9
There was
o'clock.
2 eggs
and
at one point.
and I would eat them.
There's still 2 eggs every day.
Well, who's eating them then? Because I have been. I thought.
Oh, let's see.
I've gone in there. I've gone in there.
Well, we got some.
I wasn't bringing that up
Some
for that.
suspects.
But there's. So I kind of said, okay, well, instead of telling Speedy to add eggs for me, these are extra. So I'm just going to start claiming these as mine. Well, I did that for like 2 weeks, and now I don't have them, and so somebody's
Well, if
eating
you quit
them.
drinking
And so
our
I
coffee
thought,
up, I'll give you the eggs.
was I eating somebody's eggs this whole time,
No.
or was there an extra? And then if there is an extra, who's eating them?
I think my order originally came with a side of eggs that I didn't want.
Yeah. See, that's what I
This
thought.
is what
So y'all-
he's just claiming them. I think I remember saying I wanted some side eggs.
You
back
ain't
in the
never
day.
said
Well, I'm
you
just
wanted
doing what you're
side
doing.
eggs.
I'm doing what you're doing.
No, but
There went about a week. There went about a week where the eggs were being put in the refrigerator and nobody was eating them. And
That's
I
right.
thought I remembered some extra egg talk. If anybody wants them, they're there.
Yeah,
So I
that's true.
kind of just started claiming them, eating them because nobody was
Somebody
eating
else
them.
is eating
They
them.
were
And so now
originally-
somebody's eating them, and I'm like, well, I don't have my eggs. So
Yeah, they
can
were
you
originally
add-
part of some.
You can have
By the
mine.
way, and it's brilliant
No,
what
I think
you've
that's
done.
what's
And
being,
don't you think?
I think that's what's being eaten, Greg. Is your eggs.
Yeah.
Who's eating them?
Well,
I don't know.
they were originally
Well-
part of orders. I want to
Yes.
say Adler, and maybe you had side eggs, or maybe Rick. I can't remember. So they're part
Rick
of
had
somebody's
ordered-
order.
here's what happened.
And then sometimes they just aren't eaten. So later in the show, they're still there.
Here's what happened. Rick had an order that included a side of eggs, and I said, "Hey, I just want what he gets because it's just
Because your
omelet."
baby brother.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And I think they went ahead and put side eggs with mine too.
Okay.
That's what they.
Well, I do know that they're supposed to be part. They're supposed to be part of an order.
Well, I don't eat them till like 9 o'clock. It's almost my brunch to get me through. Well, because it's I don't usually eat lunch until 2:30 or 3, so it's like I'll eat it between 9 and 10. I'll warm them up, but they haven't been there the last few days, and I'm like, and somebody's eating them because I see the carton, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this whole time I've been eating somebody's eggs.
No, that's not the case.
Okay, all right. So
Somebody else
I
is
don't need
just-
to apologize for that.
No, somebody else has just jumped
But
in
the
front of
coffee,
you.
I'm
Somebody's
sincere-
beating you to them. Now, the
Okay.
coffee, you're screwing everything up.
So if I can hide the eggs when they get here, I can claim them.
Yeah,
You might
that's
could,
okay.
yeah. I think
Now-
as soon as that we drop that on the table, if you'll grab one thing of eggs, I think you got it.
Well, sincere apology to you and Rick in regards to the coffee.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I'm about to go do it again.
I know. That's where we're headed right now.
You want to
Leave it
join
with
us today,
you
Speedy?
feel better?
I do.
All right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Spring is almost here. We're already digging in.
He's here, and we're witnessing a scandal every day. When we wake up, we don't know what to expect. We don't know what this president is going to say. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know I've decided that given my history, given our history, given the fact that I came from a family of 13, mother who struggled, who worked hard, I went to an elementary school where the teachers stayed with us in the evening and on Saturdays and Sundays, teaching us, first of all, to have an appreciation for
And now she's trying to talk about that, what she went through, back when things were, bad in the country. Of course, this goes back to what the writer and professor said the other day. The problem with this type of protesting now from African Americans is they have a difficult time pointing to current oppression, especially since she's serving in Congress and has for quite a long time.
Right, yeah.
It really hasn't been an obstacle for her to serve the country in Congress quite a bit and have quite a bit of influence.
Yeah.
and allow the President of the United States or anybody else to undo all that has been done to make this a
See, there's the exaggeration again. There's always the claim that somehow President Trump is going to take all we've done in this country, all the legislation we did to advance the civil rights movement of African Americans in this country, that somehow Donald Trump wants to first and then can take the Civil Rights Act and turn it upside down, and he's going to take the African Americans back to the Jim Crow laws and back to the pre-Martin Luther King Jr. movement. And then if he gets his way, he'll eventually get us all the way back to slavery. I mean, that's what they're guys, that y'all do realize, everybody listen to me, that's not going to happen. First of all, there's no proof there's a desire for that to happen. And even if somebody ever comes into power that desires that, they can't do it. I mean, praise the Lord for that. First of all, I would dispute of all the things you want to be upset with Donald Trump about, and some of them are legitimate, but a lot of these like this just simply aren't.
No, yeah.
I
just
this.
don't see it.
I'm not some delusional Donald Trump does everything right person. I think I'm trying to be as balanced and fair, both sides. I'm also not going to jump on a bandwagon of demonizing him when he shouldn't be demonized either. It's going to be take each case by case and say, I think that was wrong. I think, that's right. Hey, I can't argue with that result. And actually look at it from a truthful, clear way. Now, do I prefer Donald Trump to be the president over Hillary Clinton? I certainly do, and I don't apologize for that if that's the two choices I'm presented. However, I'm yet to see anybody produce a legitimate narrative that Donald Trump is a racist and wants to take African Americans in this country back to the Jim Crow era and then eventually back to slavery. That's just not true.
Rick, it's not there, but it's a common rallying point with a lot of these folks, especially Maxine. And when you're out trying to rebel rouse a crowd, that's how they demonize their opponents, if legitimate or not. And some of them may be, but this case, it's just not.
Well, there's a lot.
I mean, he doesn't have a hiring record of that.
No.
It's, I just don't see, again, if he is out to get you, why is he providing employment? Why are the numbers up? Why are so many things going in your direction? Gosh, I wish somebody was out to get me that way,
Well, here's what I understand, and we all have to do it in our own life, me included, and some things that, you go through and you address and you keep going through the process of, this. But let's just go to one that seems to be impossible to argue biblically at all. If this woman or man or anybody was in a church and they're a Democrat, modern day, and they've been an activist as a powerful Democrat, I think there's three things that you could ask them. Hell, we're here today of a community that you represent, and things haven't got better for us. Should we hold you accountable for that? Because we've had you as our representative, or is she a senator or a rep? Whatever she does, you represent our district either in the Senate or in the House. I'm not sure which one she is. But anyway, we send you to represent our community. And we've done that several times, and every time we get together, we're always talking about how bad it is. Mm-hmm. Could you be maybe held accountable for that you haven't got the job done? That's one. Number two, you're inside a church that claims to be, of the church era from Acts forward. We're the church that Jesus Christ established. But yet you stand for people being able to take the life of an unborn child, and the Bible tells us life starts at conception. Then you're also telling us that there's all sorts of versions of marriage that are in conflict with what God says his standard is. Does everybody ever ask her these questions? In a church. I'm talking if I'm going to come in and speak to a church. I would expect if when I go to speak at a church that people would say, hey, there's some things y'all do on the air, or there was something you said on the air today that I'm not sure is biblical. They would have the right to do that and probably should. You're going to vet out anybody you put. So I've just always confused about how those two big items somehow just get overlooked in the church body with strong, dug-in, far-left Democrats who say they are part of the church. And not just I'm sitting in the church body or I'm a member of a church and these things are open in my life. I'm in the pulpit in a leadership position with these views. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, because if you start saying, well, I've come to the conclusion, which is kind of the thing, that God's evolved on these two issues, and I don't think this is his revelation about that. 6 minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. We got a lot to do on another edition of the Rick and Bubba's show. Our first item we got to deal with is what? The national anthem. So let's get it done. 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour is rolling, and we're glad you're here. And we will get your phone calls in today at 866-WE-BE-BIG as we discuss the stories from the last time we were together. Yesterday, we talked to a representative, so we were in the House yesterday. Today, we'll go to the Senate. Senator Tommy Tuberville will be with us on the program today out of Sweet Home, Alabama, and he has been in the news a lot lately, and we'll chat with him today as he makes another stop by the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy have given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Eddie Van Adler now gets the YouTube experience enhanced, both live and archived. And the Wednesday Bible study comes back today as we finish out Revelation chapter 6 with seal 5 and 6 today. Oh, my. So that's coming up today in the Wednesday Bible study live at noon Central Time on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If you have not subscribed to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, you're not getting the alerts when something new is there. So be sure and subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything. It helps us out, too. And you get alerts anytime something new is coming to the YouTube channel. So do that for us today. And those of you that watch that live and archived or go and check all the content there, thank you for that. So that's coming up on the program today. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
There we go.
Good, Rick. How are you, sir?
Well, ready to unpack it. I know that, as I said yesterday, we were in the House. I guess today we'll go to the Senate. We'll bring in a senator today to try to unpack the state of our country. Not good. It's just not good. We are not in a good place right now. So we'll kind of unpack all that and just kind of look and see where all this chaos may be going. We'll see.
Yeah, it was a real dumpster fire yesterday. If you were watching any TV, I don't want to dwell too much on it today. I think it's been covered probably ad nauseum.
Yes,
but
it has. Yeah, sure.
Of course, colorful commentary will be forthcoming.
Oh, of course.
And we will ask Senator Tuberville about it, who was coach and friend before he was senator. So we're always glad to see him. And I think I missed him last trip he was here.
Did you?
I think I was in the hospital or something during that. So
maybe.
Anyway, we're glad to have him back, and we'll cover some of these topics that you folks are asking about. I get in the email, and it's I tell you, it's crazy out there. I don't know. I'm sure there's some people from the Democrat cartel that was excited about seeing what happened with Trump yesterday. But I tell you, I think it's disturbing. More than, hey, I like Trump, Jimmy Jam, all that stuff. But when we start indicting former presidents and current candidates, that's the one we can't forget, a declared candidate for office of the president, and we can let a district attorney at a state level file charges. You know, too, what was so funny or strange about this, and I watched all kind of opinions on it yesterday. These are misdemeanor charges for entering a business document and it being classified the wrong way or something. And they strung that together with a crime that they have not yet acknowledged, saying that we can raise this to felony because of this crime, but they're not required to tell you what that crime is.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know, when I heard one time catch and kill, I thought, oh my gosh, this is a lot more serious than I thought.
Yeah.
But they're talking about catching stories and killing them, which anybody at that level tries to do that kind of stuff. They try to keep bad press down.
They have meetings about it.
Yeah, they have teams that specialize in it.
Right. Yeah.
You remember
They're called
Hillary?
spin doctors.
You remember Hillary when she was in charge of the bimbo squad? You know, any bimbo eruption, if somebody come out and said, "Hey, Bill Clinton fondled me," they went after him.
Right.
So this kind of activity, while you might think, well, this is not nice or not the way it should be, is the way it is, and it's just a very strange prosecution. One, the guy ran for office saying he was going to get Trump, which to me, if you're a district attorney, you have to be fair and follow the facts. If you already have that prejudice going in, I don't know how you do that.
Right.
The judge's daughter worked for the vice president and President Biden, and still works for some left-wing groups. So, and you're in an area that voted for about 80% Joe Biden. I don't know how any judge, any jurist of any type would go, this is a fair situation to be tried in. And I think that's the greater danger here when you see this, whether you like Trump or not. It really has nothing to do with that. He deserves a day in court. He needs to hear the charges against him and be able to defend himself in a fair environment. New York City, Manhattan, this judge, this DA is nowhere close to fair. No. And that should bother all of us as Americans. That's not what our system was set up on. And, you know, it kind of goes back to the old days when the king could lop somebody's head off for no reason. And that's what our whole legal system is based on, is to prevent that and a mob rule. So it's scary on a lot of levels.
Yeah, I do want to clarify one thing that I hear people, and we have a story on it today, that I think that they may be wrong on. Now, when I correct it, it's not going to make the situation any better. It's actually going to be worse.
Right.
But they they're making a lot of hay about something that Biden did yesterday, but I don't think y'all are reading that right. 15 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
God doesn't evolve on stuff.
Not that.
That's a misnomer there.
You talking about I have always been? Say.
Yeah, I don't think the great I am that have always been and always will be is going to, you know, make a radical change in the year 2018.
Well, amen. And then Jesus warned us about this, didn't he? He said, now there's going to be a lot of people saying they represent me. Look into their life and see if they do the will of my Father. If they do, they're probably legit. If they don't listen. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I am honored.
We know the show is aging before your ears and your eyes, and you know we're trying to do better and trying to take care of ourselves a little bit and do the best we can, move around a little bit, eat a little better, trying to do the best we can. Now I noticed today there's a drop off. That'll be a mountain to climb today. Looks like sponsor Bluebell Ice Cream will be coming by. That'll be a mountain for us today. But anyway, so.
I guess we can check dairy off today.
Yeah.
We covered that in our food groups.
So
that is still part of the food groups, isn't it? Don't they encourage you to have a little dairy?
Yeah, well, we have a deal where you hit all the food groups. We
Isn't that part of the pyramid?
We all spend so much time together at work. We don't spend a lot of time together away from work. I mean, not a whole lot, because we spend a lot of time together, you know, hanging out every single day. And so we kind of go off into our own little worlds after, you know.
Rick, we couldn't hang out much more unless we all lived in the same house.
That's correct.
You know?
So, you know, even on the health regiment, we kind of all have our own thing going. Speedy and Greg go to the same place in Adler. You know, we all have different things that, you know, trial and error on what works for us and what doesn't work for us. And I can only speak to myself. The only thing that has ever worked for me and now has been working, I've been doing a little over a year, is I got to have I'm talking about severe accountability. Hey, Burgess, where are you? We got this today. You need to get in and get this done. Hey, let me know how you're doing on your eating and all of that. And it works if I'll, you know, actually – now, I'm a grown man. I could just say, no, I'm not going to do that. But it's good to have someone to answer to. And so, you know, Bubba, after the stint, is trying to work his way back to be able to get back to play tennis again and trying to, you know, look at some health options. And, of course, it didn't take long for the place where I go and where I go to work out and move around, do a little better. It always happens because we're connected. Tell Bubba to come here. And I said, well, you know, first of all, I like to be a friend. I don't like to annoy a friend. You know what I mean?
there's a line there.
I certainly never want anybody to be drug into my world unless they want to. And so it became, at the place where I go to work out, it became, has anyone got an update on whether the unicorn will ever come? Yeah. And they started referring to Bubba as the unicorn. If he could ever get here, and we'd love to meet with him. And then another friend of Bubba's who works out there too, he started trying to, you know, he came alive with it all. And so there is a chance today that Bubba says that after we have a conference call today that he will go with me and meet these people today.
Yeah, let the tour begin.
Right. So I mean, this is a big day.
Yeah.
And I text yesterday.
And here you're going to come in with a rope, and on the other end a unicorn.
That's what I said today. I said here is a window today that I may produce the unicorn. And
I can just see you holding a rope with a unicorn prancing behind you.
Yeah. Now, you know, it's they're trying to be masterful with this. They said that they would love to work Bubba in through their, you know, cryotherapy room and their compression room where you get in the chairs and it compresses. I hope you checked with your doctor on that.
No, I haven't.
Right, but we may just avoid that today. And you just see them.
This is just a paperwork.
This is a tour
visit tour thing,
right? Yeah. And they're certainly not the kind of people that a lot of these organizations mistakes. I found out that when you are dealing with people who deal in health and fitness, to say they're all the same is a huge mistake. You have people that are highly trained and are highly educated on the human body and It is 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. And we are fired up and glad you are here today. So obviously the Trump indictment, the circus that was that yesterday, it'll be a big topic. I know a lot of you want to comment on that. That's fine. Bubba gave you a pretty good monologue on the sadness of it this last segment. But a lot of you are making hay out there, and I see we got a Fox News story, and others are covering it too, that you are trying to suggest that this Joe Biden thing yesterday, when he's asked, is the indictment of your predecessor politically divisive or politically motivated, and everybody's saying, well, Biden didn't even try to distance himself from him. He just sat there and laughed. Y'all, he doesn't know where he is. Yeah. I think y'all are giving him far too much credit. He doesn't know he didn't even know where he is. I don't think anybody who has a mind that works appropriately really believes that Joe Biden is running this country and is truly out there doing all this. What he's doing is he's laughing because he's in here and it's just chaotic all around him. He doesn't know what in the world is going on. Yeah. Now, I know that everybody's, look at him, he's laughing right in their face. He's letting them know that he was behind this and he was the mastermind behind all this. Now, his brothers, may be working with everybody and being masterminds behind this and out to get him, and the Biden family no doubt can get you. If you think the current mental state of Joe Biden has any idea what they're asking him right now and what's going on, he just watch him. Yeah, it comes across as quite devious and all that, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm telling you, he didn't know where he is. He has no idea. You're giving him too much credit when you say so watch him right here, bro.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Thank you. Let's go, guys. Thank you.
What he's doing is laughing at all of them shouting at him, and he doesn't. He
has
can't.
no idea
he can't understand what they're saying. Didn't know what's doing. He's just going.
That sounded like when the feed hit the trough at the chicken house.
Right.
Yeah,
Watch his face. This is just a guy who's in a room and it's chaos, and he just gets this. I remember, and I don't want to be. I won't get very detailed on this, but I actually played football alongside a guy who was an incredibly good football player. But he did have some challenges as far as, in the classroom. Of course, I did too, to a degree. But if you got things too complicated, he would just smile. Mm-hmm. I remember us sitting there and the coach sitting down trying to get us to lay out to him what kind of blocking schemes we were facing. And he looked over to him, and he was tremendous and a good man. I'm talking about a heart of gold, and could play. And buddy, if he didn't have some of these challenges, probably would have gone on to play anywhere he wanted to play.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And he was a superior athletic ability to me by far. But when it came to the finer elements of the game, we pretty much told him, go get the man with the ball. Okay. That's what we finally broke it down to. And he did that quite well. But we were every time you would discuss things like tell us what defense they're in or offense they're in, what kind of blocking scheme are you getting, and and you know what he would do? This. He would just start smiling, and as soon as he said that, we'd say just go get the ball. Okay,
go get it.
Yeah. The timing of the smile doesn't help, though, because he's sitting there hung in a stare, and he doesn't smile until that question is asked.
But he doesn't. He has no idea. He has no idea.
He's looking off into space. I mean,
now don't hear me say that means that it isn't politically motivated.
Right.
I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah.
Because it is. That's quite obvious. Yeah. But what I'm saying is Joe Biden being the mastermind behind this and his current cognitive state.
Yeah.
And you to think that and even think he knows what's going on and is running this country, both of those are completely foolish. Yeah. But because he cannot grasp what's going on, he's liable to do stuff like this that looks awful because he does not. I mean, guys, he keeps telling people not to jump, that we don't know what's going on, and he keeps trying to address people that aren't in the room. At one point, he addressed someone who had passed away. Mm-hmm. Okay, he told somebody before when he still had somewhat a grasp of his cognitive skills to stand up for everybody, and they'd been in a wheelchair for a long time. I mean, he's at one time, like Greg said, he was telling us about his hairy legs and being a lifeguard. I mean, he makes up stories that never happened. Yeah. I mean, it's that smile right there is a smile of, and I got no idea what's going on in here. So
Jean-Pierre also claimed yesterday he didn't know till we all knew.
Right. Yeah. Right. Now that may be true. And I would say I dare you to let me ask him what's going on right now, see if he can tell me without anybody. Nobody writing anything down.
No teleprompter.
No teleprompter. Let me just ask him a question over lunch, okay? And y'all can't even be there. So good. He does have another one, and it has nothing to do with this. Here he goes again, Greg, and he keeps doing that thing that Dana Carvey cleverly pointed out. I'm not joking. Yeah. And no one ever thinks he's joking. I mean, so this is 1B. Here he is, and he's talking about your kids doing homework online, and he talks about McDonald's and working off their power. So here we go.
And these investments mean, by the way, you moms and dads who didn't have that internet available to you, next time your kid has to do homework online, you don't have to pull up in front of a McDonald's and work off their power. I'm not joking.
I love the Wi-Fi, not their power.
We're not their power, their Wi-Fi. But nobody thought you were joking.
No, not joking.
I mean, who thinks you're joking? I mean, yeah. Do I know when people don't have internet, they go somewhere?
That's his bridge comedy.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? College students actually go to coffee shops too.
Yeah,
I'm not joking.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
I'm not joking.
I love the silence when he finishes. Nobody knows. Huh?
What do you mean? What do you mean joking? Are we supposed to be laughing right now? I mean,
These investments mean, by the way, you moms and dads who didn't have that internet available to you, next time your kid has to do homework online, you don't have to pull up in front of a McDonald's and work off their power. I'm not joking.
Nobody thinks you're joking. How about this?
Rick, when he also, if he ever goes on, by the way, look out. Look out. Get ready for anything.
Greg, listen what he's saying. No, I guess if I do have my own internet, I won't have to go somewhere else and work off their power. What do you mean you're not joking? That's just true.
Not a joke.
Yeah, right.
Let work off their power.
Yeah, and that's fine. He couldn't find the word. I've been there. Of course, I don't run the free world, but right, but
that's true.
Not that much expected of us.
Right. If we can't quite find the word, it doesn't make people, have a hard time sleeping at night.
No.
Yeah. So anyway, I just this thing, and then of course we got all kinds of other stuff involving the Trump part of this, and we can get into some of that today or not. But we'll
this DA too. 50% of the felonies that come in, he downgrades to misdemeanors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And of the cases that they try, they only have a 50% prosecution rate, which is horrible. And, it's amazing that this has gone this far. And look, I know a lot of you don't care for Trump on some level or another. And,
look, I'm not crazy about it.
And he doesn't make it easy sometimes.
Right, yeah.
But this is ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's not really the point of all this, is it?
No, it really isn't.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show will continue. We'll get to some of your phone calls today as well. And Tommy Tuberville, Senator, will be up with us next hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Exercise and stretching and nutrition, and then you have the people that just bought a franchise to a gym. You know what I mean? And those are the places where you can go and really get hurt, of the ones who don't have the expertise and say, well, here's something I read off the internet, do this today. So you want to go somewhere where the people are highly trained, highly educated, and have a process that has some references that say we know what we're doing. So this is what we have here, and they really can give you as much help and some as good a results as you're willing to do.
I have a question.
But there's no fear of you being put into people that don't know what to do, and I'm just saying.
Right,
you know what I mean?
And I know, and I appreciate you screening all that out for me.
I did.
I have a question.
I was tricked into it, just like I'm tricking you into it.
We've been doing this show a long time, and I know we get on different kicks, and we try to do better, but there are times that we try to do better more than other times.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be times when we let ourselves go for a month or two, and then we go, hey, we got to get focused again and whatever. On this tour, Bubba, are you going at like a field trip where you just want to see it? Or are you going with the intent of I'm starting?
This is more of a field trip today.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want you to get too excited or what. I know you're checking the list off.
No.
I know you just want to get it. Hey, here he is. Mm-hmm. I get that.
I'm not from the school, and we all love people like this, and sometimes they can be good for us.
Right.
But I'm not of the school that I think the process to get people to do something is to annoy them into it.
No.
I don't like that to be done to me, and I certainly don't do it to other people.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But you want to go to see the place.
Yeah, he wanted to.
Yeah.
And when he said, hey, what about this week? And he's threw Thursday out, and I looked at Thursday and texted him yesterday. I said, I think Thursday will work if you want to go. This is his decision.
I'm the driving force behind this.
Right.
Today.
Yeah. I'm not. See,
do you think you'll get caught up in it when you're there and go, okay, I'll be back tomorrow?
Well, again, as Rick said, I think we all have different goals and different ways to get there, and everybody. I mean, just like we have different addresses, I think we have different ways and motivations to get there.
Yeah.
And
to get where?
I'll have to do what I need to do.
Where you want to go, Bubba?
I want to get in better shape and get back so I can play and
play tennis.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. It's just like I told Rick. If I'm out running I'm bored to tears. But if I'm out catching passes from somebody, I enjoy that. You know, I have to have a game almost tied to it.
Are they going to have you running routes out there, you think?
Well, I don't know. I keep hearing about the field. That's why I was.
They got a field.
Yeah.
Boy.
And it's a hot field. It's very hot.
Yeah, I bet now.
Yeah,
really
but and you'll move up and down it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Start you off with a little slant, and then we'll work on the post and go later.
But what I've noticed is
the
certainly
flag route's going to be much later.
But here's what they've said, which I think is good, and they don't
a lot of drag routes.
They don't do this that often because it's not designed that way. Because I don't think they have, the number of trainers to do this the way it's designed. They do classes, different kinds of classes, and then you have us who are a little bit older in classes, and of course the athletes are in a separate building. I mean, a whole different deal. But
is that the one I'm going to see today?
Yes. No, you and I don't even need to look in that room. But what I'm saying is they're saying for Bubba, because they realize he's coming off the stents, he's had the knee issues, that they'll start out working with him as an individual, then work with him into.
But when they think he's ready for a group, they'll throw him in a group.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you need to take advantage of that, Bubba.
So they're not going to sit there and go be here at 3:00 today for our 3:00 class. We're not doing that. And because that ain't going to work. I mean, that's not the way to go.
No.
And it's so funny because, you'll need to stick, if you decide to do it, to people like me and the great Lucky Bailey, like we'll lean over to you when they throw a workout up there and we'll whisper to you what our day is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'll
No, what do you mean they throw it up there? I don't
well, they put it work. You'll look on the screen. You'll say, today, here are the things we're doing. And let's say you look up and
there's a screen up there?
Yeah, there's screens all in there. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
But let's say it looks up and it says there's some letters that you and I've been there over a year and I still don't know what the letters mean. I always have to have them. Now show me what that is. And I'm sure that's getting on their nerves.
Like a letter, what do you mean?
Well, like they will say, today we're doing they'll have letters that might represent, today we're doing a power clean, okay? And they'll have it up. Well, I can't ever remember what a power clean is. I mean, I kind of know. I know what a clean is, but then I'm like, now power, what does that mean? Is that where you go it all the way through? Or is that we do half of it? Mm-hmm. And then he'll look over and go, and we'll do a warm up. Here's what we're doing. Okay, I remember that. So I never can remember the words, and I think that's why me and the older people, we have to ask, what does that mean? And so I don't know what that means, and then they show us, and then we go, oh yeah, I got you. And let's say they say, today we're doing 20 of fill in the blank, and then I'll lean over to you and say, that means 12. It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Saw Mike Lindell last night all over TV. Did you see him standing there? But he was there.
I told Betty about that Babylon Bee. She got a laugh out of that.
That was so good. So anyway, MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there and you'll see some incredible savings right now. My coffee is 50% off. The all-season MyPillow slippers, $25, a savings of $125. Men's and women's sleepwear and loungewear, 80% off. And, of course, they launched the MyPillow 2.0, made right here in the United States of America. It has that brand-new temperature-regulating technology. I love that. And makes you comfortable throughout the night. They're buy one, get one free right now and have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry them. They have a 60-day money-back guarantee. And you can go right now to mypillow.com/Bubba, and all these savings can be found there. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So we here's some sound clips that we have for you today. So Adler, will start with 2A, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. She's not going to comment, and then we'll have Ducey asking if she's concerned about this is going to open up Pandora's box. And then we'll actually go back and we'll hear DA, which I think those letters can mean numerous things now, Alvin Bragg during the 2021 Democratic primary, and he's basically telling us and bragging that he'll get Trump.
He says he knows more about Trump than anybody. He sued him 100 times, and he's running to convict Trump.
Yeah, so we'll start with yesterday with Karine Jean-Pierre is not going to comment on this. Here we go.
Can you you give us any sense of how President Biden is taking all of this in just as a moment in American history? Obviously, he's a consumer of news. Has he been watching, reading the developments that are unfolding right now?
So first, I have to say this it's an ongoing case, so we're just not going to comment on the case specifically itself. So obviously, he will catch part of the news when he has a moment to catch up on the news of the day. But this is not his focus for today.
Have you spoken to him in recent days about these developments?
I have not. I have not focused. I have not spoken to him in the recent days on these developments. It's not. Again, it's not our focus. I will reiterate what I said last week when it occurred, when we first learned about the indictment. The president was not given a heads up. He was briefed by his chief of staff, and he learned about this just like all of you.
Oh, my goodness. Why do they think we believe this?
Again, our focus right now is on the American people, and I'm just not going to comment on
well,
any
Joe,
ongoing.
Joe better pay attention to it because they just put his neck on the block, too. No, I doubt he was watching. I heard that there's some really good reruns of Petticoat Junction.
That is good. Or he could have been taking one of his several naps.
Right.
So now, of course, Deuce can't let that go. So now he's going to ask, is there any concern about the local DA indicting a former president, and as you keep pointing out, Bubba, and a current candidate? So here we go.
Biden is a lawyer. Is he
and the president of the United States and the commander-in-chief, but go ahead.
He is, but as a lawyer, is he concerned at all that a local DA indicting a former president could, down the line, open up the possibility, set the precedent, that local DAs that don't like former President Biden could indict him?
I'm not going to comment from here.
Why don't you have more to say about the Trump indictment?
It is an ongoing case, and I've been very clear about that. We've been prudent about that, not commenting on ongoing cases, and we're going to stick to that.
But for
Peter?
better or worse, all that anybody in the country is talking about at this exact moment while we are in here is Trump. And they look here to find out what the White House thinks about it. And
well, I think the American people should feel reassured that when there is an ongoing case like this one, that we're just not commenting.
And so, does the lack of comment mean that you do not think anything happening in New York today is one of the top issues facing the country at the moment?
That's your assessment. That's not my assessment. I'm just laying out the facts that we are just not going to comment on an ongoing case from here. And we've been very consistent. We've been very prudent, and we're going to stick there.
Would it be prudent?
Later, she was asked, then why are y'all commenting on the January 6th ongoing cases? And she said that's a different situation.
There's 500 ongoing cases from January the 6th. 500, and they comment on it daily.
Yep. Here's Alvin Bragg from 2021. He's going to pretty much show you his hand on how he sees President Trump, and you certainly wouldn't take away from this. So when he gets his opportunity, he'll take it. You wouldn't take that.
Yeah, it's hard to follow somebody saying, well, we're just going to go where the facts lead us after you ran for office with this type of comments.
Yeah. Here we
Let's
go.
talk about what's waiting for the new DA. The docket. We know there's a Trump investigation. I have investigated Trump and his children and held them accountable for their misconduct with the Trump Foundation. I also sued the Trump administration more than 100 times for DACA, the travel ban, separation of children from their families at the border. So I know that work. I know how to follow the facts and hold people in power accountable.
Yep. You're getting, boy, this must be a day for you, Alvin.
And that was mild compared to some of his comments.
Oh, sure.
There's a lot of clips out there. You can look them up for yourself.
So George Washington University law professor Jonathan Turley, he is going to slam Mr. Bragg because he is calling this a political persecution. And what he is saying is this case being brought is ridiculous, basically.
Yeah, he lays it out pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a little longer clip, but worth the listen.
Yeah, so here's Jonathan Turley, George Washington University law school professor.
Let's bring in George Washington University law professor Jonathan Turley. Jonathan, I was anxiously waiting for this indictment, and I'm flipping through, and after our talks again and again and again about the bootstrapping of the misdemeanor to make it a felony, looking for the underlying felony.
Yeah.
Were you looking for it too?
Yeah, it's like Orient Express without the body. I mean, you're looking for it, and it just never comes up. And the weird thing, I've never seen an indictment quite like this one. That is the key linchpin. That's how you get beyond the statute of limitations. I know a lot of judges that would have been not too pleased to receive an indictment like this and would have said, you know, what the heck is this? I mean, what are you alleging? And Bragg just sort of waved it off and said, I don't have to really say. But my question is, how did the grand jury understand what it was doing? We'll see a little better with the bill of particulars. But it really raises concerns as to how well the grand jury understood these key linchpins. Because this thing has the feeling of like a legal Slurpee. It's instantly satisfying, but has no nutritional value. There's really nothing there.
You didn't see anything that we didn't already know. I mean, we were going in saying, even if there are all these counts, now we know there are 34, but as far as the there tying it to the federal crime, you're assuming it's federal election law, right?
I am. Look, the thing is, this is basically what we expected. You had people like Lanny Davis, who represents Michael Cohen, saying, I'm warning you, there's going to be a lot of new crimes here, and there's going to be a lot of new facts. Well, it wasn't. I mean, this was the business falsification theory that we've talked about. The only surprising thing is that Bragg seemed to have solved the question of his authority through ambiguity. He just removed any direct references to what this underlying offense was.
And he was asked about it in the press conference and essentially said, I don't have to tell you.
Yeah.
And he will eventually have to say in the bill of particulars.
He will. And my guess is it's going to be a federal election claim. I mean, the reference to the state election law was so general and ambiguous. I don't think that could sustain this type of action.
So are you thinking that he's betting that this judge is just, because it's this big of a case, is not going to dismiss it?
Yeah. It's like that scene in Braveheart when he says, I hope we didn't get dressed up for nothing. I mean, he's hoping that this judge is going to be very timid and not throw this out. But there are substantial threshold legal questions here. And this case could collapse before it gets to a trial. And this is not the only judge that will have to look at this. And I think that has to weigh heavily on him because there's no there. Now, whether he can fill in those gaps, we'll have to see. But you would think if you were going to indict a president, you would rise to that moment of history and tell people with precision what it is that you want to convict him on.
We're obviously following a lot of different cases that are happening in a lot of different places, and we'll follow it all. But on this same day, the Ninth Circuit, U.S. Court of Appeals, rules attorney's fees in the amount of $121,972.56 are awarded in favor of appellee Donald J. Trump against appellant Stephanie Clifford, a.k.a. Stormy Daniels.
Yeah, we didn't find any evidence of what Bragg's alleging, but they may have found evidence that there is a God and he has a great sense of humor. I mean, the fact that these things would happen at the same time is absolutely otherworldly, but that is one decision that is not going to get reversed.
All right, Jonathan, as always, thank you.
There it is.
So Stormy Daniels owes Donald Trump an additional $121,000. She already owes him like $500,000.
Right.
And that ruling came down yesterday, too, from the Ninth Circuit, which is, the real liberal circuit out in California, which was strange.
Unbelievable. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know what I mean? In our world, that kind of thing.
What if this was the first day?
Run up and back, up and back, up and back, and I'll lean over and go, that means up and back. Because trust me, it ain't gonna take near as much for you and me to be huffing and puffing and our heart beating. But today is the tour.
What if Bubba got caught the bug and started in 3 years he won CrossFit Games?
Well, no, he has that capability.
I don't think you need to worry about that.
Kind of back up again today. There's been the ongoing stories about what happened to Amelia Earhart.
And she's an American icon, Rick, a hero. I mean, she set all these records. She was such a first, especially being a female doing this stuff.
Yep.
And then just disappeared on one of her flights. And there's theories about what happened. And but no one's ever been able to absolutely bring proof to the table.
Right, and then there was someone who was flying with her,
Noonan, Fred Noonan,
and then remember not that long ago, within the last seems like year and a half, we were talking about the story where they found the skeletal remains on an island, and they think it might have been them. Does this go along with that area they found that?
Here are the 5 best known and most logical theories to what happened to her. Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan crashed in the Pacific Ocean a few miles short of their intended destination due to visibility and gas problems and died instantly, okay? That is theory 1. Theory 2, Earhart and Noonan crashed on the islands of, and it used to be called the Gardner Islands. They later died there at the hands of coconut crabs, which hunt for food at night and grow up to 3 foot long.
What?
The name comes from their ability to open hardened shells of coconuts.
I've never heard that the two of them were killed by coconut crabs.
Now, keep in mind.
Have y'all ever heard that?
Think about how big they are and how strong their claws are if they can open a coconut.
Yeah. Show me them doing it again.
Not death by crab.
Theory number 3. Earhart and Noonan veered drastically off course and crashed near the Marshall Islands. They were rescued, but soon taken prisoners of war by the Japanese, sent to a prison camp in Saipan. Noonan was beheaded and died. Earhart died in 1939.
You said Earhart again.
Earhart died in
in
1939 from malaria or dysentery. There's only like one letter difference.
I know,
it's
buddy.
not
It's
pronounced.
different. I give you that.
If you're used to doing Earhart stories, it's easy to read that as Earhart.
Her name's pretty well known, but so's Earhart's.
Guys, have y'all seen
Theory
the coconut
4.
crab?
I got to
Theory
see
4.
one.
My gracious.
Well, we'll come back to that. Let's get through all the theories. Theory 4.
That one scared me to death.
Earhart and Noonan made it to the island as planned and was eaten by cannibals once they got there. Theory 5, Earhart was an American spy sent to gather information on the Japanese ahead of World War II and was shot down or destroyed somewhere along the way.
That's the big 5?
That's the big 5. Now, here's the thing. We've got a new crew, and they've gone back, and they said, look, we're going to figure this thing out with the evidence that was gathered at the time. And it's a very interesting story, and we'll put it in show notes today. But researchers analyzed 120 reported distress signals from Earhart after she vanished and found 57 of them to be credible. They say all the signals point to the Gardner Islands as the source because the clarity of the message received increased as the distance to the Gardner Islands were closer. Now, of these 57 reports, some of them were able to use directional antennas so they could tell you which direction it was coming from, and then you use the strength of each report to determine how close they would have been to that station. So when you draw all those lines on a map, they all cross at the Gardner Islands.
So we think Gardner Island is a legitimate, straight up, likely location that they were somewhere around there. And they made it to the island because they were sending out signals. Or was the plane sending out signals no matter what?
No, they were actually sending out distress signals. Now, based on the time those signals were being sent for several days after they disappeared, they also went back and ran tide predictions for the Gardner Islands area. Now, in one of the earlier messages, she said that they were down and surrounded by water. But for the generator on the plane to work, which charged the batteries, which ran the radio, they had to run one of the engines, and I think it was the one on the port side. They had to run that engine to actually make it all work. And they said that if they were in shallow water close to the island, they would have to wait till the tide went out.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we unpack another one. Senator Tommy Tuberville with us next hour. So we'll probably talk about some of this. We'll hit more than just Trump. We covered Trump pretty good, but we'll probably go back to that on the overall topic of what's going on with the state of our country. It's a lot of things that we're seeing right now we thought were unprecedented,
And I don't know that, just think there was a moment where you thought a transgender woman being a new spokesperson for Bud Light would be the most shocking thing you'd see this week.
Yeah.
And now let me tell you something, they're still up there in the top 3.
Yeah.
Shocking. I've never seen such a bad idea.
How's Kid Rock feel about it? Anybody know?
Well, we can show you that. We had that video yesterday. We didn't look at it.
Yeah,
but
I saw it.
It's got some language in it. But
yeah, don't let him.
Yeah, but he's not drinking Bud Light anymore. It doesn't appear.
No, I believe he's moved on to another brand.
What's he gone to? Does anybody know?
I don't think he's announced.
I'm Baptist. I don't even know what brands are out there.
I'm at the point right now when I see some of these bad decisions on Bud Light and on the CMT awards, I'm fully expecting NASCAR to have a drag queen as the Grand Marshal.
I know.
That's
next.
I mean, is that the next thing I'm going to see?
We're already beating them up about not being green enough.
Yeah, there's Kid Rock saying that he's done with Bud Light. Yeah. He's shooting it with a machine gun
at the lake.
Yeah,
I reckon he's at his lake somewhere.
And he's at the lake somewhere. Sorry, Bubba, but he is.
Oh boy,
Bubba, he also went and shot your lake house up.
Yeah,
but
it looks like the Air Force did too.
Right. All right. So, of course, when there's a big gathering, the naked cowboy has to find his way there, and apparently he was singing pro-Trump songs where Trump was being arraigned, and there's footage of it, of course. So he and I don't know that we got a shout out.
Trump took those regulations off the backs of those corporations. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Oh, it's the famous good idea.
Trump tried to build a wall. That wall will protect us all. Sounds like a good idea to me. Keeping the economy moving again with lower taxes for you, my friend. Sounds like a good idea to me.
He's just in the middle of all the chaos.
Build ourselves a strong defense. We're gonna kick those ISILs off the fence. Sounds like a good idea to me. Protect the cops, because all lives matter. Throw those thugs and slammer. Sounds like a good idea to me. But Alvin Bragg will not throw the thugs and the slammer. He's going to reduce their felonies, let everybody out on the street to further victimize New Yorkers. We all know the no cash bail problem. Eric Adams is complicit. They all are. But Donald Trump is not going to be convicted because I already said so.
Lock him up.
Now, don't forget he got run out of Mobile because he wouldn't put no pants on.
Yeah, we never. Did we talk about that on the show? No. I know we talked about it off there.
They said either get you some pants on or you got to go.
I saw that officer, and I do appreciate his frankness. He said it boils down to this: either put some pants on, or you got to hit the road.
Could he put shorts on?
No, he left. Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
He tried to call on his way down there during the phone trouble.
Sure. Look, there he is in Mobile being told, look, either get your pants on.
Now I'm having a serious conversation as I'm dressed this way.
You know what? I have to give him this. He has stayed with it.
He has.
You know, so many people will change course. He stayed with it.
He really has.
He really has.
Yeah.
I'm amazed. I really am.
Well, and
sounds like a good idea.
And people say this isn't a great country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's if you can't make it in this country, you just don't have the ability to come up with any ideas.
And you know, he did this before we had all the social media and all that. If he'd had that, I mean, he did it by hitting the streets.
He did.
By the way, I did not know the naked cowboy has a Jesus tattoo on one arm and the devil tattoo on the other.
Yeah, he does.
I did not know that about him.
Yeah, and that
sounds
like he, in his own words, yin and yang.
Yep, and which is you know, but anyway.
Sure.
But here's the when you
sounds like a bizarre idea to me.
Well, yeah, I don't. You know, I might go to the naked cowboy for a nice little laugh. I don't think I'd go to Sunday school class.
Sure.
But anyway, so let's discuss this. So let's think about what he did, what he's done, how he makes a living. Okay, and I understand. And it is something to be, hey, wow, good for you and all that. But I want y'all to think about this for a minute, okay? And see, I do this now. I push myself forward now, and it's really helped me a lot to see, you know, Rick, how you gonna feel now in a couple of weeks about, you know, or you'll be careful about your commitment to things. So he has to, in order to continue the flow of income,
Okay, because I don't know what investments he has or
Well, he's got oysters.
what his
He told us
retirement
that.
plan is. But now, I went out to Times Square.
He's won a couple of lawsuits.
I went out on Times Square in my drawers, in my cowboy hat.
Hey, no matter what the weather was.
No matter what the weather is. And I sang and I made some money that day. That was Monday. I now do it again Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't know what he does on Sunday.
Maybe rest, right?
Yeah, I don't know. But
It'd be tough to do that every
Do you
day.
realize? No, Greg, that's just 1 week. And you got to do that for years.
Oh, yeah. Think back to when he started.
At what point are you going to bed the night before going, so I got to put that cowboy hat on in my drawers and do it again tomorrow, or the long-term income stops?
Yeah.
I can't stop now.
I've got to put my underwear on.
Right. Yeah, and again, apparently
I got to stay somewhat in shape.
And I would say this:
Yeah,
apparently he has not made enough investments that he can stop doing it because he's still doing it.
Well, Rick, if you're a
just
musician, you just love what you do.
Yeah, but that's not really. Yeah,
that's not. Yeah,
it's different.
But that's being a
Rick,
that's like saying I get up every day and dress as Elmo and people get their picture made.
Yeah, but Rick, you have literally probably, if not tens, hundreds of thousands of people who sing in local nightclubs and bars, and they're never known on the national stage.
Absolutely.
And then you have Naked Cowboy, who everybody knows who he is.
Absolutely.
And to that point, I'm seeing some estimates of him making over $150,000 a year, and him being worth around $2 million. There are estimates of up to $4 million with his oyster investments and stuff. Naked Guy's doing good.
Yeah, but
you got to be naked.
Yeah, that's what I say. But in New York,
What's wrong with that?
He's a performer, so you have to perform.
Can I tell you, go to New York City and live on $150,000 a year and see if that feels rich.
Yeah,
right. Totally.
It really isn't.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Yeah. But the
sounds like a good idea to me.
But I mean these are not short days either, because if you're gonna get enough money in, you got to do it all day long.
Sure.
And look, not everybody's gonna love you either.
No,
you got to deal with some negatives.
Well, if you saw that video, he was singing to a negative.
You don't have a lot of.
You remember when they were trying to yank his underwear down? We had that footage.
Yeah.
That
I remember that.
But I will say this: he doesn't have a tremendous amount of overhead.
Now that's true. That's real
He doesn't
true.
spend a lot on clothes and dry cleaning.
Now housing in New York, wow.
Yeah.
Unless you just want to live in a closet, but still a lot.
I think he's got a secret place like in a parking deck right by Times Square. That's just my
Right.
guess.
They do it.
Yeah, kind of like a George Costanza kind of thing.
Yes.
Top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're excited. I mean, coming up this week, we're going to be interviewing Jason Whitlock, and there's something incredible that he, this was his vision, and it's coming to the Nashville area. We're doing the headlines again today on the Rick and Bubba Show, and I think we can all agree that the country is tearing itself apart, and I don't know how much longer we can be on this course. We desperately need a nationwide spiritual healing in the worst way. Some of the deep-set ideology that's out there dividing us. I mean, the dialogue now, but you got to be careful everything you say. Everywhere you turn, it seems like violence is on the rise. Jesus talked about this in Matthew 24. So there is a chance that the American culture that we once knew could be completely annihilated. So one of the things that we need most right now is always the answer for men of God to rise to the occasion and become who God has made us. And by the way, become what only God can make us. And that's what inspired Jason Whitlock to organize Fearless Army Roll Call. It's an all-day event in Nashville, Tennessee. It's going to encourage men to put on the full armor of God, take a stand against the evil forces destroying the American culture. Now, at this conference, you're going to hear speeches from Jason and several other special guests, but you are running out of time. Join the hundreds of like-minded men in Nashville on April the 15th. It's an important conference. Tickets are selling fast. If you want to secure yours, just go to fearlessarmyrollcall.com to reserve your spot today. Hurry, this is your last chance. Tickets are running out. And catch Jason Whitlock on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend.
Crank that engine to run it, to run the batteries, to run the generator, to run the batteries, to run the radio. Well, the times that these signals were being reported correspond exactly to low tide moments when they might have had the water low enough that they could actually crank the propeller.
That's kind of cool to come up with that.
So, see, they've been able to go back and put all this information that you can analyze into a database now. So they think that that's actually the island they were on. And if I'm not mistaken, the show a couple of years ago where they found the bones were on the Gardner Island.
They were, and how about somebody's lost the bones?
Yeah.
What the?
How do you lose the bone?
Didn't they send them to be analyzed and they were lost?
Yes,
we can't even have bones.
We
13 human bones.
We find 13 human bones on Gardner Island, and 3 years after they disappeared, and then we send them off to see if we can't close this mystery, and we lose the bones. How would you like to be that person? You got those Earhart bones? Huh? I thought you had them. I mean, that's a big loss. I mean,
how do you lose bones?
We lost them somewhere between here and the Gardner Islands.
How wouldn't you love to be the person in the conference room? Now, let me get this straight. We've worked on some incredible science to zero in on Gardner Island. We go there and find 13 human bones, and y'all have lost them? Mm-hmm. I don't know what happened to them. That would be a frustrating day.
Yeah, that's strange. You know, too, just to show her expertise in this, they said that if there was any hope to ever get the plane in the air again, they would have to have battery power to turn the engines over. So you think, why didn't she just use the radio without cranking the port side engine, which had the generator in it? They said that she was wise enough to know that if she ran the batteries down, they were dead in the water, so to speak. But if she could run that prop at all, even with just a little bit of fuel they had left, and charge the batteries while they were doing it, they would keep the batteries fresh in case they got a chance to crank the entire plane and roll it up onto the beach or even get airborne again. So she was wisely doing what they, basically would train you to do, flying that plane if you were in a distress situation or crash landed somewhere. So she was following the book, and it matched the tide patterns also, which I think it points to that area even more so.
Well, how come if they were getting distress signals out and we know where the distress signals were coming from, why couldn't they find them?
Well, they couldn't get to them. I mean, I guess in the few days that they had, they couldn't get to them, and they said that more than likely, if they were in low water, in other words, the water that came up on the plane to some point, and they were relying on the tide going out to be able to crank the engine, that the tide over a few days would have swept them out into deeper water, and they would have lost that ability. I don't even know how many days they actually sent distress signals. We'll have to look it up. But it's an interesting take. They've decided to get all the data that was gathered at the time and really try to put an end to this. But the Gardner Islands, it's named something else now I can't pronounce, but that appears to be where they probably landed.
How about losing those 13 human bones off Gardner Island was big.
Yeah. Who lost that? Who had those?
All right, so we want to look at the coconut. What's it called? Coconut crabs?
Coconut crab.
Well, giant.
I did not know that one of the theories about Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan. I had no idea that one of the theories was that they got on the island, they were alive, and they were killed by coconut crabs.
You're about to see why.
They come out and hunt at night.
They come out, so if I was laying on the beach trying to sleep because I don't have any bedding, they could come get me? Oh, my gosh, there they are.
It's a big old
looking at it on RBTV.
Well, now, if you look right here, Rick, on the broadcast, they said they did hear us say one time, holy crap, look at them crabs.
No, Greg, that doesn't say that. There's no one. How big's that joker? I want to see it next to something.
It's about...
that's a big crab.
Let me go back to this guy's foot.
It's about 15 inches, okay, and weighs about 8 to 9 pounds.
Did you say what?
Yes.
8 to 9 pounds of crab?
That's a big crab.
Nobody, I never hear about eating them.
There's that guy's hand right there. See?
If you'll go back to the first of the video, you don't have to do it now, but you can see a guy's foot standing next to it.
Well, look at this guy holding. He's trying to get the clamp on something to show you. Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we move forward. All right, so Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler here, Senator Tommy Tuberville coming up later in the hour. Wednesday Bible study back today. If you would like to be part of our ongoing walk through the Revelation, we'll be in Revelation chapter 6 today. And we'll try it again in verses 9 through 17. I don't know that we'll get through both the 5th and the 6th seal, but the 5th for sure, maybe the 6th. if time allows. We only the Bible study is an hour, so we'll see. Live at noon Central on the YouTube channel, 1 o'clock Eastern, then archived soon after to our YouTube channel. And the audio archive is always there every week on our podcast channel. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. And we only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Bubba, obviously the Trump indictment captured a lot of America yesterday, but you said something else happened that may be even more important.
Even more important, and I think on some levels bigger news, and I don't think most people heard it or understand what's going on, but Finland joined NATO officially yesterday, the 31st member of the Defense Alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And it more than doubled the miles that NATO shares with Russia. So now you have another country on Russia's border who is a NATO ally, who we are by treaty that we must defend if they're attacked.
That's big.
All 31 countries. Sweden has also applied for membership. Their their process is still ongoing. Russia has repeatedly said that Finland and Sweden joining would be an act of war.
Well, there it is.
There's one.
Well, this again is where Putin made a terrible miscalculation. When he invaded the Ukraine, as a protest of NATO's eastward expansion toward them, all it did is make them add more. As long as they're seen as a military threat, you're going to have that. You know, Russia had really had it going on in the oil business. They were, more part of the world financial community than they'd ever been. This was really a boneheaded move on Putin's part.
Well, because he came in, ideology matters. He wasn't excited about the downfall of the Soviet Union, and foolishly, he's like a lot of leftists in this country. They think that communism actually works, and it doesn't. And like you said, they really had been given the best opportunity to be a true superpower. They should have gone down the plan of China. China pretends to be communist, and the people live in communism, but the government participates in wide open capitalism.
Yeah,
and that's how they stay alive. If the Chinese government, they practice communism in their government
in the purest form, like Karl Marx wanted to, they would go on to the heap of history of failed countries like the Soviet Union.
They are an economic superpower because the government participates in the free market all over the world.
And see, I think this is where Putin's miscalculation is. We think of superpowers in the category of military, nukes, aircraft carriers. Superpower is really in terms of currency, dollars, financing, GPA. That's really where
if you don't believe that, the whole Soviet Union would collapse in a Cold War.
Yeah,
because of that those very principles.
They did not collapse because they didn't have missiles and tanks. They collapsed because they didn't have dollars or rubles in that case to feed their people.
Right.
The whole system collapsed. China has avoided that by being capitalistic.
Correct. But now the people are not allowed to participate.
No. They rule as communists, but their economy is capitalistic.
Correct.
Even though they won't fully admit that.
Right.
But it is.
I saw an article the other day. He, of course, trying to tie down exactly what he has. He may be the richest man in the world, Putin.
Yeah.
That was an article the other day said.
Really?
That
They had a guy that...
he's extremely wealthy.
I guess defected. And he was on the inner guard of Putin's detail. And he is saying that Putin is paranoid, mentally ill, will not come out of his bunker, and is deathly afraid of COVID still.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the
because
president,
he's a cancer patient.
The president of France went over there and met with him not too long ago. And you remember the picture? They were at this long table at opposite it. I don't even know how he talked to him. He'd have to shout down there too.
Didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it was not a very warm look. Right there it is. It wasn't a very warm looking meeting
at night.
So I think that even proves more
than a ping pong table.
He is paranoid about COVID and germs and his place in the world, and he's very much afraid of being assassinated or overthrown because of his goofy.
That may be a
moves.
legitimate fear.
Yeah, and so he stays in the bunker. He used to be, if you remember, he used to pride himself on going all over the country, and he would go to the factories and shake hands and have a soft drink with people in the break room and all that. But he hasn't done that in many years.
Well, now I told Bubba this in the break when he brought up Finland. Now, just drop all the R's and the D's right now, okay? Republican, Democrat, just drop all that. Just be a citizen of the nation called the United States of America. And let's all look to the Oval Office, okay? Doesn't matter what party he represents. Let's just look at this man right now in the state he is currently in. Now, I want you to imagine that Russia invades Finland now. See, right now he's basically saying, I love Zelensky, I love the people of Ukraine. But, unfortunately, there's no paperwork that's really tied me to them having to go in and militarily defend them.
Yeah, now they've applied to NATO, but that has not moved forward. Yeah.
But if Finland now gets invaded, we're in. And I want you to picture.
Oh, we have to defend them with nuclear weapons, with boots on the ground, everything we've got, just like the Russians invaded Iowa.
And I want you to picture that with the commander-in-chief being this man that we have right now. You think he could remotely deal with that kind of thing? And the world knows it. And the world knows because of we made such a foolish decision. Look, Democrats, even if you wanted to get rid of Trump, that's fine.
Yeah, it's bigger than that.
It's bigger than that. You should have given a candidate that at least could function, at a high level mentally. And is not obviously going through Alzheimer's and dementia. And what you've done is you've made us weak to the rest of the world. And there's things that people are going to do right now they would not do if we had a different commander-in-chief. And look, we all know it. That's not a political statement. That's just strategy and for the rest of the country. And so no one fears this country right now around the world. No one. We are a laughingstock because have y'all seen, and we didn't play it, have you seen the latest Babylon Bee parody? And I, you don't have to search for it right now, where they have a Chinese military officer that an actor is playing, and he's got one of our military people, and it shows you how to defeat us. And he starts calling him the wrong pronouns, and our military guy starts screaming and hollering. But don't think those kind of jokes aren't really going on, okay? The thing we have the brewings of World War all around us, and we're doing societal experiments in the military.
Oh yeah,
and making those more important than being battle ready. And right now, we would say we'd rather not be battle ready, but be woke and get a good score on our wokeness.
And have our vax cards.
Yeah, and have our vax cards ready to go. And if you don't think that our enemies are laughing, I mean, it is. And now, so that you're right, Bubba. That's big news because if you just saw the map Adler put up, if not, I mean, there's Finland right on the Russian border.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
big border.
They're right there where Ukraine is.
Yep,
it's just up above them. So anyway, all right, we'll come back. We'll take some of your phone calls, and then Senator Tuberville at the bottom of the hour.
Did you see? I noticed Adler has it here. This ejection yesterday after the pitch clock violation.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
Boy, it's a different baseball game, isn't it?
It is. Phone calls next. All 10 lines available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Powerful there. There
well,
it is.
Oh, God. See that with a bottle top?
Did you see how quickly
it folded
Martha
a bottle
ain't
top
people.
like you would fold a piece of paper?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's their feet.
That's a lot of. So, but you really think one of those could kill you?
I don't think a crab.
Well,
could
I
take
think in numbers.
Yeah, like think of the snowflake.
I can outrun them.
They catch an artery with those claws, it's over.
Or yeah, man, imagine what they do to your index finger.
They could break your finger
Because you
like
can't.
that.
Hey, you're bleeding out on an island.
Yeah, imagine a
can't.
beach full
There's
of those, though,
nothing you can
Rick, where you couldn't get, and they can get in the water, I guess.
Help me! Yeah, is that what?
All those
I'd be cooking some crab claws.
In any of the reported
Ocean. I think there's ocean.
Any of the reported distress messages, she never mentioned that. That's just part of the theory. She did mention water rising and a storm coming up.
Just look at that big A crab.
Help me, the crabs are getting me.
Miss Speedy.
Well, let me ask you this.
I
If
don't
you-
think
if
they
you-
were eaten by those
No,
crabs. I don't think those crabs. They could bother you, give you a hard time, but they're not going to eat you.
Oh, it hurts.
But let's say you
Okay,
died
they didn't do that.
on the island, they
They
would
didn't do
probably
Oh well, yeah, but
take care of the
they give
rest.
you-
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm
Look
still-
at that. Look at that.
I'm
little
still
top.
mad that 3 years after they were missing, we found human bones on the exact island we think they were on, and somebody lost them.
Greg, did you lose them?
That'd be about like me.
I gave them to Greg.
Well, you know
You're supposed to
probably
bring 'em
what
back.
happened too, Rick. Let's see.
I
That's
was
what
looking at
year
those
were they
crabs.
lost? 36? Was it 36?
35, 36, somewhere in there.
So it was about 39 or 40, I guess, when the bones were. Okay, she disappeared July 2nd, 1937.
Okay.
So, that would have put us in 1940, and we were not in World War II yet, but it was the Pacific was under control of the Japanese Empire at that point, and we were fighting them in China already with the Flying Tigers. By the way, you ever read those stories? Pretty good. So, we had other things we were concentrating on.
Yeah.
You couldn't just get out there and scout for bones everywhere.
All right, Mike in Birmingham. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, man, I was just, one thing, you can't even have no bones or nothing.
I mean, hey, I told Terry to keep him bones and send them. And hey, he's lost them. You can't even have bones. You can't even have Amelia Earhart and Noonan's bones. Noonan. Go ahead.
I was just curious if you guys had seen that picture. It looked like them, Noonan and Earhart, it looked like a picture of them being captured, and they had, like, guns drawn on them and everything. And I was just curious if y'all had seen that picture.
Well, if that picture's real, then we've solved the mystery.
Well, I saw that because that's one of the theories that they were taken prisoners by the Japanese and sent to Saipan. And what it is, I think, if I remember the picture right, it was actually from a prison camp. And they think that you can identify her as one of the prisoners.
Right. I haven't seen
if
that.
I remember that right.
But to answer your question, no, I haven't seen
She
that.
looked kind of like a man. I could say that.
Greg.
She did. I mean, if from far off, you could think that might be.
Well,
right.
yeah, man.
It's
Well,
good.
he makes a look.
Now,
look right
she's
here,
a little
Rick.
man.
I got one picture of them being held captive by coconut crabs.
Right. Now,
She
Rick,
does kinda look like
this
a boy.
guy who has
see?
done this,
It's like two brothers.
who's done this, they also went to Gardner Island, carried 4 bomb-sniffing dogs. I'm sorry, bones. You got that?
Well, they thought that she
4
left the bomb
bone-sniffing
there.
dogs. And as part of the expedition that was sponsored by the folks that did this and the National Geographic Survey, and they said that the dogs located a spot. In other words, they had a hit on a spot, but they were unable to find any bones, although they did sample the soil and has sent that to Germany for DNA analysis. So maybe we'll get a report
That's a
on that.
stretch.
Well, you never know.
You realize how dangerous what she was trying to do was at that time.
Right. I'm gonna have to explain this message I just got from Gary. People half listen.
Yeah.
You know what it says? Hey, call me. Bubba said they found Dale Earnhardt.
Okay.
He's really sounds hopeful too in his voice.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. Phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Then after the bottom of the hour break, we'll have Senator Tuberville with us out of Alabama. We talked to someone from the House yesterday, and then today someone from the Senate with all that is going on. Crystal is in Gadsden, Alabama. And Crystal is listening to us on Z93. Crystal, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead. What's on your mind?
Biden's in the White House and everything, and I really and truly feel like the reason he keeps sending all of our money over to Ukraine, funding this war, and he's not doing anything to, put hold on Russia or to even stand up to China or anything, is because him, his son, the whole family is bought and paid for by them.
Well, there's no doubt that the Biden bunch, his brothers and his son, have done quite well with money that they've made from the oligarchs, from
selling a little access to the big guy.
Yeah, and they're you could certainly look at that narrative and go, well, but they've done quite well, and it's in them wanting to. Of course, now you'd have to be like they're doing with Trump. You'd have to find a district attorney that's kind of working, against the Bidens, the right state and all that, kind of like they've done.
Yeah.
I guess they don't fear that they've created an environment that they themselves could be indicted, because they figure that no one is devious enough to put together the proper indictment against them and make it stick. I don't know. I will say that the Bidens and the Clintons, it's like trying to get a duck wet. I mean, you just keep pouring water on them, it just rolls right off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's go to Marcus out of Tallahassee, Florida. Marcus, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Listen, I like to think ahead, so I've been taking Mandarin lessons. So in a year, I'll be speaking a native language. I've also been working on my English. Swim, fly, wise. Swim, fly, wise.
Shrimp fried rice.
He said he's learning Mandarin, so he'll be ready. That's good. 866 We Be Big. Lines are available for you if you want to join us. Move now, you'll get in. Let's go to North Carolina. Robert standing by. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, I want to know if y'all have seen Sky News from Australia. They just absolutely rip Biden. They make fun of him. They laugh at him.
I've seen some clips from Sky News of them making fun of Biden, but I don't watch it somebody would literally have to say, have you seen this clip?
Right,
I wouldn't even know where to find it. Yeah. But
yeah, they pop up on YouTube all the time.
Okay. But yeah, no, I've seen the other newscasts in other countries, and they being one of them, making jokes about Biden's gaffes and everything under the sun. Yeah, we are absolutely a laughingstock.
Yeah, it's definitely time for a youth movement.
Well, you saw that the Russian newscast when they were laughing about the prison swap that we did.
Oh, yeah.
They couldn't believe it.
They got the butcher for a basketball player.
Well, and they laid out in the newscast why they were able to make that swap.
Mm-hmm.
Because in our country, we have certain things right now in the woke environment that are more important, apparently, than not just the security of our country, but when you let out, what was his nickname?
The butcher. He was the butcher.
The merchant of death.
Merchant of death or something.
If you let out the merchant of death, and so we can get a women's basketball player back, I really believe it shows us that because she was female and that she was LGBTQ and she was a woman of color, that right now having all those boxes checked for us is more important, not than just our security, but the world's.
Oh yeah,
because the merchant of death, he's waged war and done things against
our soldiers
and the world. It's not just us. And I'm sure
he's back in office again.
I'm sure he's been rehabilitated.
I know. I bet he didn't go right back.
No.
Selling rockets to a bunch of thugs and stuff.
Let's go to Tom in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Tom, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, morning, fellas. Hey, I just would like to hear your opinion on. Think back to how the country profited during the peace and turmoil of Trump's election and his presidency. You don't think the country and the politicians want to see that turmoil, and that's why they're making this stuff happen right now as far as his indictment? I'd just like to hear y'all's take on that.
I didn't follow what you were saying.
I don't completely understand your narrative.
Yeah, run that by us again.
Well, you think about the turmoil and the disruption that happened during his presidency. There was a lot of profit made as far as economic profit made for the country, and helping with the deficit and things like that, and starting to move to secure the country as far as the oil pipeline and energy independence. And since he's left office, the Democrats are actually being seen for what they really are, or the current administration. And they don't like that. So maybe to plant that turmoil and cause disruption again, they're moving with this indictment to stir the nest up and cause disruption and instability in the country again.
Are you saying they want Trump to be president again because they themselves have to admit that economic times were good?
I don't think they want him to be president again. I think they don't like the fact that the silence and the relative, compared to his presidency, calm of the country right now, as far as Antifa's not vocal and all the riots and everything that were occurring during his presidency. I think the fact that those aren't happening anymore, they are being seen, the current administration and the policies are being seen for what they truly are.
You're saying they're trying to create
chaos.
chaos.
Needing a disruption.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
So who's behind it? I'm confused.
What he's saying is the Democrats love stirring, getting the Trump supporters all stirred up again, and they're hoping there'll be violence in the streets and chaos, because when that's going on, we don't see them for who they really are. They're using it as a shield for us to see them clearly. I think they have a maniacal obsession with Donald Trump, honestly. I don't think it's any more complicated than that.
Yeah, it is bizarre.
Now,
really
I heard one narrative. I heard Speedy talk about it in the break, and it got kind of laughed off because you'd have to say that the Democrats are a little more brilliant than they are maniacal right now, and that was that all this is this strategy is laid out for DeSantis to now lose support and people to run toward Trump to make him the nominee again so they can beat him again. Now,
I don't know that they're that involved with it.
Well, I'm saying
I think they're
not
more
saying
maniacal. I think they just want to destroy Trump at all cost, just because they don't like him.
Yeah, I've dealt with the left when they get angry, and when they get angry, there's this crazed maniacal. They want you dead, and they want to just
cut your head off.
I don't think because their worldview is so emotion based. I don't think they can really think level headed enough to come up with that plan.
Right
now, I could be wrong.
Now, sometimes things just fall in their lap, like COVID.
Absolutely, yeah. So. And boy, when they saw that opportunity, and they do know how to use it. Now that they do know, they do know. We look back now at the things they were able to convince us of with that pandemic that were not true, and so they know how to work a tragedy, but I'm not sure they're smart enough to create one.
Never let a tragedy go by that you don't advance your political agenda.
But I could be wrong. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Good. How you doing?
Well, I'm getting after it.
Hey, did you guys know there was a picture of, I think it was off Gardner Island not long ago. There's a big story about this, and there's a picture of Earhart, Noonan on the pier, and there's a Japanese freighter towing a barge, and the Electra, her plane, is on that barge, and it looks really all really like her plane.
Is this
I think this is the picture from the Marshall Islands where she's sitting on the pier with her back toward the camera.
Yep,
yeah,
that's it.
That's an interesting picture. Now, they say that you can see her and Noonan in the picture, but she's sitting with her back to the camera, and it's quite a ways off. It's kind of hard to see. Now, I don't know about the freighter and pulling the plane. That's all new, but the Marshall Islands were under Japanese control at that point. Now, the picture you're talking about was actually taken by a spy for the U.S. Navy of that island. That's it right there.
All right, so this is the one they're showing. I'm looking at it now, and they're saying that that looks like a very active harbor. I mean,
yeah, well, there's a lot going on.
They're saying they're bringing them in from the island.
So you see the picture is enlarged there. They say the one on the left is Fred Noonan on the pier walking toward the camera, that that there's a female with her back to the camera, which would be Amelia, and then to the far right is a blown up picture of what the freighter is pulling behind it, which looks to be an airplane.
Okay. So
and that story has kept the Marshall Islands theory alive.
All right, so under that theory, they were captured by the Japanese that controlled the area where they crashed, and the Japanese killed them or they died in prison.
Carried them, probably put them in a prison camp thinking they were a spy.
Okay. That's what. So they died. Their demise was the Japanese in that one.
Yes, in that theory.
$35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. Thank you for being with us here today. So yesterday, during the times that we are living in, we talked to somebody out of the House of Representatives, Jerry Carl, Alabama 1. Now let's jump over to the Senate, where Tommy Tuberville, Senator Tuberville, is here with us today. Coach has been with us several times. He, unlike many people, have no fear of being associated with this show, and
which is questionable.
He will boldly be on. He'll hang out with us. He'll discuss, his time at Texas Tech. We've had a lot of fun.
That
together.
always comes up. Doesn't it?
Well, let me
listen.
tell you.
I'm under orders from some of your staffers. Do not get in trouble.
Hey,
today.
I think it's a 10-year anniversary this year at the Regions, which we'll probably. I think y'all be there. Will y'all be there?
We'll
again?
be there.
I'll be there, and
Yep.
it'll be the 10-year anniversary, maybe of that. Maybe not quite 10 years.
I don't know. I think you're just throwing that out there. I don't know where you got that.
Yeah.
No one said that to me. I don't. But that doesn't mean it's not true.
Oh, by the way, I'm in D.C. most of the time, but it seems like Bubba always comes when I'm not there.
And
I go into my office and there's Dunkin' Donuts boxes and there's McDonald's sausage biscuit sandwich wrappers and I'd always know Bubba's been there.
I can show you a picture of him hanging out in your office when you weren't there.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
I sent the senator one. Say, hey, where you at?
Yeah. I hate to tell you this, but I always debug it. When I go in there.
So wow, our country. I know. I mean, we have unpacked quite a bit the indictment of former President Trump yesterday. We talked about that. I know we have other things to talk about. Do you want to make a comment on that, since that's the story at the forefront of everybody's mind right now?
Yeah, the one thing I'd like to tell people, Alabama, and even anybody that wants to listen, Democrat, Republican, it don't make any difference. It's sad for our country what happened yesterday. First time ever a former president has been indicted, and right or wrong, they'll come to the bottom of this. But the thing about it is, our country is in trouble. We've been a strong country for 248 years, and I'm seeing cracks in the armor. Now, I spend a tremendous amount of time in D.C. the last 2 years, and we've got a group on the very far left. Now, there's a lot of good Democrats, but the very far left they don't like the way this country is, and so they want to change it. Now, they would still want it to be America, but they want to change all the ideology. They want to change it to how they think it should be run, basically socialism. And they want big government. They want total power over everybody. And that's the reason they don't want Donald Trump, because he's exactly opposite of what they believe in. And so it's politicization of going after somebody that's running for president. It should never happen, but it'll all come out in the wash.
Yeah, and the sad part about our fellow Americans that think socialism is the answer, and I've heard this be said, and it's very foolish. When you show them, like Bubba says, the trash heap of all those that have attempted this in history before, they always think foolishly, very naive, yeah, but our version of it will work. Yeah. Because America's never tried it, so we'll get socialism right. Yeah. Which is foolish. But they seem to think that because you would think you could, if you came to me and I had an idea and you said, well, Burgess, I can show you examples that this idea doesn't work. And I go, yeah, but not the way I'm going to do it. I'll do it differently. But you can't take a certain form of government and it is what it is. No. And it doesn't work.
Rick, the only reason we've made it this long is because of the Constitution.
Right.
We have a set of rules, and we have bylaws like the Bill of Rights. We go by them. We stick with them. There's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be problems, but we can always overcome that as long as we go by the same rules. Everybody, they want to change the rules. I've got a couple of things going on in the Senate right now. They have bypassed the Constitution, and I'd be danged if I'm going to let them do it. You cannot make the rules up yourself, and that's what this group wants to do. They want to change the rules mid-game and say, we don't like them. It's either racist or it's
homophobe
detrimental to the country.
Or something.
Yeah, and so we got to stand up to that. And people listening to this, you got to listen now. We're in trouble. The country's in trouble. This is not like it normally is. We have withstood wars and protest. This is a battle against right and wrong, good and evil here. They want God gone. They want family gone. They want gender gone. They want everybody to go by big government. If you don't want to work, we'll send you a check. We can't live like that. This country cannot withstand that. Now, we've withstood a lot, but we cannot withstand what this group is throwing at us.
So you've been in the news for your hold on the military promotions.
Mm-hmm.
Let's cover that for a minute. There is standing law that says taxpayers do not have to pay for abortions,
correct? The Hyde Amendment. Yeah, the Hyde Amendment said
so. They're trying to bypass that on the military side by saying, we'll pay for that, we'll send you where you want to go, and you're blocking it, and we applaud you for doing that.
Well, Joe Biden voted for the Hyde Amendment. Chuck Schumer voted for the Hyde Amendment. 80% of the Democrats voted for it. Now, all of a sudden, we're in this situation where they want to change the rules, as we talked about. That's what this is all about. And we heard last summer that they were going to change the policy, which we've had a policy on abortion in the military for years, and it's worked. Nobody's ever complained. There's been abortions because of rape, incest, and health of the mom.
Right.
And so in the summer we start hearing about it. Wait a minute, you can't change the policy, you can't change the law. We were elected. If you
Right.
do it, you got to go through us.
It's got to be at your level, not the policymakers' level.
In November, I finally got a briefing, and I'm thinking, listen to the briefing, going, hey, you can't do that. I mean, he said, well, we're going to do it. So I sent a letter to Secretary Austin of Secretary of Defense December the 8th, and I said, now, if you do this, there's going to be repercussions. I'm going to hold all your nominees, and I'm going to hold them for good. And if you put it in effect, well, February the 8th, they put it into effect. My holds went the next day, and they're screaming bloody murder now.
Right.
But I told them what was coming. If you want to change it, go through us. That's the proper way. And I told them, the last time I looked, you didn't run for Congress. You were appointed by somebody that was elected. And so it's going to be a fight. Schumer, I've never talked to the guy in 2.5 years, which is amazing. If you're a leader of something, even if you don't agree with somebody, hey, Coach, how you doing? Glad you're here.
Right.
We don't agree on a whole lot, but
Yeah,
we'll work together.
But don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You don't want to hang out with. I mean, is this really the guy you desire to spend time with?
No.
Yeah, right. I mean, right.
But he ripped me for every day last week on the Senate floor at the very
without
beginning.
even talking to you.
But at least he knows my name now. So
Well, and you also made the point I love, and Democrats are that this is I tell Bubba all the time, are Democrats not aware that we write things down? And of course, now we're living the time that we have video. I mean, they're acting like that no one's ever done this before. You holding up these nominations, how dare this is?
And now it's a matter of national security.
Right.
Oh yeah.
If 160 promotions is going to wreck our country, we got a problem.
Hey guys, last year we were 15,000 short in recruiting in the Army, and we ran 8,000 great Americans out of the military because of a dang vaccine.
Right.
And
we know several
and
of
so
them.
this is going to affect national security.
Right.
I don't think so.
Well, we've had promotions when politicians wanted something done in 92, 96, 97, 2003, 2010, twice. So this is not unprecedented.
Yeah, if you listen to my speech on the floor,
Right.
World War II, we had one general for every 6,000 enlisted personnel.
Yeah, we've heard
Now we have one for every 1,500. That Pentagon is about to bust at the seams. We need to cut it down to a triangle,
Right.
Instead of a pentagon. We got way too many upper level. People need to retire. We do need generals. We do need authority. We do need leadership. But we got people that just get up there and ride around in black SUVs and collect a paycheck.
They got colonels parking cars over there.
Oh yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, you get run over by those SUVs that we are all paying for.
Right.
I mean, it is it's a clown show. I call it the clown show.
Yeah. Well, and I think you just hit on it. Do you get a sense, and I think it's what bothers taxpayers, do you get a sense that they have lost understanding where this money comes from, who it belongs to?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean,
they have. It's almost like they feel like they're entitled.
When you're
to
not paying the bill yourself, I mean, we've had 4 or 5 credit cards we've maxed out, and we've torn them up, and when the bills come, we just throw them out, and we just get a new credit card. We are $32 trillion in debt, paying $600-700 billion a year interest on that debt.
To ourselves.
Yeah, we're in trouble.
People think that we owe that to China, and we're just going to tell them one day, forget it.
And we're still
only
printing
about
money.
28% of our debt is foreign. 30 maybe, right? Somewhere in that neighborhood.
No, you're exactly right. And what's going to happen is we've already done this, and maybe one of the most serious things that's happened to our country happened the last 2 weeks when Saudi went with Iran and China and Russia said we're going to start using another form of currency.
Right.
Guys, if that happens, our dollar is going to go to zip. And we are the country that we've been for years because everybody used our currency. Everything was based on the U.S. dollar. And this is serious. This is real serious. These huge countries that are going against the U.S. dollar and starting to use other currency. It's very, very serious.
We want to talk Ukraine when we come back.
We got Coach Tommy Tuberville, Senator Tuberville, out of Alabama, with us, and we'll continue our conversation. Don't forget rickandbubba.com. Have you been there? Check the Rick and Bubba store. A lot of new items have just came out and for the spring. And if you haven't grabbed the new Rick and Bubba swag, do so. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Hollywood Nights. That one of those great lyrics. He looked in those eyes so innocent and blue, and he knew right then he was too far from home. I am too far from home.
That sums it up, doesn't
Of course, all of us who, try to figure out things are very frustrated by that recording as drummers, trying to figure out what they were doing, only to discover they had two drummers playing at the same time. That's not fair. You don't do things like that and watch people try to figure out how to play it. So now I remember we saw them live, though. It was just one. I guess they have somebody in the back behind. They modified it a little. I mean, they didn't have a percussion guy back there. Maybe he picked up the slack.
Seems like that.
Yeah, but I remember, buddy, hey, when the album The Distance came out and Bob Seger and Silver Bullet Band went on the road, and I found out he was coming near my hometown.
Did you go see him?
Golly.
Oh, yeah, we were there.
What do you think?
Where'd he come to? Atlanta?
BJCC.
Oh, he
baby.
did?
Birmingham, Alabama. Got in that car out of Oxford, Alabama, and headed west.
Do you remember who opened for it?
Yes, I do. It was the guy that sings "You're Still the One."
He was from the band Orleans.
Sayer?
But he was John Hall.
John Hall.
He was
from Orleans.
Yeah, the band.
That band.
The one.
You're still the one that made me
Dance with me.
Dance with me. I want to be your partner.
He was solo.
He was solo then. I do remember that.
I don't know
Sure
why
do.
I remember it, but I do.
I do. You know what else I remember? I remember watching a guy in a headset, part of the crew, and they were having some big handle. I was looking down saying the show was supposed to start, and it hadn't started. And I looked, Bubba, and I thought about you now, the engineer, didn't know you that well then. He went over there, and you know how when you see a big operation, they have so many power sources, all these different power amps.
Yeah,
I mean, and he's over there, and he's going nuts because we were sitting on the side of the stage, and he takes one and pulls it out. Look, and he's just furious, and he throws it and picks up another one and puts it in, and you look, and the green light comes on, and as soon as it comes on, the house lights go poof, and went down. I thought, well, that's what they were trying to get worked out.
That was the one he needed right there.
They had something going on right there. It wasn't good.
In the nick of time.
I love little behind-the-scenes stuff like that.
Oh, I know. I like getting there early and watching everybody in a panic on stage because I've been that guy too, and I know how it feels. Syphilis, check, syphilis.
I've noticed in modern shows, of course, I don't go to many concerts now. I mean, I might go to one every 5 years or something, but it doesn't like they do as much of that anymore. It's like they just have a way of getting it done a little more.
I know.
Don't they do like they're doing it in headsets and stuff? You don't hear it going on as much anymore. They're getting line levels and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right.
They probably do.
It's a different operation now. Yeah.
The guitar tech is going to hit an A.
Yeah. I miss all that.
Which is 1,000 hertz.
Yeah. There we go. All right, so I know the things we got to hit today. We got an Adler story, which I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I know that Roseanne Barr appeared on Hannity last night after we played that crazy thing from Roseanne Barr yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to know how that went.
Well, I saw a little bit of it this morning.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I don't know that she helped herself any, Rick. She's still crazy, and her apology was. You can look at it and see what you think. We'll look at it.
Well, if it was anything like the thing we saw on her own YouTube channel, it's not good.
Well, she wasn't ranting to that level, but there's a clear disconnect there, and she's still staying with some, and she's just being. It's just hard to come back from this, especially unless you just absolutely dive on the sword. And she's not willing to do that. So
I wouldn't think so.
No.
In an uncomfortable moment, she starts thanking Sean at the end about how good of a friend he's been, and you can tell he's like, "Oh my gosh!" She's telling everybody.
Don't say that.
You can tell it's really uncomfortable.
We're not
for
that
him.
close, Roseanne.
Was this as
you mean the most powerful man in the world?
Yeah.
Was this?
Was it in the country or the world?
I can't. It surely wasn't the world. It might have been. How about this? This wasn't. Was this as uncomfortable? Was this as uncomfortable as the day that he thought he was going to interview Roy Moore, and he was standing by Roy Moore, and today was the day he was going to...
It wasn't quite as bad as that, but it was close.
Because I will never forget that.
It's a close.
All right, we're back. 9 minutes to the top. Senator Tuberville is with us. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, America's #1 meal kit. Save on those extra trips to the grocery store, getting dinner on the table faster with their quick and easy recipes, 25 minutes or less, but fresh, delicious recipes that come to your door, and all you do is prepare them. Even the ingredients are there. And right now, if you go to HelloFresh.com, Go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use our code Bubba. We're going to get you 50% off, plus your first box will ship free with the code Bubba. First box free, and then 50% off. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use the code Bubba and take advantage of that right now. We also have the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, all right, so Bubba, let's talk. We got two things we need to hit with the senator before he goes.
Coach, real quick, Ukraine. We're still sending money there. We've sent a ton there. How is this going to play out? How do we end this thing?
Yeah, there's no exit ramp. The problem we got here is we don't have a president that will get on the phone and call Putin and say, listen, let's work this out. We pretty much caused this by pushing Ukraine into NATO, and Putin says, hey, I'm not going to put up with NATO on my borders, and so.
We got another one yesterday.
You got Finland
well, I know.
And Sweden's lining up next.
Sweden, I mean, it's manning up to be a big fight. It's what's happening, and there's no exit ramp other than Joe Biden getting on the telephone and say, listen, we'll meet somewhere. Let's talk this out. Let's work it out. Ukraine can't win this. They can't win that.
Well, what is the plan? Just fight
Biden's
a defensive
not able
war?
to have that conversation.
Are we just going to fight defensive and keep funding them and hope the Russians get tired?
I hadn't voted for one dime. Now, I'm all for Ukraine because Putin's a murderer. He's a killer.
Right.
We all know that. He should have never come in, but we pretty much forced him to. But I was not for giving $40 billion at one time because they're not a real country that will stand up and say we'll spend this the right way. A lot of it's going to go out the back door, the American taxpayers' money. And I told them, they come to me and said, Coach, you need to vote for this. I said, listen, I'll vote for giving them $2 billion a month until we get this over with. But $40 billion at one time. Yeah. I said, you're going to be back in 3 months asking for more. Sure.
Oh, yes.
They were back and asked for more. But this is a waste of lives. You got to remember, Ukraine is half Russian anyway. Right. You know, Zelensky didn't know Ukrainian when he was put into office as a comedian. He only thing he spoke was Russian. Now he had to learn Ukrainian, and I like the guy. I've been over there and talked to him, and he's in trouble. They want to get him out. Is what, and if he were to say today, I'm out, and let's do another, Putin probably pull back.
So there you go. We also want to talk about, we've been covering this, we're living in, we're not living in the real world anymore. We're living in a fake world. We talk about this all the time on the show. This deal with women's athletics and transgendered athletes, why we can't logically discuss this, how anyone thinks it's okay for a biological man to just identify as a woman and then go compete
and just dominate
against biological females. Something's got to be done. Well, Title IX is just going to be thrown in the garbage.
Joke? It's a joke.
Well, let's put it in context. This is a free country. You can be who you want. I don't care if you're transgender, you're gay, straight. I don't care who you are. You can do what you want. But for us to make laws to allow biological boys to compete against girls, when Title IX, as you said, did more for young women and girls getting in sports, made leaders, they learned things. Yeah. They had to be financed the same as boys. It did for 50 years. It was a huge success. And now the same people that pushed Title IX are pushing biological boys to play against girls. It's nuts. And dressing in their same dressing room. And we've had some terrible incidents in dressing rooms over and nobody wants to talk about it. And it's wrong. There's been 28 or 29 national championships by boys competing in girls in college sports in the last 10 years. Yeah. And so it's going to get worse. And it's wrong. I've got support Women and Girls in Sports Act trying to get this, but the folks on the left are not going to have. They are all for it. I do not understand it. I've talked to Manchin and several more. What are y'all doing? This is not America. Let's get back to family and God and put them in first. And if you want a transgender section to compete against, fine. Let them compete against each other. But it's not
start its own category.
Yeah. Well, but at the foundation is what we said to start this. If you are and what I love is when the far left will scream, science is God, science is it, science, follow the science. And you go, well, let me follow the science of male and female. No, not there. We won't follow it there.
Yeah.
No, we won't throw science out there.
look, it's not
XXXY.
It's not
we
about,
learned that in high school.
It's not about equality.
You can't change that.
It's not about equality. Men and women are equal in value, no question. And that's what Title IX was about.
Exactly.
They should be funded at the same level. Why are they being treated differently just because they're female? Well, now men and women are equal, but they're distinctly different biologically. And that is just a scientific fact. You don't even have to believe in God to know that.
Exactly.
And you cannot let biological males, by the way, however you think we were made the male and the female, because athletically, females cannot compete with males. And now a very athletic female might be able to defeat a very, very, weaker, non-athletic male. But we've got males that would be mediocre or even at the bottom of the rung in their sport against other males come in and become the champion of the female division. And the hard work that these female athletes have put in to be the best female athletes is just thrown away in the garbage for wokeness. Yeah. And I don't understand it.
Well, what concerns me is we're going to start losing young girls in sports.
So why would you do
they can't win. I mean, there's no chance.
Right. Would you want to put all that work in knowing that?
If I had a daughter, she wouldn't dress in the same dressing room as a biological boy. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, and we talked to a caller about it who was rolling through, and he couldn't believe we felt that way. And I said, no, you're missing the point. Well, what do you think? All these transgenders are in there to attack women? No, I don't think that.
Don't.
But I don't think every heterosexual man is a rapist. Do you?
No.
Would you let your daughter take a shower with them?
No.
Why? Because it's not appropriate.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just not appropriate. It doesn't mean that every man in there is a rapist, but your daughter shouldn't be in the shower with a bunch of naked men.
It's called common sense.
Yeah, it's just not appropriate. And of course that can lead to danger, and we've seen that too.
Yeah.
But that's not even the reason. The reason is just not appropriate. It makes no sense.
It's not fair. It's not safe. It's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I've said on the Senate floor 100 times in the last year, but it just goes through one ear out the other with people they're afraid to hurt somebody's feelings. And
what about the girls' feelings?
We have got to get to the point where we get past that.
You're picking teams.
We've got to get past it. We're all Americans.
I'm
not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm an American. I want America to survive, and we can't survive with these types of ideologies.
You can't claim to stand up for women on one hand and then believe in a woke agenda that will destroy the very women athletically you claim to stand up for. That doesn't even make sense.
It just makes your head hurt.
I mean,
it's like a circle equation.
Why are we even having an argument about this? It's not a political conversation.
Because 20% of the people are running this country now.
Yeah.
Not 100%.
Senator, thanks for being with us. Always fun to visit and informative, and we appreciate you. Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I will never forget that.
Most powerful man in America.
Okay, yeah. I remember. I started texting, going, "By the way, I'm listening to this interview. Y'all, this is catching Hannity a little off guard here."
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that.
My favorite was wait a minute. I want to go back to what you said. Now, are you? Wait a minute. Are you telling? Because he thought it was going to be that. None of this ever happened. You know what I mean? And I don't know whatever else happened, but that part was kind of. Sean thought that part was going to be a no as well. You know what I mean?
And also today. We're going to have a lot to talk about minor league baseball. And there's a couple of funny stories today.
Oh, yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So,
do we have the Tom Arnold quote? I mean, it would be.
Yes.
I can find it.
Yeah, see if you can find Tom Arnold. In the meantime, we'll talk about this. I just get the feeling, and I guess this, and I could tell Sean was doing this too, is that looking at this interview and looking at Roseanne's face, just her facial expressions to me tell me everything. She does not get this. She honestly thinks that this should not have been a big deal, and she says you could have knocked me over with a feather. Now, that term is only used when something was so far from you even remotely thinking it. When someone brought it up, you couldn't believe it.
Right.
So
I don't. I mean,
I do think it caught her off guard. I mean,
let's take let's take any of the racial components out if all that's true and she really doesn't know. She says she thought she was Middle Eastern. I don't think that helps. But in today's environment, and frankly, really should have been in any environment, if you're going to talk about someone's physical appearance and you're going to get on your Twitter with some sort of platform and start speculating on whether one of their parents might have been a gorilla or a monkey, or Planet of the Apes, is she surprised that would upset anybody? I mean, for anybody talking about the physical appearances of anybody that might be bad. Now, obviously, because people took it as a racial comment, it made it worse. But did you think that was just going to be a tweet you'd throw out in the middle of the night, and it, with somebody like you, that's it wasn't like she had kind of faded away from the landscape because of her new show. She had come back to the forefront, where the people were talking about it was one of the ratings bonanzas out there in TV, and she was now back being a really, really big story. And you just thought this wouldn't be any big deal at all. I mean, this is one of those things, whether you should say it or not say it, we can certainly have that conversation. But, if you're sitting around, talking about it in the break room, I mean, that somebody may be mad and hear it, but you put it out on your social media for the world to see. It's almost like she must be living in another reality other than the actual one we're all in right now. Yeah,
it's just strange. It's just very strange.
Yeah. Now, I think, and I'm gonna be careful here, but I think that she believes what she's saying. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying I think she believes it. Do you think that?
Oh yeah.
I don't really think she's trying to get away with anything. I really think she thinks she didn't do anything. Do y'all agree with that?
Oh yeah, I absolutely do.
Yeah.
I mean, you can look in her face. She's complete. When she said she was knocked over by a feather, it was surprised. I think she really was.
I found
doesn't make it right.
I know we wanted that other stuff here, but this is interesting here when she talks about how she deals with, or Sean asked her about her multiple personalities.
Oh, wow.
It's just kind of weird.
Okay.
Take it.
Whole other. There was a whole lot of other physical things going on in my life too. Now, do you want me to talk about that?
Watch what she does in the camera here, guys.
I actually have
read
it right
a lot
here.
about. Yeah, I just saw what you did. Okay, I've read a lot about you, and it's actually I didn't know all of this.
Oh.
You have said in the past. You said once to Larry King that you suffer from multiple personality disorder.
Well, I don't suffer from it anymore.
You don't.
I enjoy it
You enjoy multiple personality.
now.
Okay, and you said
Did you hear
that,
his okay?
well, you just do crazy things, and you don't really know you do or don't want to do.
Well,
That still happen in your life,
No. Well, I guess it does if you're drunk.
You called it. Do you get drunk a lot? Do you have
No.
substance?
No, no.
You also once said.
I'd love to develop it though.
You'd love to develop
I like
an alcoholic.
drinking,
You
yeah.
like drinking. You wish you could drink. You just said
Yeah.
you can't drink.
I know. I have no tolerance.
I take 3 kinds of antidepressants every day.
Yeah. No, 2 kinds now.
2 kinds.
One's a blood pressure pill, so that's 3. I
Okay.
take an antidepressant and a blood pressure pill, and then I take some more antidepressants.
Then I read in the Seattle Times when you were out promoting your book. This is in 1994.
God love her.
Your father abused you sexually.
Oh boy.
Well, that I'm
Your
not.
mother psychologically. That you would cover yourself in ketchup, lie on the floor, play dead until little Roseanne cried because of allegations your parents would deny they.
No, that's wrong. I put the ketchup on, laid on the floor for a joke.
Let's go, Dream Team. 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Living on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world via all sorts of platforms. including but not limited to America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Streaming 24/7, including the live show on our TuneIn app. That's a free download. Also live on our YouTube channel, but also archived on our YouTube channel. And then audio archives every day on our podcast channel. And then a best of hour that you can watch on Blaze TV, on our YouTube channel, and on terrestrial TV stations. Some of our friends in different Rick and Bubba markets air that during the week as well, our daily. And, of course, welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Buss. There you go.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
I do want to ask you this before we get into some of this baseball stuff. The red shirt. Do you have multiple Columbia red shirts?
Yes, I do. They're not Columbia. They're Habit.
Yeah, they
Habit!
look red. They look like
Habit!
So there's more than one of those.
Oh yeah,
we're seeing that one a lot, and
it's getting at least once a week.
Yeah, I didn't know if
sometimes more.
Yeah, I didn't know if it has a uniform. Should we see it as a uniform now?
It gets plenty of airtime. I've got dark blue. I've got black. I've got a lighter color of blue. I don't know what you call it.
The
I've
red
got
one,
a white one.
yeah.
I don't wear white because of the TV cameras. Usually white's on the weekend.
Well, white also not a good color for those of us that are a little heavy.
Well,
it's not a great heavy
color.
color.
On the weekend, I like the white because you're usually out in the sun.
Yeah, now
doing
that
something.
for comfort you don't care.
Or if I'm in the woods, I can see ticks if they get on you. You know, they recommend you wear white.
Right.
So
if you're going
white
to the woods,
is
you got
not
white
it's
on.
not friendly for TV. You know,
No,
it washes the TV
it
out.
does, yeah.
So I hardly ever wear white here on the set.
Where are you? But the
Not a
red,
lot of
the
ticks in
red,
here
the
either.
red ones really come alive.
Yeah.
And I noticed because it's so boldly red that the snow-covered forest really pops off of it. And
Well,
I noticed you put it away. You had it out blazing earlier.
Well,
it really does pop off that red, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It comes on out of there.
Right. That's why Santa wears it.
I knew people would be crying about it, so I just
Right.
went ahead and buttoned it
Right.
up.
Yeah. Look, you
so,
let that forest breathe. Let her eat, buddy. All right.
And my closet right now is
Bubba.
a disaster.
Oh, Bubba.
And it's a
Bubba.
combination of several events.
Yes.
That have piled things in there that
Yes.
usually were somewhere else.
Yes.
And it's just a mess. It's just a mess.
So we go to Major League Baseball. I think we all want something a little lighter right now. State of the country can get you in the doldrums a little bit. So let's come up out of that a little bit, and so let's go baseball. But baseball is changing, and the pitch clock is really causing some interesting situations. And we have it's just going to be our new thing, the pitch clock video of the day.
Yeah, we'll have a pitch clock.
Yeah,
video.
I mean, this is all, trying to speed the game up,
Right.
but, boy, we're getting some crazy endings in there.
Do you remember, we're talking about this player, Manny Machado, do you remember we played a video of him in spring training talking about it? Because he got a violation at spring training. He's like, within 8 seconds you got to make eye contact with the pitcher and all this kind of stuff. Well, he's got 2 strikes on him. He gets another violation, which means third strike, it ends the inning. He's in the batter's box, but I'll let it play out here. You'll see it's kind of weird because he was in the batter's box, but he had not addressed the pitcher yet, and he wasn't happy about it. Ended up getting ejected.
Okay, here we go.
Early part of the season, throwing 2-0 breaking balls, 3-1 breaking balls, even full count breaking balls at times.
That's a strikeout. There's a violation. Ron Culpa just rung up Manny Machado. We're on the clock here this year, and that's an automatic strike, and it happens to be strike 3. Here comes Bob Melvin. Ron Culpa, the crew chief, behind the plate. And somebody's been ejected.
Somebody's been ejected. It seemed pretty calm. I guess it's short.
Ended on a pitch timer violation with Manny Machado at the plate, and now it looks like his day may be done. And now Bob Melvin might have to join him.
That's the manager.
I love the radio guys. They do that so good.
Somebody's been thrown out.
So see, he's in the box. He never leaves the box, but the pitcher now is on the rubber, so the clock starts, and he's
still over there messing with his glove and all that.
And now he claims he was calling timeout, but he didn't give it to him. And so that's the violation.
That's an automatic strike 3. Off to a raucous start in San Diego.
Yeah, that was the first inning.
You know, it's hard for you as a pro baseball player in that amount of time to get back, adjust your cup, scratch, itch, move your glove around, spit. I mean, that's a lot to do in a short amount of time.
Have to hurry it up. Yeah.
But you know, this goes back, and I think you'll see the rise of this. We don't have it as much as we used to, but a quick pitch.
Mm-hmm.
The minute that second foot gets in the batter's box, I let the ball go.
Absolutely.
Because he's game once he's in the batter's box. We used to we were taught that at one point in time and got away with it a few times. So once that second foot of that batter gets in the box, you can throw it. And a lot of times the pitchers are waiting because they're going through their signals while they're doing all their itching and scratching and spitting and all that. But I think you'll see pitchers develop. I think the quick pitch will come back. And you'll see a whole lot more of it. That second foot hits, he lets it go.
I know what I'm going to say next is not going to be popular, but I just want to say this. According to the way the rule is, now we can be upset about the rule, but according to the way the rule is set up, it looks like he violated the rule.
No, he did. He did. He did. It's just.
So I don't know what else the ump's supposed to do.
Right, and
the ump doesn't make the rule.
There's
he enforces the rule.
He's fiddling with his Velcro.
Right. There's a lot of discussion on,
and that's what you're trying to get rid of.
If the ump should be 3, 2, 1, or just have a little bit of. You know, it was within a second and a half. Should I have a little bit of leniency there or not? But the fact it's Manny and he's so polarizing anyway, it was already a big deal. And there's discussion on, is there a better way for umpires to deal with players than just kicking them out of the game?
Now, I'm open to that.
In other words, could we go to another route before we just eject them? And I don't know what he was saying. Obviously, verbally, he said, because he didn't create a big deal out of it. You know,
he was not animated.
He
crossed the line.
He let him have it. With something. I don't know.
He's not animated, but that parting shot.
I think he got a word or phrase in there as he crossed the plate.
I don't know if there's a timeout box like in hockey. You know,
what if you had to play a player down? What if you had 8 players in the field?
But kind of what you guys were saying, the fact that he keeps playing with his Velcro, isn't this the kind of stuff we're trying to remove from the game?
It is.
Yeah, and I guess Manny thought when he's doing this right here, I guess he thought he was asking for timeout because you get, I think, for each at bat you get 1 timeout. I think I might have that wrong, and I think he was saying I was asking for time.
And have you seen how the pitchers are trying to get around this, Rick? When they're running out of time, they just say, "I need a new ball."
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
I need a new ball, and that starts it over again.
Right, well, you find ways to make the rules work.
Well, you know it will. That'll all.
All right, let's. Of course, he may have said it in Spanish, and he didn't know the umpire knew Spanish.
He's like, "Come on, man."
Yeah. So there's a parting shot that gets him.
I had timeout. I called for timeout.
Right.
I can't read lips, but I'm
right
assuming that's
there.
Yeah.
Whatever he said as he was walking away, Blue did not like it.
No, he didn't. Took it personally.
I was looking for his
and it
lips.
might have been personal.
I was looking for him to make an M looking sound, but I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's Ron Culpa. I think is the home plate umpire.
You know, this is the thing too with an umpire. Once you throw a guy out, you have no control.
I know,
because you can't throw him out twice.
Right. Yeah. Once I've been thrown out,
if you throw me out, that's when I really go to argue.
I'm getting in everything. See, right there, he's got the bat under his arm.
You see the umpire's looking
right
at him.
There. Right there, he looked like he did ask for timeout.
Should the umpire say, "Let's go"?
Right.
I don't know if he's saying because see the umpire's looking up.
Okay,
at
he
him
did stick his hand back.
Yeah,
but it was too late.
I think time had already run out, and the ump is saying, "Yeah, you asked for timeout, but the time had run out."
Both feet are in the box. Throw the ball. Throw the ball.
I think it's just a habit, and he realized what he was doing. He tried to get the timeout, and he was late.
Yeah.
Would an umpire get on the pitcher for throwing it if both feet are in the batter's box?
You know, early in the season.
With a bat under his arm?
Early in the season, this is all funny, but when the pennant race starts and they're in the playoffs, and there's 2 outs, runners at second and third, and all of a sudden something like this happens, I wonder how everybody will react. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Phone calls are next. Let's talk to the people. A lot of topics out there. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba.
Got you.
Amen, and she'd think I was dead.
How old were you when you were sexually abused?
Well, now I have a whole different view of that.
You don't think you were sexually abused?
I think I was emotionally abused. And
you said your mother's psychological, your father's sexual.
yeah, everybody in my whole family's messed up.
And we could go on for days, but I just thought that was interesting. I wanted.
Well, that's a wild ride, isn't it?
I think everything we need. We've always known this. I know it's just God love her. She's just a person who's got some issues. I mean, she's just got a lot to overcome, and I think she has her good days and her bad days. I think.
And to be as successful as she was is pretty amazing, really, considering what she's got going on.
Well, you wonder if people who know her really well, because when she kind of went away from being such the focal point and such a household name, probably the issues that she had minor results. There must have been people when all of a sudden they were like, wait a minute, she's putting the show back together. This is really going to happen. Oh my goodness, it's a hit. Do you think there were people going, no way she can hold this together? Do you think?
Oh yeah.
You're probably right.
Because sometimes you'll know somebody and people don't know them as well, and somebody say, "Well, hey, did you hear about it?" And I said, "That's not going to go well." Yeah. Don't you think there were people saying, "I'm not sure she can do that"?
Well,
and they were correct. They were correct.
You see a history here of her saying things over the years. Really, some of it just to get attention, whatever. And now him asking about it, she's trying to back up from a lot of that or make a joke out of it. And especially with the sexual abuse. I mean, and I do think there's a lot of people that have to endure that.
No question.
But you also see, at least in this case, this is one that she made up. And that could have done a lot, or maybe did. I don't remember if her parents were living at the time or whatever. It could do a lot of damage to people.
Well, or it was true, and now she's trying to back it off. I don't know. One way or the other, it's something. There's a conflict there.
I don't know the truth about this, and certainly don't pretend to. But the fact is, she is changing the story a little bit. But I have seen firsthand when people are trying to make a case that they want people to be on their side. We've seen it, guys. I've seen people do it. I know it. It's been done to me. And they'll say a story, and they realize that the truth is not really garnering the support for them that they had hoped for. So they think, well, I must make my story better then. I must make this person that I'm on the other side of look worse, and I must make myself look more like a victim so people will be more sympathetic to me. And then what happens, and human beings are capable of this, George Costanza even on a lighthearted addressed it, if they ever cross that bridge where they believe this thing they've come up with is true, suddenly they think it really happened. And you can see her kind of going back and forth going, look, I did not have a great family life. But now I think, have I embellished to make it even more traumatic? And it may have been traumatic enough for us just to hear the truth. But I've seen it. I've had people say things about me or whatever, and I've looked at it and I'm going, that didn't happen. Something, I guess, in the same category, you could say. But now, you've added something here to make it worse than it really was. To make your case better. Certain things like you claim that. Like in one instance, you would say, well, somebody came up to me, a total stranger, and said something. And you go, well, no, that happened, but that was somebody you knew.
Mm-hmm.
But see, if it was a total stranger, it sounds better.
Right.
But then when you know the truth about the story, that wasn't a total stranger to you. That's somebody you've known for a very long time. Yeah, but that wouldn't have made it sound, because then it would sound like that we had a relationship and they might have had the right to say what they said. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so you'll change little things to make it worse. And I think because of her, obvious issues she's struggling with, that she's probably, and we see it right then, has been a candidate that when she says something, there may be some half-truths, some partial truths.
Story may change.
Story changes a little bit, and then at some point she really believes what she's saying is true. So I just think she's somebody that just, has a lot of things that she has to deal with.
Yeah. I hope she can get her act together.
Yeah. We'll be back. All right, here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Phone troll time. Phone troll a little different. That means that we got to get our act together right here. There's no meaningless shout-outs. There's no shameless plugs. No baby predictions, nothing like that. The phone troll is designed for one thing, and that is for a lot of people to get on. We're going to move through the line, keep that line moving, okay? And then that way a lot of you get to talk. So probably, don't waste a lot of time on the front end. Want to get right to the meat of the comment, the question that you're posing, bringing information to the table. This is good news for those of you that don't get in. Keep trying. We got 10 lines, so if you move right now, you'll probably get lined up. And then because you got the troll, the line's going to move quickly. Don't you love to see a good moving line?
Oh, I do.
I love it. So let's get started. We'll start with Tom out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Tom, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead. Tom.
Hello?
That was a big build-up.
Yeah, if your name is Tom in Birmingham, that is you.
It's not. It's Kyle.
Kyle. All right, Kyle, go ahead.
Yeah, this question is really for Adler. UFC purchased WWE this week, and just wanted to see what he thought about UFC owning WWE.
What do you think about that, Adler? So that Greg was telling us this, UFC has bought the WWE, and he wants to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's Endeavor is the umbrella corporation, and they own both.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens. They might have some promotional ties to each other.
Some synergy? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I love synergy.
Synergy.
I love synergy.
Oh,
You had,
synergy. It just makes me giddy.
Does me too.
You had what's his name, Brock Lesnar, make the transition, but he had a major wrestling background, like collegiate wrestling background, so he did have some actual kind of combat sports past, which allowed him to kind of make that transition.
Do you have any expertise in stuntmen?
Well, there you go. There's that too.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
But it's still real to me. Dang it.
Yeah, right. But it's great entertainment. I mean, for those that watch it. But everybody knows now it's a stunt show, which still requires a lot of athletic ability and a lot of expertise. And so it'll be interesting to see these two work side by side.
Yeah,
synergy, Bubba. One promotes the other. I would just let one promote the other.
Everybody's promoting everybody.
I just want Power Slap to die. That's what I want. I want that gone. That to me is muddying the waters of combat sports.
What is it? I see what you're saying. Is that where they stand there and slap each other?
They're just trading concussions. That's all. You're just trading concussions. No defense. There's no defense. You just stand there. So not a fan of Power Slap.
Well, you can tell we grew up in different counties. All right, let's go to Andy.
Yeah,
Andy.
my mother was in that sport before it was sanctioned.
Andy in Florida. Andy, go ahead.
Greetings from beautiful Destin, Florida. Y'all going to come see us this year?
I think I am going to be down that way this year. Yeah.
I suggest we have a studio down there and spend about 6 months out of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now hey, do it out of my living room. We'll do a podcast.
Sounds good.
Real quick, as far as the identifying thing, and I don't know if it's ever been brought up before, but I'm 59, and I want to go into the service. I want to identify as 41.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to let you get away with that one, Andy, but thanks for the call. Let's go to, it looks like, Bubba, we do have a tremendous amount of Jordans, and I don't know when we get a repeat on Jordan because there's we get a number of them, but here's another Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
All right,
Jordan. You can't play that too much for me.
Okay. Jordan, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
So, Rick, I've got a question about the Bible study.
Okay.
I emailed you about this, but it was about the Antichrist and what we talked about last week. Will he or she, whoever it is, be self-aware? Like, will they be able to go, I am the Antichrist, this is my purpose, this is what I'm here for, I'm going to hang up and listen?
Yeah, I remember your question. That was a good question. And what he asked was, will the Antichrist, when he comes on the scene, will they be aware they're the Antichrist? And, of course, that's going to require speculation. But when you look at all the things that are going to happen.
Oh, I think absolutely.
Is that there is one where when the Antichrist comes on the scene, it will just be another human being that Satan is bringing to the forefront, as he's done many in the past. But he is going to have a massive wound. A lot of people think it's going to be a shot in the head, something that should have been the end of him, okay? And he's going to come back alive. And remember, Satan has always tried to present a version of God that is his version. He tried to do the God-man with the Nephilim. He's always trying. He wanted to be worshipped and usurp. He's the usurper. So he's trying to get everybody to think, oh, look, this may be a new Jesus because this guy has basically risen from the dead. Now, at that point, that human being, whoever it is, will be completely possessed by Satan himself. Okay? So that before the wound that he overcomes, is he aware of who he is and he's an Antichrist? I don't really know. Bubba says probably. I don't know. But I do know that after he comes back alive from the mortal wound, he is Satan, completely possessed by Satan. And Satan is going to then...
And don't you imagine somebody has figured out who he is? That's why he's mortally wounded.
Yeah, probably so. And that's when it's all...
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
Hell on earth.
I'm going to say this again. Repent. You don't want any part of all this.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. So we'll talk about it in more detail. But that's a good question, Jordan. Let's go to Janet in Montgomery.
That's deep thoughts.
Deep thoughts. Janet, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
We're great. We're good.
Good. Hey, I was just mentioning this to Greg. I mean, we spend thousands and thousands of dollars. Why can't we get a phone that has a great speaker system? I notice y'all keep trying to ask people questions and you can't hear them.
Yeah, the whole breakdown of, I really believe the reason why, Janet, is phones have become, at one time, being able to talk on the phone was the only reason they were created. So that's where they spent all their time on the technology. Now it really isn't. Because you can email, you can text, you can go social media, you can take pictures with them. So the talking on the phone isn't as important as it once was. And because now it's just so, cell service is taken over.
Well, it's about spectrum too.
Yeah.
I mean, when it was originally devised, they had, there's only so many frequencies out there, and it takes so much bandwidth to get a cell signal through. And I'm losing my voice for some reason.
I see that.
Somebody bring some mold in here,
right?
But it as it grew and grew and grew exponentially, they realized they had a problem, and they said, we got to shrink this down. We got to make more room. We got to make for lack of a better term, the parking spots a little smaller to get more cars in the lot.
Yeah.
And what you're hearing is the outcome of that. You got less bandwidth, so you got less ones and zeros to replicate the voice. So some of it's being lost in that.
I will say this new phone system that we have.
Oh, it's much better.
If it can get a good signal.
Yeah.
It does sound a lot better. Now, I cannot explain why I answer some calls and it's quiet and you hear nothing. I answer others and it does a click. Now, I don't know why that is.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Like in that phone troll, the majority of the calls did not do the click, but one did. I can't explain that, but I think that's minor. I like it. Does sound better.
We need to get the Bubba box out. Let me know. We'll go get it.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back. Is this your voice the rest of the show? Is this the rest of the show?
What is this?
Rick and Bubba.
So as we make our way back, I know that we're going to be talking about an experience that Adler and his wife had involving minor league baseball. And then Bubba told me, and I saw somebody call a minute ago, and we brought up minor league baseball, that there's an opportunity before us in a long-standing Rick and Bubba market that we're having a minor league team move, which you know what that always means, don't you, Bubba? An opportunity to name it. So tell me what's going on here.
Yeah, we have fun with minor league teams and their names and what they do, and there happens to be a team in Mobile that is currently known as the Mobile Bay Bears.
I've been there. I've been to their stadium.
And they are being relocated by their owner, Ball Corps LLC, to Madison, Alabama, which is in North Alabama, close to Huntsville.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick, they're looking for a name for the team. Now they're building a stadium, and it's in the process and all this.
That's awesome.
I don't, maybe next year or the year after. I'm not sure when they'll actually start.
And the city of Huntsville had actually lost their minor league team, right?
They used to have
the Stars.
The Stars, right?
Had some really big names play there.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Mobile Bay Bears are part of the Angels organization.
Now that I don't know.
I thought it was Brewers.
I don't know any of this. I don't know any of this. I never know what teams
the
these
biscuits.
They're the Angels.
Biscuits are the Rays.
It's the Angels.
It is the Angels.
They're the Southern League. It's the AA affiliate for the Angels.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
All right. So
I'm assuming that stays the same when they move teams like this. They don't.
I would think.
I really don't understand the business model of minor league baseball, but here are here's the top 10 names that they have been released that have been suggested to them.
I like this.
And they're
From
saying
Madison, Alabama.
that they will pick one of these names.
Okay.
The Army Ants. Now, this has to do with Redstone Arsenal being there and missile defense and all that. 40,000 people in the community work there. Yeah, I'm trying to talk over Greg. I knew what he was going to say before he did it.
Well, I'm going to tell you, based off this list, he's going to have way more to say.
Yeah, Greg, don't empty the tank. There's a lot to come on.
Yeah. Now, and if you're not familiar with North Alabama, Huntsville and Redstone Arsenal, they're very involved in the missile defense space program and have been for a long time. So, and that is part of the reason they get one of the second names here, Comet Jockeys.
Right.
Comet jockey.
You might just cut Greg's mic
You
off.
might as well, Rick, because it gets worse. Let me tell you.
Boy, oh boy.
Number 3, glowworms. Glowworms.
The glowworms
are very rare creatures, but they are common in many of the caves in North Alabama.
You mean hold it tight? It'll make light. Glowworm.
Yeah.
Like I
You
think
remember we did one of the giveaways, the Alabama
road trip?
Yes, and it involved the glowworms. Remember the dude
you're
there
right.
in the spot by the caves?
Does that mean they're mascot? Does that mean
come up a road trip?
Hey, will that mean if they do glowworms, their mascot will be Terry Bowden? All right, go ahead. I've always thought he looked like that little doll, that little glowworm doll.
I think about the candy, the glowworms, the little Sour Patch Kids type candy.
I'm picturing the stadium guy in pregame. Your starting lineup for the glowworms. Batting first.
This next
glowworm fans, here's the beer batter.
I love it.
Right, go ahead.
This next one, I'm not even sure exactly how you say it. It looks like lunatics, but it's not.
It's lunatics because of that.
Lunatic.
I got it. Hey, you lunatic. Some guy's acting like a lunatic.
The lunatic is on the. Go ahead.
So, they're saying that's one of the names because they are the home to some of the wildest mad scientists facing today's challenges in space and technology. You'd have to be a lunatic.
Can I tell you right now, to have the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in your world, and your choices coming out of the space world are not good choices so far. The space world has some really cool choices.
The next two, you're going to be all in on.
Yeah.
The Von Brauns.
I could be the mascot for the next one.
The next one is sliding down the rocket, so to speak. Puffy head bird legs.
Puffy head.
Picture me as the mascot.
Puffy head bird legs.
You would be perfect.
Oh.
That'd be awesome.
What's puffy head bird? Where's that originate from, Bub? I got
Okay, they say this is no joke. It's lingo that was coined by the astronauts for body fluid moving from their feet to their head in outer space due to the lack of gravity.
I'm not.
So it's an inside joke between astronauts.
People don't know. It's not
puffy head bird legs.
Bubba, did you skip the one before that on purpose because you wanted to wait to the end?
No.
Because if you did, that's fine.
No,
but I just wanted to let you know you did miss one.
Yeah, I just looked over it. Thank you for checking.
Yeah.
Here's one I think's got a lot of potential, Rick. The moon possums.
Yes,
now we got one.
I like it.
Now we got one.
I like the moon possums.
They say a scavenger at heart. These local critters are known for hanging around and having a good time with their family, just like we're going to do at the ball game.
That's the best one.
And they're marsupials.
The moon possums. This I tell you, I kind of like this one here. Space chimps.
That'll never pass.
I like that one. Yeah, you're
right. This is a tribute to
let Roseanne come.
To Miss Baker.
Yeah.
Rick, she just voted. I think she picked that one.
This is a tribute to Miss Baker, who was one.
Tried to warn you. Nobody would listen. They got mad at us. Everybody still with us? All right, so as we work our way back, carshield.com/Bubba. You want some peace of mind if your warranty is gone and now you're getting all the telemarketers calling you about that and people sending you letters. Why don't you just be done with all that and just get a protection plan from carshield.com/Bubba. You can do that now because, if not, if the warranty's over, automobiles and inexpensive repairs really don't go together. Now, especially with all the technology in these automobiles, good night. Look at that receipt. So go to carshield.com/Bubba and be ready for that now. Get your protection plan. We'll save you 20% off if you go to carshield.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's also options to get 24/7 roadside assistance, so you got that. Courtesy towing, also rental car options. Get all that handled and be back on the road quickly by just simply going to carshield.com/Bubba. Again, that gets you 20% off. Or you can call them 1-800-451-7776. Mention Bubba there too, or just simply use the link that's at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we've got an update on a story that we've already brought you.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Little update.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. And you remember, well, let's play it for you. Here's the clip of First Lady Jill Biden. And, I should play the Your America music under this. What a ridiculous statement the First Lady makes, and it really does. I know a lot of you're just out there, and we can all just rant and rave about this new. There's no winners, there's no losers. Yeah. Let's protect people from having to persevere through anything, so we can have a bunch of adults that can't persevere through anything.
Right.
So anyway, here is the First Lady talking about the NCAA women's. Until a bunch of biological males take over the sport. Right now, women's basketball in college, the national champion is LSU, and we'll get to the taunting thing here in a minute because we got an update on that too. But here was the idea from the First Lady, Jill Biden.
So congratulations to both teams. So I know we'll have the champions come to the White House. We always do. So we'll have LSU come. But you know what? I'm going to tell Joe, I think Iowa should come too because they played such a good game. So, right? So winners and losers, that's sportsmanship. That's good sportsmanship.
That sounds just like
good night.
That sounds just like some of the garbage that's talked about at the Little League field these days.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see why they have their opinion they do on so many issues because that's how they think.
And by the way, trying to go in and walk in and talk to Joe about Iowa, he's not going to know what you're talking about. I mean, Iowa.
So
both of them.
We had this big controversy
and
between.
Jill's spokeswoman walked that back yesterday afternoon, saying, "Whoa,
whoa."
First Lady got caught up in it where LSU's only been invited.
Yeah, we hate that idea. America hates that idea. You'll find out that Iowa hates that idea. And now the press secretary for the First Lady says that we're not going to do that. It's just going to be LSU.
And, Rick, we had this controversy with Caitlin Clark from Iowa and Angel Reese and all of this, windshield wipering and showing of the ring and all of that stuff.
Sure.
And Caitlin Clark set the record straight on one of the ESPN shows.
Yeah. One of the things people talk about is race as a component of this. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think Angel should be criticized at all. No matter which way it goes, she should never be criticized for what she did. I'm just one that competes, and she competed. So I think everybody knew there was going to be a little trash talk in the entire tournament. It's not just me and Angel. So, I don't think she should be criticized. Like I said, LSU deserves it. They played so well. And like I said, I'm a big fan of hers.
So there's no need to be offended on Caitlin Clark's behalf.
Yeah, those of you that decided
she's fine.
Those of you that decided you would, for some reason, be Caitlin Clark, and you would go out and be offended on her behalf, which is a new thing we have in our country. Why don't we ask Caitlin Clark if she was offended?
And I think she addressed this thing of both teams going too.
She said LSU.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And Angel Reese even said that she didn't accept Jill Biden's apology either. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not happy.
Well, yeah. It's we don't let the second place team go. That's why.
Well, they can go a different time for a different reason, but let the champions have their day. That's
not everybody gets a trophy here.
As Ricky Bobby said, second is for losers. but no, look, it is an accomplishment to get to the championship game. We kid about that, but there are certain things that winning the championship give you, and there's certain things that are denied to you because you lost the championship, and that's life, and that happens in areas that are much more important than sports, and why we have decided that's too hard a lesson is beyond me. And I remember, I mean, we were taught this so clearly. Do you remember how clearly we were taught this? I mean, I can honestly remember, and it was the only time I could say I thought, there might have been a case. And Greg, you remember this, but and some of this, and this, I want you to think about that. This was my parents, okay, my parents, including my mommy, okay.
Mommy.
So I had when I was not a great baseball player, but and if I'd worked at it, I probably could have done better. But I was okay, in baseball. And then I had one season late in the season. Let's be clear, late in the season when I began to play really well. And that was, I've told you that story when I was. Of course, it's funny because I leveled out on growing, but I was one of those kids that shot up. I had a huge growth spurt, and everybody thought I was going to be gigantic. And when I was playing, Greg, you remember this, I was as big as the coaches on the Bronco team.
Yeah.
Was that 12 years old?
Yeah, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12.
So I'm huge. I'm giant. I mean, if you look at the team picture, the people on the team come like to my ribs, okay? But in those days, and I know this may shock some people too, our parents couldn't afford our own bat. Okay, so we didn't have our own bats. I don't remember what, Greg, 2 kids that maybe had their own bat.
I just remember that big old
normally coaches
army
dropped a bag
that army
in,
duffel
yeah.
bag. With all
So the
them-
army duffel bag, you've heard us talk about this, would dump out at home plate, and you would use the bats that your coach had.
There was usually 3 of them.
And the helmets.
There was 3.
So I was
wood and 2 aluminum.
I don't remember my exact height, but I was really, really tall, and I was using a 28-inch bat. And so that
was like the smallest bat in our Bronco bag. We had a 31, a 30, and a 28.
So we didn't have any 30s or 31s. So my grandfather got tired of it, and he sent me in the mail a 31-inch bat for the last, what, Greg, 7 games or so?
Yeah.
Something like that. Well, I began to hit shots out of the park like crazy and finished really strong at the plate and was on a great hot streak. And plus I felt. Now let me be clear. How many kids are on an all-star team normally?
For
18?
baseball, you're going to have 15 to 18 probably.
Probably 18. You can field. You can put them out there twice, maybe 2 at every position. Or is it smaller than that?
That's smaller than that.
15.
I would think at that age,
12 or 15.
If that age,
Let's say it's
down to-
15. Okay. This is me. I'm not delusional. Of the 15 players that made the all-star team that year, I was probably better than 4 of them. Okay, I was not the top. I shouldn't have been the top 5 or anything like that. But there were about 4 guys on the team that I was better than. Okay, I mean, it wasn't even close. Okay, so, but life's not fair. Okay, so we get out there. I think I'm going to make the all-star team for the first time. I'm very excited. Okay, and I don't make it. And they make me an alternate. I mean, if somebody couldn't play or somebody got hurt, then I could be on the team. Okay, now in today's deal, based on the way the season finished, a modern parents would have gone crazy, unfortunately, and they'd have begun petitioning the league. This isn't fair. Don't you worry, baby. We're going to make this right. You know what I was told? Life is not always fair. Do we think that you were good enough to be on the team? Probably, but I will tell you this: if you'd played that way the entire season,
wouldn't have been an issue.
It would not have been an issue.
Yep.
So learn that nothing's given to you, and even sometimes when you think that you've done enough. Not with something that anybody, but that's not going to be enough. And the rest of your life, Rick, you'll discover that life's not fair. That was the lesson I was taught. They didn't say one word to the league. They didn't say one word about anybody else's kids. And they said, the people who vote on this voted, and you didn't make it. And if one of them decides they don't want to play or somebody gets hurt, then you may get a chance to be on the team before it's over. Okay.
But what did you learn from that?
I learned that
start the season, at a different level.
Wish my granddad had given me the bat earlier.
I was going to say, with and a bigger
use
bat.
the right bat,
right? But
it makes a big difference.
But you realize they didn't even come in and say, "Oh, we need to get you what you need." We went out there because they had groceries to buy.
Yeah,
there was no money for a bat. Okay. And so they also didn't think that Little League was the center of the universe. Okay, there was that too.
Yeah.
And so I was taught. And I've noticed that, you know what I noticed, Bubba? I noticed that when I had a chance to play college football, that things happened that weren't fair.
Yeah.
I noticed throughout my entire life, dealing with bosses and dealing with jobs, that sometimes things happen. You go, well, that's not fair.
Mm-hmm.
But one,
because you learn to deal with it, you don't go and drive a bus through a window.
Correct.
You
nobody jumped in and said, "By golly, we're not going to let you be disappointed ever in your whole life, baby."
Rick, I'll tell you this, and I've told you that story. Not making the 7th grade basketball team was probably one of the more dramatic moments in my life, but it also changed the way I approached things, and I was better for it after that.
Was I heartbroken at 12 years old, walking into my parents' car that night? I was.
Yeah.
But did it help me? Absolutely. Absolutely.
You got to take that negative energy and turn it positive.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and
you let it drive you.
And nobody stepped in to try to keep me from getting my feelings hurt.
Yeah.
And they weren't afraid to say, well, next time don't put yourself in that position if you can help it. Maybe you want to work on your game a little more. And that kind of stuff. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The first animal safely launched into space, who is buried on the grounds at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center.
We've seen that.
Really?
This next one, I'm a little gray. Space sloths?
Yeah.
Which would
Sloths?
be very, very hard to say.
Sloths.
Sloth.
Like a sloth in the
Yeah.
The next two are my favorite, by the way.
Next two are my favorite. Yeah, let's go.
The thunder sharks. This is a mix of powerful thunder of North Alabama storms with the ultra-strong, sleek determination of the share you end up with the personality of our community, willing to attack any problem.
That makes no sense.
I
like the way it sounds.
The shark.
Just say thunder shark sounds cool. Don't give me that kind of definition.
Right. Yeah, that made no sense.
Yeah.
And then this may be
Greg, you're gonna love this.
This may be this one might be hard to look over. Trash pandas.
Trash pandas?
Yes. This is a slang term for raccoons.
Didn't know that. Didn't know they were trash
That's kind of
pandas.
cool. Then you got a raccoon mascot. Now, Jess John's going to get season tickets, too.
Yes. Yes, Rick.
So
trash panda. I didn't know they were called trash pandas.
I like that, though.
You think they'll land on army ants or something like
I'm
that?
down to trash panda or space monkeys.
No, it's
what about fuzzy head bird legs?
Space chimps.
Fuzzy head bird leg. That's
Puffy.
Too weird to me.
Yeah, that's too hard
Inside
to say.
joke.
What about
going
moon possums?
Moon possums or trash pandas.
Is that all of them?
Yeah. That's it. That's the 10.
How do we vote?
You just
Can
fill out your
we not
information
add
here.
some? I mean, we can do better than this.
I
think.
agree. I think so. I think you're right.
Let's come up with some suggestions to help them out. I mean, this is like naming an intern. They've got their 10, but
What about the?
We're going to be those callers who
we
call
could do
in.
the thunder trash pandas.
Yeah, add a few together.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Our number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get back next hour, hit a couple of your phone calls for you, too. Wednesday Bible study back today. The Revelation, we're staying in chapter 6. We'll roll verses 9 through 17. That's our attempt today. The 5th and 6th seal will be removed as John sees it happening. All right, so that'll be happening today, noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on the YouTube channel. Then it's archived for you to grab when you want to soon after. All right, let's look at a couple other stories that we have today, Bubba. For some reason, I don't know why, we're always drawn to stories about rabies.
Yeah, I guess because it's so rare.
Yeah. Do you live in fear of rabies at all?
No, but I don't pet bats either.
Right, yeah.
And all of my animals have got rabies shots and tags.
But what about you got raccoons that'll be rabbing in a second.
Yeah, that's true.
Foxes.
I try to
they'll come and attack you.
There.
Bobcats.
Yeah, but I know it's not good. If I see one acting strange, I know it could have it. But I don't. It's not one of those things that I spend a lot of time on. Can I characterize it that way?
Well, here's one of those things that I don't think any of us even want to think about. Minnesota man, 84 years old, wakes up in the middle of the night with a bat who unfortunately has rabies biting his hand. That's what wakes you up, is the stinging hand with rabid bat biting. And so the says,
how did it get in there? Do we know any more details? Than
bat. He caught the bat quickly. He caught the bat and then quickly washed his hands with soap and water. Testing revealed the bat had rabies, and he started on the treatment. But how about this? He did not survive.
5 months later.
Dang. Come on.
Of course,
we can handle rabies.
He's 84. I mean, he made it.
Hey,
good point.
Rick. Age doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't, but he did make it.
He died 15 days. He returned to the hospital 6 months later with severe pain in the right side of his face, excessive tearing in the eye.
Oh, no.
He died 15 days later after suffering severe brain and spinal cord swelling.
Oh, no.
That's not what you call it.
No.
The bat took him out.
Oh, my goodness.
Golly.
I know that this is a serious story, but I cannot talk about rabies without thinking about The Office in that episode.
I know.
When only Michael Scott can hit somebody in their car and turn it around that he saved her life because they found out she had rabies.
That was funny.
Okay, so
and then they had a 5K for it.
And then they had a 5K.
For the cure.
For the cure.
According to the Center for Disease Control, there are typically 2 to 3 human deaths from rabies per year in the U.S.
Not a lot.
Last year was a high year of 5 people died.
That's not a lot. So I just don't think I have to spend much time worrying about that. Now, somebody told us, because we've talked about rabies, it's one of these topics we talk about on our show all the time. but I don't know why we have some kind of obsession with rabies here. But didn't we find out that all the shots in the stomach, they don't do that anymore?
Somebody had told us that.
Did I dream that?
Yeah, I think it's down.
Was I just hopeful?
A lot less shots than it used to be or something.
Because you remember the funny story about when I went in with a staph infection, and I didn't realize that they were giving me some of the shots they give you for, make sure your blood, the clotting, whatever there's some kind of shot they give you when you go in, and I didn't know it. And I'm all out of control, and they're all cutting on my face. And some guy comes in and starts putting a shot in my stomach, and I grabbed his hand and said, "Hey, man, I ain't got rabies." And the guy looks at, he's not giving you that for rabies.
Why are they giving you a shot in the stomach?
I can't remember. It had something to do with blood.
Had something to do
Was
with
it
blood.
either not to clot
Was you
or
getting
wanting
something cut off your face?
Yeah, I don't remember what.
Yeah, I think I got something I got to get done too.
Yeah, that was I had staph infection.
That was
they were trying
him in
to
the hospital, Bubba.
That was me in the hospital.
That's not him going to the dermatologist.
No,
I need to go to the dermatologist.
Just remember they had to be rushed to the emergency room with that staph infection up in
I
the
thought it was him at the dermatologist.
No, they won't.
No, I thought that's what you're talking about. Just getting some skin cancer.
Remember I had that big.
Everybody's got it.
Remember I had that big old abscess right
Oh
here?
yeah, you look good with that.
That looked good. Didn't that look awesome?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. All right, so here, who's going to get us, Adler? The bat, the skunk, the raccoon, the fox, the mongoose. Why is fox and skunk on there twice?
Well, I don't know. I guess that's a combo deal. I don't know why, but it looks like in our area we need to worry about bats and raccoons.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the raccoons. They're everywhere.
Raccoons.
I feel like raccoons have taken over our world. They've taken our state over.
You know what? I'm not I know a lot of people think they're cute and all that.
Nah.
I am not a raccoon.
Well, you had a
fan.
bad experience.
I still have a bad experience with them. I still have them.
They still after you?
Get in the garage.
Well, what I hate about them is what they do to the feeders.
Oh,
yeah. Just infuriating.
God,
little bandit.
Those busy little hands.
They're busy little hands.
Oh, they're busy.
Just so busy.
They're very busy.
Like, they're like doing like the evil thing, like
who's got mongoose
when they're plotting, you know.
All right, well, who's got mongoose?
Where's the mongoose?
It looks like over
Arizona, New Mexico.
Oh, and Texas.
You gotta watch it.
Fox and skunk.
Well, there's not a lot of mongoose in Texas.
Why did they use such similar colors for this graph?
I think mongoose is over here.
I agree with you. Their shades are way off.
Oh, is that the mongoose?
Yeah.
What is PR?
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
PR.
A lot of mongoose.
That's right.
A lot of people don't know that's where Puerto Rico is.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I
over
think,
there,
Rick,
what is
this is
that,
what I
California?
think we need. We need
I knew
less.
this was coming.
We need less raccoons, and we need more mongoose.
I knew it. There it was. So,
I'd like to have a good herd of mongoose.
I knew you were going to
Oh,
say
ever
that.
since
They
Ricky
get
Ticky
snaked.
Tavi.
Yep.
Oh, hey, did Gary send you the turkey hunting thing?
I don't think so. I didn't look at it.
Oh,
Or did
I? It's awful.
Is it snake?
Oh, yeah. Got those little chairs turkey hunters sit in?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So he guess what crawled up under his chair while he was there?
He didn't see it coming?
Rattlesnake. Didn't hear it come in from behind.
Rattlesnake.
Oh, they'll get
Under his chair. Under his chair.
Gary.
Hey, it wasn't me. It was a buddy of mine.
Oh.
You know, my cousin had one of those. Told us about
Here
it.
we go,
Bad.
Greg.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what happened here with Gary? That looks like a ton of feet on the ground.
Yeah, that's a whole.
That's when it spilled over and he had to clean it all up. You remember that?
Yeah,
Got him some buckets.
That's right.
A lot of
That's
buckets.
a mess.
Yeah.
That's a lot of buckets. That's a lot of raccoons to eat that if you don't get it
I'm
up.
telling you, y'all don't understand what it's like. So anyway, yeah, but ain't that the main reason you don't turkey hunt?
Well, it's morning time too.
Well, plus
Well,
I'm
you
talking
do
about
afternoon.
But don't the snakes play a role? I mean, they do for me.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean-
Once it warms up, I don't want to be,
Well, you don't want to see this video.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Oh, fat rattlesnake right up under somebody's chair.
I'd have to blow the chair apart.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg, can you name this man? Markets, we'll see which one wins. But this brought up Eddie Van Adler and his wife. Probably would be one of the most miserable situations I could find myself in, and that is when people decide to go to a ball game and bring their dogs. So now you're not only dealing with your own dog and a place where dogs normally don't go, you're dealing with everyone else's dogs as well. He's told us that he started out not being able to make the technology work to get in while holding his dogs on a leash. He and his wife and their two dogs, Kevin and Franklin being the combination of a German Shepherd and a Basset Hound, is drawing attention. He's also a bit of a drama queen and tried to growl at a dog. And when you disciplined him as his owner, he acted like he was being abused. And now that's where we left you.
Yeah. So it's this, like, Franklin is this weird, long-bodied, short-legged dog who we like. We all like him a lot, but he's got an inferiority complex. He gets it from his dad. Anyways,
Right.
Okay. Anyways, and so this, and he didn't try to growl. He straight up like false, one of those like, hey, like charge, like fake charge things. So I pull him back and I gave him a little scruff pinch on the neck or whatever. He freaks out and that echoes throughout the stadium and
Everybody loves.
Wet Nose Wednesday.
Who's hitting a dog with a baseball bat, that kind of thing.
You're in the middle of some pretty high level dog lovers.
Yes,
That'll take their dogs out to a ball game.
Oh yeah.
We calm down. I'm like, all right, let's just get to our seats. So we're walking, and they can't believe it. Kevin and Franklin can't believe it. I mean, there's dogs, there's lights, there's sounds. By the way, when I don't know what happens in the game, because they do different sound effects depending on what happens, that kind of thing, all kinds of crazy sound effects. But when something happens, they ring a doorbell. Ding dong over the intercom. The entire place goes like the whole place starts barking. And I'm like, wow,
that is universal, isn't it? It's just universal.
Just happened. So I'm like, let's just get to our seats. We walk past a few dogs and everything's cool, everything's chill, and we get to our section, and I see our seats, and the place is not very filled up. I mean, there's a ton of dogs there.
Yeah, I was about to say, because most people don't want to go to watch a baseball game with dogs.
There's a ton of.
You have to have a dog.
There's a ton of people. There's a ton of dogs, but it's not full. Like the place is probably 25% full. The seats are 25% full. But it just so happens on our row by our seats, there's a small man sitting by himself watching a baseball game.
He picked the wrong
Why did you
guy.
say small man?
Little person or small?
You
man?
of all people.
He was a very small man.
An LP?
Little person?
He wasn't a little person. He was not a little person.
Close.
He was
as little as you could get without being a little person.
Cut, but barely.
He was a small black man that wanted to just sit and watch a baseball
and
game.
he picked Wet Nose Wednesday.
And I think he mistakenly picked Wet Nose Wednesday.
Well, yeah.
Because when he sees us walking down his row, he gives this look like, oh my gosh.
Here come dogs.
Oh no. And this isn't
And he
like,
kept asking for dollar beer for some reason.
This isn't this isn't
Wrong night, pal.
this isn't like a racist thing to say. This is just
Here
my
we
experience.
go, Roseanne.
This
What's
is just
going on with
my
you?
experience.
I know where you're going, and you're right.
Black Americans generally either really love dogs or think the dog is going to jump up and rip their face off. There's really not a in between that I've experienced with just my direct experiences walking my dog in the city, of Birmingham. This man was in the second category.
Terrified
of people.
And
yes.
he picked white. Come into Wet Nose Wednesday.
Yeah. I think you almost said white people Wednesday, which it kind of was.
I was about to say, only white people would take their dogs to a baseball game. But anyway, so you just don't see that in any other culture. And that's a pretty white thing to do.
It is.
But anyway, no Mexicans there, I guarantee you that.
We go and sit down, and it's me, then Franklin, and then this gentleman, and they just kind of like look at each other. They're just like looking at the guy's just like looking, and Franklin's looking, and nothing happens, and it all chills out. And so there we are, and I can't believe it, but I am sitting in seats with my beautiful, wonderful wife, our two dogs, and we are watching a baseball game. The dogs are chilling out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we did it. This is incredible. We did it.
Did you have to pay for a seat for the dog?
I thought about that. I only had to buy 2 tickets.
Okay,
I didn't have to buy 4. Yeah. So
where would the other dogs sit if there were other people in their seat?
that's a great question. They almost should have charged us for 4.
I think they know that it's a good night for that. No one shows up.
It's a little sparse.
Adler, let me ask you this too, because foul balls go into the crowd.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Do dogs ever get hit, or do they
them?
chase the balls once they go in?
Yeah.
That would be like when Franklin realized there was balls out on the field.
Oh, he
was like, "Whoa, guys. Y'all have been hiding this from me this whole time. I've been here for 30 minutes. Nobody mentioned that there's a ball game going on."
Yeah.
So we chill.
When are they going to throw it to me?
We chill, but then the dogs start getting restless. Kevin's now like licking every single person that's walking past in the aisle right there. I'm like, all right, let's go get some barbecue nachos.
It is a brand new hour, 6 minutes past the hour. Go. Excited to start a brand new hour. We're glad that you're here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix this hour. Put your hands together and welcome back for another hour, Bill, Bubba, Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
We got a number of updates today.
It's a Rick and Bubba news. It's a Rick and Bubba news.
The evil Nashville shooter had a suicide note and journals and they have now been released. Investigators are saying that in these, in the suicide note and the journals on the school shootings and gun courses, 2 shotguns, more ammo boxes found in the home. Also, we find a photo of the killer at the school where the killer murdered 6 people. Police raided the home of the shooter and found several journals referring to other school shootings and firearms courses. They found 5 yearbooks from the school, 2 guns, as I said, other weapons. So they say that it looks like, now I want you to think about this on the premeditation here, based on everything that they found that the shooter was planning the massacre for months in advance. So there you go.
Wow.
And so that's sad. And now, and Adler, I'm sorry, I'm surprised you with this. I'm not even sure I want to hear it, but and I know we don't have it on the list today. People keep emailing me, asking me about have we seen this bizarre moment? Now, first of all, when I say these words, it's everything you need to know that this is even being allowed. The phrase used here is North Dakota pastor who is transgender. Okay. Now, first of all, how that got by the deacons and the elders, I'll never know. But anyway, so the and the congregation. But if you want to know whether you might want to start looking for another church, is if you have a transgender pastor. That would probably be one of those signals that goes off. Maybe it's time for us to visit somebody, and could I get our letter before we leave? If you were baptized there or were a member there. So anyway, but now here's where it's going to get even wackier. The transgender Micah Luwagi, and stand by for this. He has likened the treatment of the Nashville shooter to the crucifixion of Jesus Christ.
I might have to hear that, how you tie that together.
So here is this person here, and I guess this is a biological female that identifies as a male. Is that
male
correct?
Going female.
No, I think it is a biological female.
Okay.
Do we want to hear the quote?
It's a 2-minute version of the sermon.
All right, so here we go.
Their recording of Jesus' journey to the cross, the author makes a point of saying that the chief priests and the whole council were looking for false testimony against Jesus so that they might put him to death. Those leaders were looking for any excuse, valid or not, to crucify Jesus. And they found that reason. And that reason was solidified when the crowd shouted to release Barabbas. They had their final excuse. They would kill the one whose reputation as a teacher and healer and whose mission of love and dignity was so very threatening to their own reputation that they needed to kill him in order to preserve their good image. It's baffling to me that someone's existence can be so threatening that people decide they need to be controlled, that they need to have laws made against them, or even worse, that the people that they find to be so threatening should die. There are a significant number of people who have deemed that the fact that the Nashville shooter happened to be a trans person, so it's been reported, is just the excuse they need to call for the eradication of trans folks. Rather than focusing on the fact that we have a serious gun violence problem that continues to go unaddressed, rather than focusing on the fact that 6 more people are dead, rather than focusing on the fact that those staff and children should have been safe in that school, or focusing on the fact that children do not feel safe in their own schools, rather than focusing on any of this, they have decided they need to cause more harm.
Now, I've heard of people trying to take something they really want to say and force it down on Scripture. That may be, there's so many errors in this that I can't even begin to run the list.
Can I ask a question to just establish here? You said a trans pastor.
Correct.
Now, is
Correct.
Was this a he to she or she to him?
She to him.
She to him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She to him.
Correct. Biological female identifying as a
They
male.
need to go a little further because he seemed kind of femalish.
Right.
Well, was
certain.
he? It looked like she was wearing earrings.
Well,
did I notice that? Was that wrong? Did I see that? Or?
No. Males do wear earrings.
I can't tell. It looks like an earring.
You know, Bubba, you may be onto something, Bubby.
Well, I'm just curious because I couldn't tell which way we.
Well, you're right. Maybe we're wrong. I understood it.
I
understood it.
Yeah,
Now, I know that male and females both wear earrings now, but
yeah.
All right, so Micah, the transgender pastor of St. Mark's
that's a guy
Lutheran
name.
Church in Fargo, North Dakota, and it goes on to say, then on down here it says, Reverend Micah said in her April 2nd sermon, they needed to kill him in order to preserve
which means
their
if they're
good
using
image.
the word her, that's what she prefers,
Okay.
which means she would be biologically male.
Well, I think.
Yeah, trying to be female. So you're right, Bubba. That's
We
nice.
got
After
it
reading the
wrong.
biblical account of Jesus.
Wow.
Hey, that's on us.
Well, good catch, Bubba.
We got
Well, let's
that
be
wrong.
honest. He could have went either way.
Yeah, good
All right,
catch, Bubba.
Hey,
Yeah,
here we
I
go,
think
Rick.
they just
A biological
transitioned
female
to
married
Pat.
to a woman.
Wait,
So that means that that
American.
she's
She's
a biological female wanting to be a man,
So she's a trans
female
male.
to man
Yeah.
that's married to a woman.
And nothing confusing about this. At all.
Wow, guys. Now I'm back to what I originally said, right? I don't.
I think so, Rick.
We were right.
Good night, but then they call her, which I thought you were supposed to do. I don't know what.
But
to do.
her
See how confusing
And
this
reading
is?
the biblical account
the
of Jesus'
analogy
crucifixion.
and
Yeah.
was wow.
Yeah. Well, first of all, she also portrays our Lord and Savior as if he was just some random good fella that everybody got mad at and killed.
Yeah.
And even though he had said, if you want to get it correct, and I use the word reverend and pastor loosely here, of course, he said that to Pilate that no one takes his life from him, that he has the authority to lay it down and he has the authority to raise it up, and that he is here to do the will of his Father. And another thing that you might want to think about preaching about is when you look at the brutality of the cross this week. So we always look at that, and that's just our human nature, and it's certainly okay. We look at that and go, look how much God loves me. Look how much God loves me. But what we fail to do is say, look how serious God takes sin.
Mm-hmm. Forgot that one.
And there's no question that there's love there. I'm not saying there's grace there, and I'm thankful for that. But there's also a reason this was so nasty and brutal, and there's a reason that in order for God to redeem us, this had to take place. And that goes back to what you find also throughout Scripture, is that that's how serious God takes sin. And Jesus himself, this one that you're comparing to a transgender Nashville shooter, Jesus himself, if you'll look at the Scriptures that you're supposed to know, you will find that when he did talk with sinners and he did really take issue with the self-righteous hypocrites, no question. But when he went into the presence of sinners, guess what he told them? Repent.
And sin no more.
Or perish. And we just leave that part out.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, to leave that part out is really bad. You got to get that part right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not just some blanket thing that you go, I can do whatever I want to do, and I guess I'm still going to be okay. He never said that. 15 minutes past 866 We Be Big. Phone calls from you on any topic when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix.
So we start walking around the whole place, and we're seeing dogs like crazy. Like your son Tyler mentioned, the size of some of these dogs. I think it's like a horse. Like, oh, cool, that person brought their pony to the thing tonight.
He said, boy, they're big.
And we're walking, and one of those really big dogs, just right in the middle, had to lose a little bit of weight. If you know what I'm saying.
No.
And he lost a lot of weight. It looked like a person, guys.
He hung
It
right there.
looked like a person.
He hung
Right where everybody's walking.
Right where we're at the concession stand.
And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that's not us. I'm like, boys, look away. We don't do that. You know, I'm trying.
Don't
to,
eat that, Franklin.
Y'all seen that?
And
did he spin out with his feet? Well,
guys, so I see the trash bags start coming out, and people start
that's a
handling
bad
it. So
day.
they handled it. So that was good. And
There was no way they handled it good enough.
Well,
I mean,
maybe
you know
not.
how
Maybe
concrete is.
maybe they followed it up with a hose or
A little
something.
bit of smearage.
Yeah, you're right, Greg. You're right.
As you're in the drive-through. Sorry,
Guys,
y'all.
Frank and Kevin are big, but they're not that big. My gosh.
But again, I have to go back to
do when the doorbell rings again.
Bubba, I'm glad you bring this up.
hilarious.
That's got to be a pretty cool atmosphere. And I don't know if this is when it happens, but maybe it's when they strike somebody out and you're ringing them up, and then you have dogs barking. That's a pretty good response. I like that.
Yeah, maybe we could just do a sound effect though, not actually bring dogs.
I know. I'm trying to find the positive in this, Rick.
Lots of dogs.
Like the do clap. Clap. Like Kevin could sense that was like something ramping up for something. He's
What's
like,
that noise?
What's happening?
Yeah.
What's happening? So we get some barbecue nachos, and I got just an extra bag of chips as treats. That really helped. Just every once in a while, here's a chip, here's a chip. They have water bowls throughout the stadium. That was great. People are commenting on Franklin's weird body constantly. Every single person we
Body
passed.
shaming.
What is that?
Right.
So is Kevin jealous of this attention?
Kevin is just loving life. It was awesome.
He couldn't believe
I've noticed
that you came up with this idea.
He couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe
Rick,
it.
don't forget, Kevin was raised in the city.
No, I'm serious. I got to 5 points, and Kevin I opened my window, and he was like, "Yeah,
Oh, I'm home.
oh yeah, these
Smells
are
like urine.
this is my old stomping grounds."
Smells like urine and dung where homeless people live. Right.
Greg,
what he's raised in.
That only happened twice. Okay, I only had to tell a guy to stop pooping in the alley twice.
Twice. That's
Okay,
not bad.
I lived there for 2 years, so that's only once a year.
Once a year.
Hashtag city life.
Gosh, when I busted that guy and he's putting his belt back together, he just gave me this look. He's just like, "Man, I'm a piece of what I just left, aren't I?" I'm just like, "Yeah, man, you
don't
are."
want to get caught. Yeah.
No, you don't want to get caught doing that. So, one of my wife's favorite things is the mascot race that they do. The mascot race,
love that.
thing. And she was very upset that there's this Sammy the Sandwich was not there. So Birmingham Barons, you guys need to look at what's going on with Sammy.
Sammy sick?
They need to bring Sammy back.
Sammy, he's this big old gigantic sandwich.
Oh,
He
yeah.
looks hilarious. There was no Sammy
Sammy the
sandwich.
Sandwich.
So who
wasn't there.
raced? Come on.
You had a hot dog, you had a taco, and you had
Ted the taco and Harry the hot dog.
and you had a crystal square, and then something else. It was the weirdest thing. They come out of the gate, and the hot dog just goes. Huh. It turns around and just walks the opposite direction.
gave
and
up?
Didn't even race. And I'm like, oh, so this is a bit. Something's happening. Oh, we'll have some funny thing. There was no resolution there. So my wife's favorite part of the night was not as good as we kind of wanted it
Probably, and
to
she
be.
Maybe it's mustard fell off.
And, you know,
Let me ask you this: how did they react to Babe Ruth? You know, they have a dog mascot in the Barons.
That's a good question.
We tried to get human and dog mascot and dog interaction happen, but we kept looking around and they never showed up, and it got to be bottom of the 6th. And
How
I'm
would
like,
Babe Ruth not be there on dog night?
that's a
That's
great,
a great
I
one,
never
Greg.
saw Babe Ruth. Now that you mention it, I
It
never
may
saw
have gone
Babe
bad
Ruth.
at one point.
Maybe with the sandwich.
You know what they may have done? They've had a wet nose Wednesday and said, "Let's don't do the Babe Ruth
Yeah,
thing."
Babe Ruth got
Maybe-
assaulted.
Maybe he was the one with the plastic bag on cleanup duty.
Right.
Well.
and something about Sammy the Sandwich undoubtedly stirs the dogs.
Yeah.
Or maybe Sammy the Sandwich and Babe Ruth were in a janitor's closet somewhere together or something. You never know,
Wow,
guys.
you went there with your mind.
Good night, Adler.
But a sandwich and a
Better
dog.
be a big closet.
I'm sorry, but a sandwich and a dog kissing in a closet is really funny.
Right.
I'm sorry.
That's
It's weird. It's weird,
It
but
is.
it's funny.
Anybody making out with a giant sandwich is fun.
Yeah. You've well,
How
no.
about a
That
giant
is a good
dog?
sandwich.
All right, so
Well, that's happened.
very last thing, we enjoyed baseball. We had a great time.
All right, so the Rick and Bubba Show, 21 minutes past. Let's talk to America. All 10 lines are available. 866 Calvin Speedy Wilburn taking the phone calls right now. So anyway, Greg made the point in the break. The person in Nashville was shot and killed because they decided to murder people in cold blood. It had nothing to do with them being transgender.
No.
Nobody was checking your preferences and your binary status when you were gunning people down. They were just trying to stop you from gunning people down. It is amazing to me how so many people have latched onto this to make this a tragedy for the trans community when this is really about a crazy person killing people.
Yeah.
It really has nothing to do with that.
None of that came into play.
No.
And if that's what motivated you, whatever. But
And it's also the reason why you're supposed to, Cole, who gets in the pulpit, you see that you've picked this person, and them and their agenda is more important than accurately, handing out the scriptures to you. And you know how people, God has a sense of humor. The very analogy that this person uses about Barabbas represents our constant picking sin over Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And for this person to choose that as their analogy, that's
funny. Isn't it?
It is very funny. What you're saying is when Jesus says to you, person, when Jesus says, "My Father made them male and female," when Jesus says, "This is what my Father honors for intimacy between men and women," when he says that's God's standard, you, Pastor, you know what you said? I'd rather have Barabbas.
There you go.
I'll take Barabbas. I don't want Jesus' standard. We continue. Let's go to Tony in Pell City. Listen to 104.7 WZZK. Tony, go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
We're good, man. Hope you're okay.
Are you familiar with the show Undisputed with Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless?
I am not. I know it exists, but I've never seen it.
Their take on the First Lady was mainly Shannon Sharp's take, with the First Lady inviting, Iowa to the White House. He said that she don't need to forget who put her husband in the White House. The only reason that she's inviting Iowa is because they look like her and LSU don't.
Yeah, I've heard some people go down that road. I think what Joe Biden.
I think it's
I think what Joe Biden said is stupid. I do not think there's a racial component to it.
Well, Rick, there has to be. Everything has one.
Yeah,
to
but
it.
I would just but it is funny to see Democrats get caught in their own traps.
Yeah. But I truly believe she thought it was one of those things that we all played so good. Let's invite everybody.
Absolutely. Scott in Birmingham.
Which is still stupid.
Scott, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Love the show. I've been listening since 1995 when you guys were in Gets.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
And Rick, my wife and I love to hear you preach at Gardendale First Baptist when Pastor Kevin will let you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I love Kevin. Great man.
I always look forward to the Pro-Am coming up. I think it's May 10th this year. I mean,
correct.
Who can forget a long time ago when Speedy was going across the fairway?
I'll tell you that. Well, I can tell you. And now is Mike DeBoe still alive?
I assume he is.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know. It was Speedy. I don't know.
Didn't he go to coach high school somewhere? Or something?
Yeah, he did for a while.
I think he's retired.
What I was just going to say is, I bet he won't forget it because Speedy ran right in front of him. Yeah, he ran right in front of him.
A reason for calling is I was wondering if we could get a 2023 version of Car Wash Joe.
2023
version of Car Wash Joe.
You know when
that owns me.
That used to be my birthday gift.
I know
year,
it.
And we missed it just a little bit.
When I had the vocal cord trouble, I forget how many years that went on. I couldn't do Joe anymore because it's in the secondary vocal cords. I couldn't get up there high enough. And hey, let me tell you something, Scott. I really appreciate you listening to us since 95. And right now, I'm going to have to
That's pretty close, by
go
the way.
to another caller and shut it down. So thanks for calling, man. Let's
that hurt, didn't it, Rick?
Once I found
climbing to it was a little
climbing there was a little tougher. Let's go to Mike in Eufaula. Mike, go ahead. See some clicks. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys. Y'all were talking about bats earlier, and I actually had a young lady was in an office across the street from our house, was bitten by a bat, didn't tell anybody, died of rabies.
Oh no!
You need to tell people.
Now, we had another older house by us, and the woman in that house uncapped a chimney, and bats went crazy. Ooh. And I watched them flying to the eave of my house. And so I called a guy we call Batman that eradicates bats. And I said, I need you to come kill these bats. He said, we can't kill those bats. It's an endangered species. So I said, okay. And I built a bat trap out of hardware cloth, visqueen, and a milk jug. I tied it on the corner of my house, and the next morning, I watched those bats just coming. I probably had 300 bats in my trap, and I didn't kill them, but somehow, about a 3-day period, they just died, and then I was done. So, I was perfectly legal, I think.
Oh my God! I can't believe 300. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I don't like a bunch of anything. Mm-mm. Snowflakes, for instance.
I don't like them. You have too many snowflakes. Let's go to Earl in Springville, Alabama. Earl, welcome to Ricky and Bubba. Go ahead.
Guys, I've just been sitting here on the front porch this morning listening to y'all, and this transgender stuff has got me real confused. How in the world do you go from a woman to a man? When I stand up to, go to the bathroom, there's something that stands apart from the two genders, and I just don't understand how in the world they can.
Yeah, we call it the PEEP test. There's a technical name for it. I'm not going to go into it right now, but because I've really got a lot I need to do today.
You're right.
But yeah, it's that's a tougher. I think that's a tougher trip than the other way. It's always easier to take away than add.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, Jim?
Hey, buddy.
You know what it's called.
Sounds like spring. It sounds like Springville's representing today.
Yes, sir. Springville's there.
Springville's there.
That's us. Ham-bone's here. Hey, what about the Rick and Bubba basketball challenge where old Ham-bone came in second?
Did you do the 3-on-3?
Huh?
Was it the 3-on-3 basketball?
No, it's the March Madness.
Yeah, we didn't do an official bracket this time. I think there was some out there.
It was out there.
Yeah,
I think there's some out there.
Yeah, it wasn't ours. Somebody. Well, you finished. You finished second with in something that was fake, though. It wasn't.
Congratulations!
Ours. Congratulations!
It was under the Rick and Bubba umbrella.
Yeah, I hope you didn't put your information in there.
Did it require a credit card number?
Yeah, someone was using our name.
Oh wow!
And I don't know if they.
Lambo came in second.
So you came in second. I hope they didn't ask you to fill out any information.
Yeah.
Because you probably got your identification stolen. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The dogs didn't poop or pee in the stadium.
Yours didn't.
Our dogs didn't. And Franklin only barked at a couple dogs. He didn't bite. No, there was no tragedies or whatever. So we're walking out. I've got the dogs, and it's dark now. So the street that we walked on is now dark.
Sure.
And Aaron says to me, "Boy, I'm glad we've got these dogs." Boy, I'm glad we've got these dogs.
Protection?
I'm like, what? I'm here. Do you see me? Are you putting Franklin above me as far as the ability to protect us?
You talking about a short-legged basset hound German Shepherd?
Am I gonna shove you into the robbers and run? Like what? What kind of statement is that?
Don't you know I'm doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu with George Webby?
Come on.
Come on.
If they're wearing a gi, they've had it.
Yeah.
That's right.
If I get them to sit down and crisscross applesauce, they can't take it.
I'm like, do you realize how emasculating that is for you to put Franklin, the dog, above me? Thanks, babe.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the Alan Shepard story, and Bubba, you're saying that you didn't think this was new information. They're treating it today like it is new. Now, maybe it's not, but
well, you're going to have a lot of Apollo information coming out, I think, over the next year because we just passed the 49th anniversary and working up to the 50th. I think you'll see a lot of attention to that, and rightly so. I mean, since the beginning of time, man has looked up and saw the moon and wondered where it was, and what it was made of, and you know, in our lifetime, we saw men travel there and visit multiple times and come back.
Well, you and I got to meet Alan Shepard.
We did.
You remember that, don't you?
I did. I do, Rick, very much.
Yeah, it was real nice.
There was just a picture of James Spann on there. It was kind of odd.
Where? Up on one of the TVs?
On the ABC News.
Okay. Well, how about we had a run-in with Alan Shepard.
Rick, it wasn't a run-in.
Oh, I didn't say. I mean,
Well, heard he knocked you down, stomped on you.
no, he was not the kindest gentleman we've ever met.
Well, he was focused, Rick. He was, he was Alan B. Shepard. He was, he'd walked on the moon. I mean, what's he wanting to be messing around with two good ones for?
The
don't be mad with me.
Well, we asked him to sign something, and he wouldn't sign it at the time.
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother story.
And then later he did. He did, but not at that moment.
Yeah. Allegedly, reportedly. Well, it was not a. It was like it would. I tell you what it'd be like. It would be like Bubba being with me, and us seeing Brett Favre, and Bubba's excited for me, and I go over to try to interact with Brett Favre, and he's like mean to me and huffs off. Yeah. I mean, and Bubba had to sit there and watch it. It would break Bubba's heart for me. You know what I mean? And it broke my heart a little bit. But to watch it, because sometimes it's better not to meet your people that you know.
Right.
But anyways.
So okay, I see with this article.
Yeah, but what this is saying is that the famous golf balls that were hit on the surface of the moon on February the 6th, 1971, by Alan Shepard, almost did not happen because of what had happened. This was Apollo 14, and we all know what happened with Apollo 13.
Right.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah.
And so even though they made it back safely, it was a scary moment for everybody. And they thought that to do something this lighthearted on the very next trip might be in bad form.
Right.
I'm not sure I agree with that because everybody did get back. I think we celebrated that they got back.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he was afraid that they may not let him do it. So only two people knew, he and the pro that was getting him ready to hit the shot, modified. A 6-iron?
Yeah, 6-iron. They got a 6-iron head and fitted it so it would fit onto the tool that the astronauts used.
So they
had it would be like a stick, for lack of a better term, and they had a scooper that snapped on the bottom and some other. So he made a golfing head that would also go onto that tool, and Shepard had to hide it in his spacesuit, and he also hid 2 golf balls in a sock.
Right. Yep. So the bottom line is he was not given permission to do it.
He snuck it on.
And he snuck it onto the Apollo 14 and got it. And then he also says that he shanked the first shot.
Yeah.
And then put his head down and drilled the second one.
Well, the spacesuit, Rick, is not really built for swinging a golf club, so he had to do it one-handed to begin with.
Yeah.
Right.
And he said he chili dipped the first one, and but he still hit it about 40 yards.
Right.
Yeah.
He said it went over in a crater.
Yeah, but he said he kept his head down on the second one, got a good hit, and he hit the 6-iron like 200 yards.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, hope you slept well last night. I'll tell you one thing. Greg and Lisa Burgess sure did.
That's right.
Because you got the Helix.
Right.
You got your Helix mattress.
Got it like I like it.
Got a Helix. It was made for me and Sweetie Pie. And they're going to ask you about the way you want to sleep. It's not going to take very long. They ask you to sleep on your back, your side, your stomach. Do you combo? I'm a combo stomach side guy. No, I don't do any back. I can sleep on my back.
See, I'm mostly back.
I lay on my back when I know I'm fixing to have to get up and I don't want to get too deep into sleep.
Yeah, I wish I could sleep on my back.
I can't sleep on my stomach because I rock.
Right. I wish I could sleep on my back because I know it'll be better for my back. And I just can't. I can't do it. Something's always trying to get me. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. It doesn't matter how you sleep, whatever your preference. They will customize the mattress for you. They'll send it to your door. You try it for 100 nights. See, make sure you like it. If you don't like it, okay, and they ship it to you for free. There's no shipping. If you don't like it, then you don't keep it, and they refund the money. But if you love it, and you know what you're going to, then it's yours. And they've got every kind of model to choose from. They've even got one for big and tall. So they're going to find out, too, from you, do you like your mattress to be soft, medium, or firm? They want to know that, too. Get all the information by going to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Now, if you do that, we're gonna save you some money, too. 20% off. 20% off at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get truly amazing sleep. Also, look for that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so, Bubba, have you ever – I know that when you and I, the one time we went snow skiing, you had a knee problem.
Yeah, I'm just recovering from knee surgery. Yeah.
Yeah, I was told, honestly, straight up, I was told by the instructor, why don't you go back to Alabama? He was nicer than how I'm going to say it, much nicer. And after what you and I have been through today, why don't you lose a little weight and come back and try it again?
Right.
He said this will be much easier on you if you'd lose a little weight. And but I got down the slope, I think, one time successfully. But anyway, we saw the snowboarders, and I thought, well, the only thing that could be worse on my foot and ankles if I was snowboarding versus just trying to ski on two skis. And I know a lot of people, to me, I know this does not apply to everyone. I have friends who love to snow ski, but I'm afraid it made the Rick Burgess list of things that look fun but were not.
Oh, yeah.
That was a tremendous amount of work, and I was on vacation. But we have a snowboarder, and they try to advertise. I know you're kind of an adventurous type. They love the soft snow.
The powder snow. But if you see these trees, and those of you that can't see, they say they're about 15 foot high, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And so that tells you how deep the snow is. And so sometimes they go off and they jump into this powdered snow and they get buried off in it.
Let's do some backcountry.
Yeah. Well, apparently a snowboarder did this, and a skier came up on him. And
so he's under all that snow?
Yes, and he's. We can't play the audio.
That ain't fun.
It's a long piece of audio, but plus there's a little bit of language in it when he realizes that there is somebody there and he's trying to get to him. He's out of breath, and he finds him.
Well, he's out of breath because this snow skiing stuff's really hard.
Yeah, and digs him out, but it's pretty remarkable. The guy's still alive.
And we have the view from the skier, and the skier is just randomly going through the backcountry, and he runs over the snowboarder here. He's just cutting through,
Wow. Well,
and you're going to see him turn around because he saw he was like, what in the world was that? And then you see an upside down snowboarder.
Look at him, Bubba.
Stuck in the snow. And that's all. If he hadn't gone right here, he would not have seen this.
No, there's no way to see him if he doesn't go right there. Look, and he sees it off to his right.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
That's the moment right there. Because the guy, he's so buried, he can't make noise. He can't do much.
Oh, my.
And
You see a hand sticking up?
It's just his board because he's upside down.
Oh, wow.
And the guy's kicking his feet saying, hey, I'm under here.
What does he say?
I'm under here.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
All right.
Yes.
You narrate it.
Yeah,
Scary.
So this guy, he makes his way back to him.
Oh, wow. And it's hard to walk in that snow with those.
And it's
so
thick.
hard.
Oh, he's struggling.
I can't tell you how hard he's breathing right here.
Well, you know why? Because look how hard because he meant to just ski on.
Yeah.
And now he's got to come back walking in skis.
Yeah.
They say it feels like quicksand.
Yeah.
It's so light
Oh,
and
he's shedding
powdery.
the skis now.
Yeah, and so he gets down and he starts digging him out with his hands. He's just kind of pulling the
Can
snow.
we do that?
He's pulling the snow back to his body, trying to get to the guy.
Oh, he's using skis.
Or he doesn't know who he is. And
Could be a girl. Women snowboard too.
Yeah,
Speedy.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't know.
Could be
So-
transgender.
Could be.
So
Could
he's
be a
digging
dude
off in there.
that wants to be
So-
a woman.
Wow. So you see this?
Look, there it is.
There's his,
Oh, my.
his feet.
Look at that.
His
And so
feet are just
where's he?
sticking out.
He is
He's upside
upside
down.
down in the snow.
That's unbelievable.
What?
Now, all the snow experts said that you need to dig out
Look at
a
his
pocket
leg.
around your face. You dig out a pocket to where you can breathe.
Yes.
And the guy, I really wish we could play the audio when he sees his face and he says, "Man, are you okay?"
Look how
And the
far
guy-
he's in there, Bubba.
Oh yeah, he's getting to his face right
Wow.
now. And finally, he says, "Man, you okay?" And the guy goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay. Well, let's both take a breath so I can dig you out of here."
You need a
I'd have been
winch to pull
scared.
him out.
I'd have been scared I was going to fall.
Okay,
in.
I
I'd have
appreciate
left
this
him.
guy helping me, but he keeps covering my face back up. I mean,
Dig
Yeah.
faster.
So there. All right. So there's his skis. I mean,
Look
not
at
the
his
skis.
face.
There's his
Goggles.
face. His goggles.
how's he even breathing?
Wow.
Can we take this right here?
I don't know.
I don't know. Just this one little interaction.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're both gonna catch our breath for a sec. I'm gonna help dig you out, okay?
All right, bring it back. Bring it back.
Woo!
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
man.
So
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so he
can't
has a
believe it.
shovel in his backpack, and so he comes out of the hole and puts the shovel together. It's in two pieces, and then starts digging him out and really making some ground and gets him out.
I mean, he is just he looks like, what's his name? Han Solo when he's buried in the
You went with
carbonite.
Han Solo?
Not all of
when
us
his
saw
face,
that one, but-
when his face is just like help
Y'all,
me.
he's really in the snow.
Wow.
He's really
That'd be horrible.
Greg, I can't believe he was still okay.
Yeah.
How was he even breathing?
How about if he's thinking this is going to be a while before I completely expire? No way anybody's coming. I'm going to sit here upside down
I mean,
for a
he
while.
is buried.
How, Greg? How can y'all even remotely even explain the elation to you being up, down, inside,
I mean,
upside down?
Because you think you're done. You
Yes.
think you're going
It's
to freeze
over.
to
It's
death.
over.
You know, or suffocate.
Yes, suffocation. My goodness.
I mean,
Suffocation.
No breathing.
How
They ain't got no footage of him getting him out.
I think it was. I mean, it was 5 minutes, Greg, of digging.
Good night, Greg. That we're gonna
Well,
dig a
fast
while.
forward.
We're gonna dig, and this guy, I got to tell you, I'm glad this guy's here. But when he gets that shovel out, I'd be afraid that he's gonna hit me right in the face with it.
So what do you do
This
in a
guy's not
situ-
the greatest digger.
Yeah.
So if you have your phone on you, okay, could you go?
Hey Siri, call for help.
I don't know.
I mean, what do you
Would
do?
it hear you?
I don't know.
But what would you say?
You
How?
ask.
Do it again.
Hey Siri, call for help.
Okay. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Calling home.
Okay.
Hey Siri.
All right, I'm still confused. How did he stay alive? How long has he been under that
He
suit?
did that trick, Speedy said.
Yeah, he said he dug a little air pocket around his face, and that's to get oxygen.
That's all he could do.
That's all he could do.
But you're right. He's sitting there saying, "Well, I guess I just slowly die in the snow
I
upside
know
down."
it, man.
And Greg, really, he's living life like a big giant picked you up and threw you like a spear into the snow.
And now I got to sit here until I completely pass out.
And it must be a terrible feeling that you can't do anything to get yourself out of it. The more you move and dig, probably the deeper you go.
I'm out
It's
of
like
breath.
quick
Listen,
snow.
you dig me out of there, you ain't gonna see me near a snowboard.
Never again. I do not understand these people saying, "I just want to keep doing what I love." No, let me tell you something. Once I've been upside down in the snow and I was dead, if somebody didn't find my snowboarding on the powder is over.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
done.
main.
Yeah, that's it.
Main slope.
I'm gonna keep on doing what I love.
I'm getting off base.
Everybody was pretty critical of the guy online because they're like, if you are this type of adventurous person, you have a buddy with you. You don't ever go out doing this on your
Everybody
own.
needs my
Well, do you think this guy's
because
got good
I mean,
sense?
because if you because of what just happened, you need somebody with you.
Oh yeah.
But that was in Washington on Mount Baker.
Oh, it looked like
That's right.
Greg, you know what? The minute I saw it, I said, "Might be Mount Baker."
could be Mount Baker. Not sure.
Oh my goodness!
Here he is after he got free. He was
After?
What? He went back.
he was really excited and oh
Well,
wait
yeah,
a
he's
second.
excited.
Oh wait a second. That badass is me.
I saw the kitty.
I forgot about when you went snowboarding.
kitty slope.
Something to say on that one.
I'm out here doing what I love.
Isn't that time you went on that trip by yourself?
Yeah. No.
Oh, I thought you was by yourself. You didn't have any friends.
Greg, I have lots of friends, and they're way nicer than you are, buddy. They care about me and my well-being.
They care about you and your well-being.
I fought. That was the day I learned how to snowboard. It took me 6 hours to do right.
It's a lot of work.
Right there.
Lot of work.
I crashed in front of families. They would be like, "Oh, are you okay?" I'd be like, "Just move on."
One time, didn't you run into Gwyneth Paltrow once?
Yes, I sued her.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Joke is it went 2 miles.
Right.
But, that's probably a stretch.
Right.
But that's still a pretty good shot, one-handed on the moon. And the reason you could do that is because of the gravity on the moon's 1/6. So you ought to be able to hit it a lot further than you would on Earth.
So
in the same condition.
Right. So were you saying that you always knew this was snuck onto the flight?
I don't know why I had that feeling that it probably was not something that NASA okayed in advance, that it was probably a Shepard kind of forced their hand on it. I don't know why I knew that, but I always kind of felt that way about it. Now, they did do I thought it was a good experiment
to do, just like they did with the bowling ball and the feather, just to prove, in a vacuum, they both hit the ground at the same time. So
when you met him, y'all didn't get to talk about that?
No, we really didn't go into that. It was a much briefer conversation.
But you talk about just.
He was all business.
You talk about giving somebody zero zip. You know what? I mean,
he did everything but shoot you a bird.
He was just very serious.
How much silence?
He said, "I got your red stone right here."
What's the first thing you said to Bubba, Rick, when he walked off? What's the first thing you said?
Well, you
to
try
him?
to encourage. You know what I mean? Hey, man, how about we just got to meet Alan Shepard?
And then later,
but we really didn't. We just got to see him.
But then later, Rick, you go, I'm kind of a jerk.
We were. There was a
way
moment.
home.
I could tell. Yeah, there was an awkward silence.
Hit one golf ball on the moon, you think you're special.
Yeah.
Right. There was an awkward.
Well, he had a very decorated career. Really.
Yes, he did.
And we were two good ones. I understand.
You're right.
Look, you got to know your role.
But
Greg knows that better than anybody.
Greg, we failed to shut our hole, know our role.
He did have a lot of, he could brag a lot. On his accomplishments.
Well, you have to
he was
think
an
of.
admiral.
Well, it goes back. It really goes back to what Brian Regan said. When you're any of these
First
guys,
man in space.
when you're any of these
No,
guys,
to walk to orbit.
Yeah, orbit.
But when you're any of these
Mercury.
guys that did things when nobody knew if you could even do them, they're in a different class of and for us to think that he might want to meet the two radio hosts, we're wrong about that. That probably.
On his list of things
that probably didn't enter. That probably didn't enter into his to-do list that day.
And we were probably still in our space camp flight suits,
and
they were a little snug.
Yeah.
So we
give me
probably
Bubba's face when he
probably were a pretty sight.
Yeah, Rick's gonna give me Bubba's face.
Yeah.
Rick holding the thing that he wanted him to sign. Greg. He's holding that thing.
You know how you just have to.
Hey,
and then here's Rick later.
That's not the worst bailout I don't think I had to do though one time. Boy, I avoided one time, but it was close. Did I ever tell you about that?
No.
We were at the U.S. Open, and we were going to watch Roger Federer play, who is the greatest tennis player.
Maestro.
Serious.
And his dad was
Riggs.
sitting fairly close to us. And I saw him coming into the stadium, so I was just going to walk by and try to get a picture with him right quick. So there was a guy in front of me thought the same thing.
Oh.
And he went up to him and he said, "Mr. Federer, can I get a quick picture?" And he said, "No."
And you were like,
and the guy peeled off, and then I'm right there in his face with my phone in my hand. I said, "Have a good day." And I just kept walking like I never knew about that.
Sorry, Daddy.
At least you were able to
bailed.
call yourself.
I bailed.
Wish we'd had somebody try Alan Shepard first.
Yeah.
Look, Rick, we were good ones, and he walked on the moon. Come
I know.
on.
No, you're
You
right.
got to know your spot.
We lost our place in the universe.
Yeah.
Jerk.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Wednesday Bible study back today, Revelation 6, 9 through 17 today, the fifth and sixth seal. Today we will look at that Revelation to John, and that'll be happening today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. That's the live opportunity on the YouTube channel. Then it's archived after that, both to the YouTube channel and podcast channel. Catch that on your own time if you so desire. Also, next weekend, headed to Omaha, Nebraska, Westside Church Men's Conference. So excited about making the trip there. Looking forward to seeing all of you who are attending. If you'd like to be part of that, go to rickandbubba.com, look under upcoming events, and then the very next Friday on April the 21st, Sherry and I will be at Bell Shoals Church in Brandon, Florida, now down near Tampa, doing a marriage conference. It'll be a one-day marriage conference on the 21st. Interested in either one of those in those Rick and Bubba markets, just go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, and I'll see you there. All right, so this story, Amazon accounts, sometimes you can make it too simplistic so you can keep reordering or ordering things. You do want it to be simple, but not if your 5-year-old little girl gets a hold of your Amazon account and begins to go on a spending spree. We have West Point, Massachusetts. Mama says she was shocked to learn her clever 5-year-old daughter was able to buy more than $3,000 worth of items on her Amazon account right under her nose. She thought her daughter, Lila, was playing games on her phone. There we go. When she let her borrow it on a drive home. Then she received an email on Monday that her packages had shipped, but she did not order anything. She said she looked back at the order history. Somebody had ordered 10 motorcycles, a Jeep, and 10 pairs of cowgirl boots, women's size 7. And the bikes and the Jeep came out to $3,180. The boots alone were about $600. I guess these are toys.
Yeah, I would say so.
And so,
hey, how about 2-day shipping?
Yeah, well, you know what? She got it done. There it is. I'm telling you, the handing off of the phone these days. In the past, all you worried about was them getting on there and calling somebody.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot more on that phone now. And so there is some video to go with it.
Yeah.
Oh, look, here she is. Here's Lila.
Why did you want to buy 10 motorcycles?
Because I wanted one.
What Lila wants, Lila gets. Here she is sitting on her throne of motorcycles outside her home in Westport, Massachusetts.
She ordered 5 pink motorcycles, 5 blue motorcycles, 10 pairs of cowgirl boots, and a Jeep.
Over $3,000 worth of goodies she ordered herself, and her mom, Jessica, didn't have a clue. All thanks to Amazon.
He just puts all buttons, and he puts a brown button.
Jessica says she...
these are little electric motorcycles.
Yeah.
She ordered 10 of them.
Good
These
gracious.
little electric Razor.
you ride them.
Yeah, you do ride them. And then I guess the Jeep's one of those electric Jeeps you ride.
I guess.
Not enough.
Wow. Yeah, good. Not,
You gotta have backups.
Well, she wanted it all to be electric so she would save the world.
Right.
Save
That's
our,
why CNN did a package.
Save our planet.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, wow, that's crazy. But it didn't take long.
No, they learned that quick.
How about
don't
what
they?
she said? All you got to do is press the button.
Really, she was. Mom thought she was playing a game. She was. She was buying things.
She was playing a game.
Fun little game she had going.
Fun little game. Now I guess the Amazon account has. They see it, the little ones of today, the way we used to see our parents' checking account.
Yeah.
Thank goodness the returns are easy on Amazon.
As my daughter used to say when I say we can't afford it, she'd say just go to the bank and get more money.
Go get
Because we used to get money at the window,
So but still, I know Amazon will take all that back. But wow, that's a lot of.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a day.
That's a
day
down at the old.
It is
down at UPS.
That'd be multiple
lot
trips.
of shipping.
A lot of boxes, a lot of stuff.
Big somebody with a truck.
Big handle, by the way. Also, world news: Israeli fighter jets strike Hamas weapons facility after violence. 350 arrested at a Jerusalem holy site. The Israeli Defense Forces launched an airstrike on Hamas, its weapons facility, on Wednesday, following a series of back-and-forth agitations between Israeli officers and Palestinians earlier in the day. So, that's where you have to watch. The story, according to how it's presented, if it's pro-Palestinians, the story will be just out of nowhere the Israeli forces started shooting at us.
Right.
And then the Israelis will come out and go, well, we went and shot the weapons facility after you kept firing the weapons at us. and there's 350 of you now that we don't trust around the holy sites because we think y'all might blow them up. So anyway, so they attacked a site for production of weapons and also another site for production and storage of weapons used by the terrorist organization Hamas.
Well, you knew with the Passover week coming, you were going to have some kind of flare up. It's pretty standard.
Oh yeah, and that's where you got to really be on alert. Bubba, the Biden approval rating is out. Have you seen this one?
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it?
Boy, that's a doozy.
Mm-hmm.
It is near record lows. We now see 44%. And if you go back to the beginning of this, if you go back to September of 2022, but if you go back to just the months we have in front of us, January 45%, February 44%, and now 44% again as March ended. So he's sitting right about 45% approval rating, which is near a record low. But remember, we're always being told that he's beloved and there's nothing to be concerned about. Everybody loves him, and the fact that he won the election straight up. So, but a 44%. What if they could get Trump at a 44%? What would they be doing?
What
would they be saying?
They'd have live shots everywhere.
You know what they might be saying? We're going to arrest him and put him in jail. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait
a second. Bubba, thankfully, some common sense in Kansas. Kansas has now passed a bill. We've been talking about this even on today's show, forcing residents to use the bathroom of the sex they were at birth. Hang on. It also bans transgender people from changing name or gender on their driver's license. Now that really has. Look, but the first part of this is just walking around sense, what we said before. You want to be another gender in your private life, that's your business. But when we're using public restrooms and we're using public dressing rooms, just because we want to, live in a way that is appropriate, you are not allowed to use the bathroom of anything other than the sex you were at birth, your biological sex. And the reason why we're doing that, and this may shock you, is that the world does not revolve around you, and we have to look out for the safety and also just the decency of other people who should not be unnecessarily exposed to something in this setting, and they also shouldn't be put at risk of people who just pretend to be identifying as another gender and use that as an ability to have access to these places publicly.
And
it's just walking around sense.
If I'm reading this story right, that will make it law because they have a veto-proof majority.
Yep.
Republicans have super majorities in both houses, so it looks like it will become law either way.
So but that's just logic. That's not being mean to people. That's also looking after people. The whole world can't be seen through one lens.
Because the governor is a Democrat and said she will be unable to veto the new state's bathroom bill.
Well, good. It's a shame that has to be done, but good. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. And check out our website with all the information you need, rickandbubba.com.